Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to a slightly soggy Donington Park for the first of two visits this season by the 750 Motor Club for these Easter Monday car races. And it is going to be a fantastic day of racing in prospect on this Donington Park National Circuit this weekend. My name is Ian Simon, up here in the main commentary box. Josh Barrett is alongside me today. We'll be hearing too from, in the pit lane, Andy McEwen during the course of the day's proceedings. And as I say, it is a little bit soggy here on the National Circuit rather than the Grand Prix Circuit, as shown there, so the 1.95 mile layout. The weather today, well, I think there's drizzle pretty much persistent for most of the day. The forecast there saying it might sort of dry up a little bit later on in the afternoon. Not much of a breeze, but certainly pretty damp, which is not what we've been used to in the Midlands over the past couple of months, where we've had a near drought. But of course, rain for this Easter Monday weekend's racing here at Donington Park. Well, we've got 11 races coming up for you during the course of the day. The final qualifying session of the morning has just received its checkered flag. We've been running a little bit behind schedule here with one or two delays in earlier qualifying sessions, but that Carmel Porsche Trophy qualifying session seems to have passed more or less without incident. The 11 races today, we've got 3 before lunch coming up very shortly. We've got the Race Pass Historic 750 Formula Series, we've got the Mighty Minis Championship and the Yokohama Lowcost Championship also before lunch. They're all 15 or 20 minute races. After lunch, 20-minute race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They have a double header, so too to the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. There's a 40-minute race for the Carmel Porsche Trophy at around about 3:10 with pit stops in that, and then we cycle back to the 5 categories that we'll have seen already by that point. As I mentioned, Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box today, and Josh, a great day's racing to look forward to.
That's right, an interesting sort of mix of categories over the course of the day. You've got historic cars, as you mentioned, tin tops, sports cars of all sort of different ilks, and tin tops as well. Almost everything you could ask for. As you say, the track's pretty wet, as you can see there. The grass shouldn't be so bad, though, should it not? As it was 12 months ago here at Donington Park on the equivalent meeting. But it's had a good dampening overnight, and particularly this morning. So it's a different sort of racing style, perhaps, than what we would have hoped for. But of course, it's Easter Monday, of course, for training. That's sort of part of the course. But it's great to be here on Monday, and for those joining on the live stream, perhaps not in England, it's a good way to watch motorsport and see what club racing is like in the UK. The 750 Motor Club, one of the leading clubs here in the UK, with over 20 meetings over the course of the season, about 25 categories, something like that, and a great mix, not just what we've got here today, but single-seaters as well, and a great way to get into motorsport with the 750 Motor Club. So many novice drivers we having their first races today. Yeah,
absolutely, and many of those live events are live streamed as well. We're back with you at Croft just next weekend, next Saturday and Sunday. And then we're at Silverstone in May, where we'll be having a lot of new drivers in the Suzuki Swift, the Swift Sport Challenge. I think nearly 30 cars entered, and about 2/3 of those are novice drivers. So that's certainly going to be something to look forward to, a brand new category launched by 750 Motor Club this year. And you can check out all of the information, of course, on the 750 Motor Club website, which is also where you'll find a link to the live timing, which can also be found via tsl-timing.com, and also a link to the digital race programme as well, which you can download in PDF format and see all of the entry lists for the weekend's racing and lots of other information about the activities of the 750 Motor Club and the different classes that we're going to have for you here today. As you can see on screen now, for those of you watching on the live stream, the Porsches, after their session, are peeling back into Parc Fermé. They're queuing up down the pit lane, and indeed just outside the pit lane, so many of them are there. And once the circuit is cleared, then I think we'll be underway very shortly with some racing, Josh. So an interesting mix today. We had a season open at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago, which was fairly hectic, didn't we?
Super close racing on occasions as well, so that was a great way to kick off the season in very different conditions to what we've got today. That's why I was a pit lane reporter then, and now we send Andy out as it's a bit damper today. But the 750 Motor Club's also got one of the most historical clubs as well, isn't it, in the UK? And our very first race of the day sort of brings those early years of the 750 Motor Club, continuing it in its 80-year history.
That's right. So in a few moments' time, we'll have the cars out onto the grid for that. You can see rescue vehicles and so forth, just making sure they're in the correct position ahead of the first race of the day here at Donington Park.
And if you're new to 750 Motor Club racing, not all races have green flag laps, so be aware of that. When cars go out onto the grid for some races, they may get immediately into action, unlike perhaps other events.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get immediately into action here, though. Unfortunately, there is a car that needs recovering from, I think, the old hairpin, which is why we have a slight delay at the moment before we will look ahead to our first race of the day. That's come during the Carmel Porsche trophy qualifying session, which has had a tremendous entry, and we look forward to that later on. A great diversity of cars that we've seen in the Carmel Porsche trophy entry list for today.
Yeah, there's other Porsche series available, but this one I think has the biggest mix, doesn't it? Because it's got front engine cars as well as mid and rear engine cars. We've got older cars as well, some pretty classic 911s out racing today, which is great to see, as well as the more modern Boxsters and Caymans too. So the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which did a pretty new series, isn't it? But it's grown fantastically over the last 5 years or so.
It is, and they'll have this 40-minute race later on. They have a variety of different race formats during the season, don't they, as well? They're 40 minutes here, but sometimes they have sprint races, sometimes a combination of both over the course of the weekend as well. And many of the drivers will then sort of club together to form teams in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, which is the traditional curtain closer of the 750 Motor Club season, Silverstone at the end of October each year, and that's certainly a very popular way to end the season for the Carmel Porsche Trophy drivers. Yes,
that's right. It's and for many 750 Club members in general,
yes,
sort of the centrepiece of the season, even though it's at the end of the season, and that sort of everything builds up to that over the course of the championship seasons throughout the year, and that again an event that's occurred more than almost any other here in the UK.
Well, I can see start line marshals now heading out onto the grid. What I can't see is how far through the process of recovering we are down at the old hairpin. Josh?
And it also is at the safety car waiting at the back, which would suggest that we may not have a green flag lap as expected.
Yeah, I think I've not seen any sign that there'll be a green flag lap. There's talk that there might be, of course, because there has been a deterioration in the conditions as the morning has gone on. But I think the officials probably deeming that no green flag lap required for the historic 750 Formula cars, which would normally require one. So, that being said, with marshals there on the grid waiting to receive cars, let's now look ahead to the first race of the day, which is for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. So very shortly we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, and it should be a cracker. I think we had 20 cars out in qualifying, 19 are showing on the grid that I have in front of me at the moment, so we'll see exactly how this is going to form up. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, of course. And it's run across a number of different classes. We'll tell you more about that in a moment. But first, here's the grid. Pole position has gone the way of number 31. That's Greg Patton in his Class D Dyson Type 64. And besides him on the front row of the grid is the driver that's done most of the winning in historic 750 Formula in recent seasons. That's number 29, John Village in his Village V2. Row 2 of the grid has number 2, Tim Sage for this first race in the Mallet U2, and besides him is going to be number 7, Graham Wilson in the Time 3B. Row 3 of the grid is 6, Richard Verheyden in his Race Kits Merlin, known as Miss Moneypenny, and besides that car is 59, which is Joe Zosso in the number 59 car, the DNC Mark III. Row 4 of the grid has 14, which is Ben Mile in the Gerald Mark I for the driver from Surrey, and besides him is number 88, Richard Carter in an Austin 7. Row 5 of the grid has number 65, Jörg Schneider, the Swiss driver, in the Arthur JSG, and besides him, number 8, Peter Marsh in another Austin 7, the Pigsty Super Snort. On row 6 of the grid, it's going to be 41, that's Chris Jones, he's in the DNC, and next to him is 3, that's David Rose in the Lotus 11. Row 7 of the grid is going to be 22, Charlie Plain Jones, the evergreen Charlie Plain Jones in his Austin 7 Cowley Special, and 25 will be Timothy Bradley in a Centaur Mark 16. Row 8 of the grid is going to be 37, that is John Donnelly in the Race Kits Merlin, and 13 Ben Bolt in the Centaur Mark 16. Row 9 of the grid is going to be 17, which is Matt Tompkins in the Austin 7 Tompkins Special, and number 12, which is going to be Roderick Renfrew in Austin 7 Roaring Meg. And the final car on the grid is going to be number 10, and that is going to be one of either Patrick Davis or his co-driver Harvey Chandler. We've not had notification of which driver it is that's taking the wheel of that car for the first race. That's the Austin Special Hamblin Cadet. So 19 cars I think we're going to have, Josh, for this opening race of the weekend. They've not yet appeared on the grid as that final clearing up is done from the previous session.
Yeah, I think the car we've lost since qualifying, I'm afraid, is Gregan Fruston, one-time competitor in this series. So
and had a win at Mallory Park last year as well in the rain.
That's a shame, isn't it? I think he only did one lap this morning, so we've lost Gregan. But you said there about the international flavour of the grid nowadays in historic 750 Formula. Jörg Schneider, who's been a long-time competitor over the last few years, has brought another driver over from Switzerland, Joe Zosso, who's having his first historic 750 Formula race today. But he's a multiple champion in Formula Ford on the continent, in various countries, in Switzerland, in France, in Germany as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. He's qualified well, sixth today in the DNC, the 1975 car. And he'll be learning all the tracks all the way through the year. I think he's hoping to do as many rounds as possible. And it's great to welcome these drivers from the continent, particularly because this formula wouldn't exist, would it, in the continent?
No, exactly. There's one of the Porsches that has been recovered, so that's why we've had this delay. Let's just talk to you about the different classes that we have in the historic 750 Formula. There are 4 of them these days. Class A runs for non-supercharged Austin 7s and Austin 7 Specials, which are defined as sports cars, racing cars and single-seaters using the main components of the Austin 7. And these retain the traditional look and feel of the original cars. Other pre-1939 sports or racing cars of a similar performance up to 1.1 litres are also eligible there. Class B is for supercharged Austin 7s, Austin 7 Specials, and also pre-66 750 Formula cars as well. So similar kind of cars with supercharger units added as well. And cars that have been built to 750 Formula regulations, which had a history of competing prior to 1966. Plus some others as well. Class C is for pre-1974 750 Formula cars, as the first cars are now coming out onto the grid. And these have Austin 7 or Reliant 600cc to 850cc engines, or also the Coventry Climax 750cc engine as well. And Class D is for historic 500cc racing cars, so Formula 3 cars for example, although I think they've got their own meeting down at Castle Combe today, and also other historic sports or racing cars up to 1.5 litres. So it really captures, Josh, quite a wide range of different cars. Yeah,
that's right. And that car that's going on from the left-hand side of the circuit, John Village, that car is up for sale. So if you'd like to have a front-running car in the historic 750 Formula Series, John Village is. He'll say he's up for sale. It's won so many races over the last few years, and I think John is hoping to get out in an Austin 7 at some point. The driver that's been racing since the 1970s, originally in 750 Formula, but a European Formula Ford champion in 1979, back on the grid and going from the left-hand side of the circuit, which is where I thought that Greg Captain would be starting from, having been the quickest driving qualifying in.
Yes, that's right. I'm a little bit confused by that as well, but that seems to be the way it's formed up. So yes, the first 2 cars look to swap positions, but the row behind looks correct, and the one behind that, I think. But hopefully that's not going to cause too much of a drama. So we've got the cars lining up on the grid then, the green flag waved to the back, the marshal just getting through his gate and closing that. We're going to go straight into 15 minutes of racing then for the Race Park's historic 750 Formula Series. The revs are starting to rise, The minutes to go board are counting down. It's a cacophony of noise out there on the grid. As the lights go out and the race gets underway, it's a good start from Graham Wilson from the second row of the grid. He's got his way into the lead ahead of Greg Catton and John Village as well, as they come past our commentary position and up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It's going to be Village, I think, that gets back into the lead by the time that they turn into the first corner. Yes, it is. Wilson second, and there's Catton spins in the dice, and I can see out of our commentary box window the driver that was fastest in qualifying has spun. Has he managed to get going again? No, he hasn't. He's still on the grass, and Greg Catton is going to be right at the back of the field as the leaders head down through the Craner curves for the first time.
Yeah, so that's Catton at the back of the grid, I'm afraid, in the Ford Anglia engined car. So he'll be coming through the field because he has got underway now, but it's John Village then that leads, as he has done so often over the last couple of years in this series. Second there is Graham Wilson, the driver from Cheshire, has been racing for a few seasons now. Sideways and a slide and a spin there for Christopher Jones in the DNC, just proving how slippery it is out there. It was, I think, a little bit damp in qualifying, but it's much wetter now. And with these cars that have got very narrow tyres, these historic cars, difficult to control in these conditions. And with no green flag lap, obviously they didn't really get to see where the damper parts of the circuit were.
Yeah, because I think there has been more rain since these cars were out for their session earlier on. The race continuing as the cars make their way around the first lap. You can see there is quite a spread of times, in particular as the cars are trying to ascertain how much grip there is. But Catton, you could see, had already passed at least one of the slower cars there to forge his way through the order a little bit. Leaders already, though, heading down towards the chicane for the first time in what's probably going to be, in these conditions, something like an 8-lap race. We might get 7 or 8 laps out of this. We'll wait and see. There's the 14 car, which is Ben Mile in the Gerald Mark 1 Reliant engined car, 850cc engine, as was running 750 Formula for so many years, after the Austin 7 engine was the basis of 750 Formula in the earliest days. The Reliant, up until about 20-25 years ago, was the engine that powered cars in the main 750 Formula Championship. But it's John Village leading at the end of lap 1 then, 2.6 seconds to the good. Tim Sage is second. Graham Wilson, who was very quick off the line, but already sort of level pegging for second as they headed into Redgate, he's third. Joe Zosso is fourth. Richard Verheyden fifth, and Peter Marsh is the first of the Austin 7s in sixth position.
Yes, that's right. Verheyden, who has raced 7s before, he's changed cars for this year, hasn't he, in one of the race kits. So down the Craner curves comes the battle, led by one of the Austin 7s. Is that the...
That's Peter Marsh, I think, in the number 8 car that we can see.
Yeah, the class leader. Greg Catton's already closed them in, hasn't he, after the spin on the opening lap in 9th spot.
And Jörg Schneider's got ahead of Ben Mile on this lap as well. Jörg Schneider, that looks like a new colour on that car, I think, as well, does it not? The Arthur for this season. So Jörg Schneider up into 7th position, but he's and Ben Mile are being caught now by the car that spun at the opening corner, which is that.
I think it's a new car, isn't it?
Yes.
Jörg Schneider. It's a race kit Merlin that was raced by John Ingram in the past.
Yes.
So that kind of makes a bit more sense to why it looks a bit different.
It does. The programme still says it's the Arthur, but yes, on his driver profile from which he didn't tell us it was a new race kit Merlin, which is what was confusing me. So here's Greg Catton. He's with the Gerald now as they make their way out of Coppice Corner. Of course, it's getting a bit more difficult to pass cars now, as passing cars that are more similar to his own pace than he was in the first lap.
So this morning in qualifying, John Village was in the mid-130s. We're now in the mid-1 minute 50, so the track is significantly more difficult now. So yeah, we're not going to do any more than 8 laps, are we, in a 15-minute duration?
I wouldn't have thought so.
And he leads only by 3.4 seconds. Tim Stage is staying with him in the Mallock. And then a bigger gap back to Graham Wilson in third, and a larger gap still to Joe Zosho in fourth, who's under pressure now from Richard Verheyden, getting used to his new car. 2 drivers then racing these cars for the first time this season. It's a 4-car battle, really, isn't it, with Jörg Schneider and Peter Marsh just behind. Yeah, and the 2 race kits Merlin, the car designed by Martin Kemp. This is the race kits Falcons we see out in 750 Formula. They're right together now as well. Catton has made up another place. He's got past Mile now, up into 8th position, but
He's then going to catch Peter Marsh, who's in the Class B car, the supercharged Austin Pigsty Super Snort even. Easy for me to say, for the driver from Tittenza. And he is in 8th position at the moment, being caught by Catton in that Dyson designed by the Eccleston brothers, that car. Here's the race leader though, John Village out in front, about 3.5 seconds to the good he was at the end of the first 2 laps of this race. Tim Sage trying to go with him, a little bit of a distance back. But Village, this is what we've seen of him so much over the last few years, Josh, since he brought this V2 recreation of his original car out for the first time 4 years ago, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? This car that's a copy of his car that he raced in the 750 Formula in the 1974 season. He's pulling away from Tim Sage and goes 3 seconds quicker than he went on the previous lap, 1 minute 51.476 for John Village, a long-time team boss at JVA. He run the Team Canada. He won GP team not that long ago, but he's very, I think, at home now, racing with the 750 Motor Club, as I mentioned earlier. The car's for sale. He's looking, I think, to have an Austin 7 out later on in the season. He still runs a fabrication workshop, does John Village, even though he's in his 70s now. There's Graham Wilson, he's in 3rd spot, the driver from Cheshire, who's been racing since 2020. He is in the Time 3B today, the 1970 car, which is due to have a different engine at some point this year. I think it's with the Reliant engine today, which should have a Climax engine in later in the season.
That's right, yes. So we'll see how much difference that makes to his performance in due course. Meanwhile, we're watching now the 59 car. This is Joe Zosso on his debut in historic 750 Formula. He's ahead here of the blue car. Also a battle going on a bit further back. This features number 13, which is Ben Bolt. Behind him is Charlie Plain Jones. He's got ahead of Charlie Plain Jones, and the other car involved in that battle is the 41 car of Chris Jones, the 57-year-old fabricator from Stourbridge. He's a relative newcomer, did bike racing in the 1990s, but has been in historic 750 Formula only for 1 season or so. It was the car that was built by Mike Watley, that blue car with the blue nose, back in the 1970s. And Pete Knipe, I think, raced it in the 1990s.
Into the gravel has gone Joe Zoscher after we were saying he was going so well. So that's a shame for the 67-year-old driver from Bern in Switzerland, the 2001 Swiss Formula 4 1600 champion. Presumably none of the rounds actually happened in the country of the championship, but also a champion, as I mentioned earlier, in France and in Germany in Formula 4 to Z-Tech racing. So a very different type of car to get used to. He's out of the car, he's going behind the barriers, but a shame there for him in the DNC Mark III, the Reliant powered car. But there's our Class A leader, Charlie Plain Jones, who's also got a car going off in front of him, which is for the 2nd time in the race. Christopher Jones, who had just got past Charlie Plain Jones. He's been racing in Austin 7 for so long, hasn't he? He's out in the Cowley Special again this season, the 1930 car. Not that far behind him is Matt Tompkins, who's made big improvements since last year, the driver who joined us sort of halfway through last year. Might well be the youngest driver on the grid at 31 years of age. Yes,
and he's from Practical Classics magazine, isn't he? The journalist. He's written all about his development of this car, culminating in it appearing at Cadwell Park, I think it was, for the first time last season. But watching Charlie Plain Jones here, and from Solihull, retired engineer, lots of success within the Austin 7 class in historic 750 Formula in the sort of decade or so that he's been racing in it. It's a car actually built by Nigel Cowley while he was still at school. Here is the number 8 car again, Peter Marsh. He's our Class B leader at the moment, up in 5th place overall, but he's got Greg Catton now, the Class D driver, catching him for overall position as they disappear through Schwantz Curve. The number 7 car is that of Graham Wilson. He's in 3rd place. He is 6 seconds behind Tim Sage, who in turn is now 15 seconds or so behind the race leader John Village, with 5.5 minutes or so of this race left to go.
Is the group behind Katchin of Verheyden, I wonder, behind Wilson rather, Katchin, I wonder, led by Richard Verheyden. Peter Marsh is going really well in the Austin 7, the car that he acquired last year, but round the outside comes Greg Catton, who was quickest in the drier qualifying session. He might well get to the front of this group by the time they get down to the final chicane.
Yeah, down towards Roberts they go then, and it is Verheyden in Miss Moneypenny at the moment that is ahead of this group of cars, but it might be Greg Catton. No, he doesn't quite make his way through to the fourth. He's driving quite conservatively, I think. He's not wanting to push too hard and risk having an accident on conditions that are quite difficult. These are, in some ways, the most difficult conditions of all, because it's not really sopping wet, but it's certainly not fully dry. It's just very, very greasy for these drivers to contend with, and a bit of an unknown if you are going offline to make overtaking manoeuvres. So 4 3/4 minutes left to go now. Village now leading by nearly 20 seconds, but the best scrap of this race is the one that we're watching down the order that has at the front of it still Richard Verheyden, then Greg Catton, Peter Marsh and Jörg Schneider.
Verheyden was 5 seconds quicker than Graham Wilson on the previous lap, so there is a battle on for third overall now down the Carrena curve. You see that gap coming down all the time, with Graham Wilson then being caught by Verheyden. In this car he's getting used to all the time, remember, so probably the first time he's driven it in the wet. This race kit's Merlin, and then you go through the kink and uphill towards Schwantz curve, and Greg Catton not able to sort of make a move at this stage, and Peter Marsh and Jörg Schneider and Ben Mile not far behind either. And actually it's Ben Mile that's the fastest of all in this group at the rear. 1 minute 55 he did, which is quicker than all but John Village at this stage of the race.
Different lines being taken by the two protagonists there, and off goes Verheyden. Number 6, you were saying he perhaps wasn't used to this car in the wet, and his car snapped one way, it speared to the left, he's ended up in the gravel trap. Now can he get it out of there is the question. He's collected some gravel along the way, that probably caused Peter Marsh to back off a little bit. Jörg Schneider has now got past him in his race kit's Merlin, and he's also under pressure once again by Ben Mile as well.
Yes, so Miles caught them now. He did start the lap a couple of seconds behind, so we've got 2 cars in the gravel around the McLean's area, haven't we? So there'll be yellow flags up at the top end of the circuit for sure. There's a couple of laps to go. We've done 6 laps now for John Village. This group about to complete their 6th tour of the circuit, with Graham Wilson there in 3rd, but it's Catton now in 4th after that off of Verheyden. And they're all going quicker and quicker than what they were earlier. 1 minute 53 from Schneider. He was the quickest that last time round, and he's on the outside, but he was squeezed a little bit. I don't think Catton realised he was there, and it was a big moment that Jörg Schneider had to get back together, which he's managed to do, the 60-year-old driver who's won races in this category before. He's also done hill climbing in Austria and raced in the British Sports Car Cup, a series in the 1990s on the continent, and he's there in 5th place. He's recovered that moment he had, and is immediately back on terms with Greg Catton, who now is very much aware there's a car close to him behind. Yeah,
so through the old hairpin they go. Don't forget there'll be yellow flags up at McLean's, because that's where Richard Verheyden went off just under 1 lap ago. Oh, and now Jörg Schneider slowing, it seems. He's lost out to Ben Mile there, so whether that's a sign of a problem, maybe just a misgear or something like that, not quite sure. He's still going, isn't he? So maybe it was just an intermittent or temporary problem that he's had. He's back up to speed. He's right with Mile again as they turn their way through McLean's, where those yellow flags will be out. You can see Verheyden's car just in the gravel trap on the left-hand side. Those of you watching on the live stream, meanwhile, there's some traffic to deal with as well now as we come into the closing stages of this race. In fact, the checkered flag has gone out already a little bit early with that car, so it's John Village that has taken the win here. John Village, number 29, then gets the victory. Across the line in 2nd place will come in a little while. Tim Sage, won't it, in the Mallet Q2. He's yet to come through the Robert chicane as the back markers come through. It was an early checkered flag, I think, with that car off at McLean's. Rather than bring out the safety car, they decided to just flag it 1 lap early.
He's been caught by the group behind us, Tim Sage. He's going to hang on to 2nd, but a gap of 10 seconds has come to nothing, and Greg Catton comes through ahead of Graham Wilson to claim that 3rd spot, with Peter Marsh winning Class B, the best of the Austin 7.
Yeah, and Wilson then just clung on to 4th there, didn't he, as well, from Peter Marsh over the line. So he lost 1 and almost 2 positions as they came up to take that slightly premature checkered flag. Probably just as well for him that it was a checkered flag a little bit early, otherwise he could have lost a couple of more places quite easily, couldn't he?
And Tim Sage did a 2 minute 9 on that lap, so whether he had a moment or was just being very cautious on the final lap, not sure. Richard Carter comes through in the 2nd of the Austin 7s, the driver from Cornwall, the ex-Castle King Formula Ford 1600 racer, Richard Carter. And then we now wait for Charlie Plain Jones, who will pick up another Class A win in the Cowley Special to add to his list. He's done a 2 minutes 5 as his best lap of the race. That's only about 15 seconds slower than what he did last year. So the Austin 7's closer to their outright pace than what the X750 Formula cars are.
Yeah, so
not sure where Charlie Plain Jones has got to though.
No, exactly.
Here he is.
Here he is. He's just cresting the hill, and he's going to be the last car that takes the checkered flag. So we will have 15 cars, I think, that complete the race in the end. We lost Richard Verheyden into the gravel. We lost Joe Zosso into the gravel as well. John Donnelly was also a retirement. We had 18 starters, so that meant we had another DNS. Not quite sure who that was in the end, but we'll see if we can work that out later on. We should, though, very shortly be able to have a look at the results from this opening race of this 750 Motor Club race meeting, the Race Parks Historic 750 Formula Series. They do have another race a little bit later on at around about 4:05 this afternoon.
I think it was the shared Austin 7 that didn't get out, I'm afraid, so that's a shame. Hopefully he'll be out later on.
Here's the results then. Number 29, John Village, it was that took the win in the Village V2 at the end of 7 laps of racing. Second was number 2, Tim Sage, but he was caught at the end after a slow last lap in the Mallet U2, 35.8 seconds. It was a class win for him as well, as it was for Greg Catton, who took 3rd place in the Dyson Type 64. Fourth was number 7, Graham Wilson in the Time 3B. Fifth, number 8, Peter Marsh in the Austin Pigsty Super Snort. He won the Austin 7 Supercharged class, Class B. Sixth, number 14, Ben Mile. Seventh was number 65, Jörg Schneider. Eighth was the 88 car of Richard Carter. Ninth was number 13, Ben Bolt. And Charlie Plain Jones completed the top 10. The last car on the lead lap, he also won Class A for the normally aspirated Austin 7s. Chris Jones was 11th, David Rose 12th, Matt Tompkins 13th, Tim Bradley 14th, and the final car over the line was the number 12 car, which was that of Roderick Renfrew in 15th position. So that brings to an end the opening race of the day. There's still 2 more events to come up before the lunch break, I can tell you. We've got the Mighty Minis Championship, a 20-minute race coming up next, and then we've got the Yokohama Lowcosts. They have a 15-minute race as well before we take what might be a slightly truncated lunch break after some earlier delays. Then we should be back underway around about 2:05. We'll let you know if that changes. For the Armed Forces Race Challenge, they have a 20-minute race, then it's the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, 15 minutes, and then the final category that we won't have seen in racing conditions at that point, the Carmel Porsche Trophy for their single 40-minute race. Everybody else has a double header here today. I can see down in the pit lane we've got some of the drivers in some of the right cars heading towards the markers at the end of the pit lane. I can see Andy McEwen down there. He's doing his best as well to try and make sure he gets all the right people that he needs to talk to. We'll head down to him in just a few moments' time. It looks like we've certainly got 3 cars now there. Whether the right ones, we'll find out in a moment, as we'll head down to Andy, who's going to be on interview duty for us this weekend here at Donington Park. And don't forget, next weekend here at Donington Park, it's the opening races of the 2025 British Touring Car Championship season. So you can head along to the Donington Park website to make sure you get your tickets for that event. So head to the Donington Park website for the opening British Touring Car Championship event with a full supporting package here next weekend, where you'll once again hear from Josh Barrett. He's back on commentary duty here next weekend for that one as well. So very soon, I think, we'll be able to head down to the end of the pit lane, which is where umbrellas are being held up. And in fact, we can go down now to hear from Andy McEwen with our successful drivers in the opening race of the day, the historic 750 Formula Series.
Thank you, Ian and Josh. Yes, welcome down to the soggy Donington Park pit lane. The rain definitely intensifying a bit as that race went on. We've got our 4 class winners, hopefully, if I've done my job right down here with you. We're going to start with John, because you came home an overall race winner as well. Not much competition, I suppose, for the win, but the biggest challenge were the conditions, I guess.
It wasn't nice out there, to be honest, but Donington's never good in the wet, as we all know, but you just got to drive to the condition, haven't you?
And of course you had basically no chance to really get to grips with the conditions, no green flag lap straight out there, and then it kept getting wetter.
Exactly, yeah. I didn't realise it was getting wetter, but...
Well, good, and maybe in your lap tyres that wasn't reflected either, because you kept on pushing on. Where was the most challenging part of the circuit, standing water-wise?
Coming into the hairpin, I suppose.
Right, okay.
The chicane, rather. Yeah.
You mastered the conditions well, though, didn't you? Thoughts for the race later on? It looks like this rain's here to stay, isn't it?
Well, same again, isn't it?
There we go. Never a calmer race winner have I interviewed. John, congratulations. Well done on the race and class win. Peter was the next of our class winners. We'll work our way through. I think the brolly might be getting passed over as well. Peter Marsh. Hello, yeah. Yes, you were a class winner in Class B. Top 5 overall as well. That's not a bad result. Happy with that?
It's no bad at all. Not quite chuffed with that. Car's the first season that's really been out, and it's going quite well. It's a bit skittish out there though, but no, it's good. It's great. I enjoyed it.
We could see you really taking it easy in the early laps, but you've got to be so careful not to throw it off the road. That's race over, isn't it?
An awful lot of people went into the kitty litter.
Yes, we saw. Did you notice the conditions getting any worse? John said he didn't realise, but it was definitely getting wetter.
No, I had my eyes shut half the time, so
It's the best way, I think, isn't it?
accelerator stuck open as well.
Oh yeah, I heard you saying that when you got out of the car. Was that a genuine issue?
No.
Just explains why you're going so quickly, right?
Aye, well, there you are. Anyway, not bad for an old day.
Your words, not mine, mate. Well done on the class win anyway. Then we will go to, where's Greg gone? Greg is over there, hiding under the umbrella. Don't blame you, Greg. Top 3 overall, class win as well. And, well, I've asked the other two about the conditions. What were your thoughts on it out there?
Atrocious. when this sniffs a little bit of wet, it's game over, really. You just got to make a good job of a bad day, really.
Difficult mindset, though, for a driver to get into, isn't it? Because you want to push on, and the harder you push, particularly when it's kind of damp, not fully wet, the warmer the tyres get, the more grip you've got. But it's easy to make a mistake.
These tyres need the heat, and unfortunately I got pushed over onto the inside at the first bend, and once the back end gets out, there's no saving it, and that's it. And I couldn't get near John after that. He's away.
Do you think you would have done had you not had the issue at the start?
If it was dry, I'd have given him a challenge, yeah, I'm sure.
Fingers crossed for some dry weather later on then. Congratulations on the, dry race. We're all hoping for that, I think, later on. Charlie is the last of our class winners that we need to speak to. Charlie is over here having a look at Peter's car, but
yes.
Your car was performing reasonably well there. You've come home with a class win. Trouble-free race for you?
Well, in these conditions. But the nice thing is it's a great leveller. The Austins do well, generally, under wet conditions. We're a little bit liberal on the tyres that we can use, which helps a great deal. But the little old cars really come into their own in these conditions. So, delighted for Peter. And, it was relatively trouble-free after the first lap when several people went off. But anyway, they got going again, and that's good, yeah. But you have to do these conditions to learn, you know. It's we're quite fortunate. Most of our races are in the dry, statistically, but a bit of practice is really important.
It's what happens when you race on a bank holiday Monday. You're guaranteed some rain, aren't you?
Oh, if it's Easter, it's going to be dreadful, isn't it? Yeah. No matter where they put Easter, the rain follows it, yeah.
Seems to be the case, doesn't it? Congratulations on the class win. That is our first race then of the day done. We're already, though, I think, gearing up for our second race of the, afternoon as it is now. The Mighty Mini Championship heading out on track next.
Yes, the Mighty Minis forming up on the grid ahead of their 20-minute race, the first of two 20-minute races today for the 750 Motor Club Mighty Mini Championship, racing with the 750 Motor Club as the permit holding club for the first time this season, first time this weekend. Although I think we've only got them as many weekends as we had them for the last few years anyway. 4 weekends with us, and they're racing with all the clubs as well at different events. But we are very pleased to have them as part of the 750 Motor Club fold, and it's a new set of regulations for this season. You've probably seen in the past few years, had Super Mighty Minis and we've had Mighty Minis. They've had 2 races going on at once, but they've brought them all together now into one set of revised technical regulations, which we can tell you perhaps a little bit more about as the race goes on. But already we're into the countdown procedure. There is a green flag lap for these cars, but there is a yellow flag now being waved because one of the cars, it seems, towards the back of the field might be in trouble as the green flag lap gets underway. You will notice there is a gap on the second row of the grid. That unfortunately is where Graham Shepherd should have been, but he had a nasty off in qualifying this morning and unable to take part in the race. So we're at least one car down. I think we should therefore have 17 cars starting this first race of the day. In this order, Steve Rideout it is in the number 7 car that is on pole position, and alongside him is going to be number 15 Ian Slark. On the second row of the grid is no number 9 Graham Shepherd, but we do have number 43 Ben Butler on the outside of the second row of the grid. Row 3, number 58 Ollie Samways, a champion 2 years ago in the Mighty Mini class, has besides him number 44 Trevor Peters. On the fourth row of the grid it's 33, which is Will Tyrrell. And besides him is going to be number 32, which is James Jenkins. Wait for the graphic to catch up with me there. Row 5 of the grid, 24 is Tao Butler, and 93 Sam Slater. Row 6, 55 Ruben Veludo, and 40 Chris Didcott. The 7th row, 11 Nev Kirkpatrick, and 64 is John Jenkins. The 8th row of the grid is 6 Paul Hollett and 13 Morgan Bartley. The 9th row, 88 Claire Jeffries, and 38 James Bryan, and 61 Matthew Baker at the back of the grid for this 20-minute race for the Mighty Minis, Josh.
Yeah, the grid sort of sees some of those regulars from the supers at the front, but also mixed in with some quick mighty drivers from the past. They all now merged into this same regulation set, which should make, from a visual point of view, more exciting racing with more cars at the front with these tricky conditions. Maybe a qualifying session where not everyone went as quickly as they wanted to, with the shortened session after that incident for Graham Shepherd. But the likes of Steve Rideout and Ian Slark were always regulars at the front overall. Maybe someone to watch for will be Will Tyrrell, who you mentioned there starts 7th, but actually set the second quickest time in qualifying. But a penalty since then has dropped him down on the grid, but he should be quick, you'd think. The 25-year-old from West Sussex, who's only been racing for a couple of years, that was the novice champion on his debut season. Will Tyrrell may be one to watch from row 4. But what about Nevin Kirkpatrick? We'll see if he's there, because he only had a couple of laps in qualifying. He's down in 13th position, the 4-time Super Mighty Mini champion. Surely, if he's there, he's going to be one to watch.
Yep, so cars back on the grid. These are post-1976. Could be mini saloons, there could be Clubman saloons, or Clubman estates as well. They've got a safety devices, 6-point roll cage, bolt-in roll cage, competition seat, comes-in fire extinguisher, polycarbonate side and door and rear screen. The front screen is laminated. 3-branch manifold exhaust with a single silencer. 1293 A+ engine block. With an upgraded camshaft, adjustable vernier timing gears, and a Proverto light and flywheel as well. But problems here, Josh, for the car on pole.
Yes, we saw a yellow flag on the green flag. That was a much bigger yellow flag this time for a significant driver. So Steve Rideout won't be going from pole. A big shame for the driver who prepared so many of the cars. And where the car is now would kind of suggest the race might not be getting underway.
Yeah, they can't start the race with the car there, can they? So they want to, if they can, try and get it off the grid.
It's driving away now.
It's driving away now. Where's he going?
Well, I wonder if he might even take the start, but perhaps behind everybody else. A real shame, though, for the Octane Racing Porsche, as I say, prepares a lot of the cars on the grid. Does this mean we're going to get a delayed start now? Yeah,
the marshal who had been heading back to his post is now heading back over to Rideout's car. I'm not quite sure what the plan was there. I expected the plan might have been to get it up against the barrier. Yeah, he's saying, yeah, you need to get over here, mate. Up against the barrier. Marshall's clambering over the concrete barrier as well. So a couple of gaps on the front row of the grid. Then that does leave the way open then for the likes of Ollie Samways from row 3 of the grid, and the number 58 car to try and find a way through if he can at the start of this 20-minute race for the Mighty Minis Championship. Yeah, I think we do have a notification of a delay to the start, so whether we'll get another green flag lap here or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, safety car's going back out of position, which would suggest there'll be another green flag lap, which is getting underway now.
Yeah, so second green flag lap getting underway.
This might well be the start of the race time.
Yeah, it is. They've started the countdown, so the time that it takes them to do this green flag lap will effectively be deducted even from the race time that they have. So it's in Ian Slark's interest and that of the other competitor to try and make it reasonably speedy. to maximise the race time that they do get.
The track's got a lot wetter, hasn't it, since the previous race? For those here listening to us on the V8 at Donington Park will be well aware of that, but in a dry room where the windows don't get wet, it's hard to tell how much it's actually raining.
Yeah,
but,
you can see on the tarmac just in front of us, the red tarmac at the end of the pit lane. There's some big spots of rain as the rain does continue to fall, and of course Andy and the drivers had the umbrellas up in pit lane after the previous race as well.
The advantage this side, the drivers have a roof, so they won't be getting as wet in the cars, but then you've got the problem of perhaps steaming up, particularly in these classic minis. That could be a problem. So it's going to be Ian Slark then who will go from, in reality, pole position, the driver from Bristol, who's been racing for a couple of decades. He's won a Mighty Minute Championship, he's won a couple of Super Mighty Minute Championships. As Steve Rideout is able to drive back to the pit lane.
He's now driving the wrong way up the pit lane, but he may well have been instructed to do that.
Let's hope so, otherwise he might be having an even worse day than he already was. Ian Slark's in a car built by Tim Harbour, long-time historic mini racer himself. So here be who he only qualified, or was the third quickest driver in qualifying, wasn't he? But he's now alone there on the front row of the grid with Ben Butler just behind, the driver from Hertfordshire, whose son is having his racing debut today, isn't he? Tao Butler, who's had a good qualifying inside the top 10 in his first ever race in car number 24.
Yeah, last year's champion David Kirkpatrick, he's not on the grid, is he, this weekend? He won the Super Mighties last year by the margin of 2.7 points, as you would, in Mighty Mini racing. The Mighty Mini champion, though, was Sam Slater. He is on the grid, and he lines up on the outside of row 5 of the grid, but that effectively now is 8th, isn't it, with a couple of cars not taking the start ahead of him. So we'll see what he can do there. And he and Ollie Samways were the two sort of most winning drivers last year in the Mighty Minute division, weren't they? Ollie, though, didn't do all of the races last year, so didn't defend his 2023 title, the former Sport Specials racer.
That's right, finished third in class in that championship, 7 years ago now, would you believe? He's also raced in historics. I saw him out in the Classic Sports Car Club opener and an MGB. And we'll watch out for him with that big gap ahead of him, ahead of what is going to be about 17 minutes of racing for the opening round of the season.
Indeed, just under 17 minutes it will be then for the Mighty Minis after that delayed start and the second green flag lap. There's the 5-second board being shown. The klaxon goes as well. We'll get the red lights on and lights out now, and the Mighty Mini race gets underway. It's a good start by Ian Slark from the front row of the grid in the number 15 car. Ollie Samway's not really able to capitalise on those gaps in front of him. He's got Ben Butler alongside him in the black and white and pink car as they head into Redgate Corner for the first time, and it's going to be Butler that's second. Samways is in third place as they sweep through Redgate Corner for the first time. Do they all get through safely? It looks like they probably do, but it's been a very good start by Butler, hasn't it? Because he's pulled away from Samways now and he's chasing after the driver that started on the front row of the grid, Ian Slark.
That's right, Slark's got a bit of a gap himself, so the battle really on for third position there between Ollie Samways and a quick starting Sam Slater from the fifth row of the grid, his rival from last year. There is Will Tyrrell. Don't think he made such a good start, the driver who was second fastest in qualifying this morning before the penalty was applied. And they go through the kink and head up towards Schwant's Curve and McLean's for the first time. And the top two have really got away. Big twitch from 24. Howard Butler, a great start from him. In his first ever race, he's up to fourth.
Yeah, that's an excellent start. Let's see if he can maintain this performance as the first lap and the remaining 16 minutes or 15 and a half minutes as it now is of this race unfold. They are turning their way out of McLean's and through Coppice Corner now for the first time.
I was trying to spot if Nevin Kirkpatrick had made a start, but perhaps he hasn't.
Yeah, I've not had any information on the screen here, but they're making their way down. In fact, I don't think he did, looking at the live timing, but we'll confirm that at the moment. Up the inside there goes the 44 car, which is Trevor Peters making a move on number 93, which is Sam Slater, the Mighty Mini champion from last year. That's through the Robert Chicane, but Ben Butler it is that has come through with a good lead. So what has happened to Ian Slark?
Yeah, we haven't caught that, have we? He hasn't come through. I checked out the window. He also didn't see Ian Slark there, and he hasn't completed the first lap. And is that him?
He's pulled to the left at Starkey's Bridge, I think, is the answer to that question.
This is a different car that we could see.
It's a different car we could see retiring.
That's right. So these wet conditions aren't helping the reliability, seemingly, of these minis. So about of a second. Could we get a Butler 1-2 out of this? Well, there's 2 on the podium so far. Ollie Samway's under intense pressure from the newcomer here.
Yeah, so you've got Ben Butler leading, Ollie Samway second, Tal Butler in third, Trevor Peters in fourth. Hazard board is covering the stricken car of Ian Slark, so it sounds like he has a reliability issue on the opening lap of the race.
Right behind these two, Trevor Peters and Sam Slater were side by side heading through McLean's. Looks like Peters has just been able to hold on to that, the driver from Somerset. He's been racing since 1975, before several of the drivers were born racing in this category. So massively experienced driver is Trevor Peters, and he's in one of the self-prepared cars. Some of the cars prepared by teams, some are prepared by the drivers themselves. About of a second between Ollie Samways and Tal Butler then. Samway is ahead, the driver from Norfolk, who's been a class winner in road sports in the past, as well as classic sport car club racing as well. Ian mentioned the 2023 class champion, but he can't live with the pace of Ben Butler today, who is 5 seconds up the road.
The other car that we lost on the opening lap was that of Paul Hollick, the 72-year-old retired surveyor from Plymouth, in his 5th season of racing in the Octane Racing prepared car. But here comes Tal Butler challenging Ollie Samways for second as they go through Redgate Corner. These two about 5 seconds behind the racing to Ben Butler. And then you've got
James Jenkins, who had made them progress, ran a little wide at Redgate Corner.
I think he might have been right, yes. So he's lost a little bit of ground.
He was the second quickest driver on the circuit, though, so James Jenkins in 32 might be one to watch here.
Yeah, so we've lost a few on the opening lap. Rydad, of course, Slark, Hollett, and also the 38 car as well is out of the race. But I think we've got 13 that are continuing. On to lap 3 of the race we now go. Here's the fight for second. Windscreen wipers working hard here in these persistently wet conditions that we have at Donington Park today. First time we've had rain like this in a little while in this part of the country.
I just wonder if it's making the track even more slippery than it would normally be in wet conditions as well, Ian.
Well, I think there's probably a very good chance that it is. The drivers being pretty cautious here, aren't they? Best lap of the race of 1:43.6 for Ben Butler on his first flying lap, so a little bit slower than what they'll be usually doing. It's 1:35s for the fastest cars in qualifying.
And it was damp then even anyway,
yeah.
So it's significantly slower than that now. The battle of a second continues. Tal Butler is making great impressions on his racing debut today, putting Ollie Samways under plenty of pressure. There's Trevor Peters and behind James Jenkins in 32. James just 22 years of age. Another family team, because John Jenkins is out there as well. His dad. But down into Redgate Corner. These two now lapping similar pace to Ben Butler, but Butler was just able to get down to those lap times much quicker than Ollie Samways and Ben's son here as they turn their way through Hollywood. They are not being caught by Trevor Peters, but he's also lapping in very similar times. Although the gaps have appeared here, and actually the lap times are very similar.
Yeah, they are, and these conditions, of course, have pretty split the racing up a little bit than we might otherwise have seen in Mighty Minis, where we used to get a big pack of cars all together using the tow, using the slipstream, but these conditions not lending themselves as well to that kind of racing, and also probably creating a bigger disparity between some of the more and less experienced drivers. Although, having said that, Tal Butler, having his first race in the Mighty Minis, is going very well indeed. And the gap from first to second, it was 5.4 at the beginning of the lap. I don't think it's getting any bigger than that. I wonder if it might even come down a little bit on this lap as well, between Ben Butler and Ollie Samways in second. Ben, who's 40, damp proofer from Hemel Hempstead, been racing for 10 years.
Important job today.
Certainly is. I hope he's damp proofed his car effectively. Down towards the Robert chicane goes the battle for second. Ollie Samways still working hard here to keep Ben Butler at bay, but there's not really advanced a move as such as yet, but there's still nearly 10 minutes of the race left to go. Bearing in mind it was about a 16 and 3/4 minute race when it belatedly got underway. The gap from first to second did come down by half a second to 4.9 seconds now. And it's James Jenkins in 5th place who's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:42.456. So on that lap, he laps more than a second faster than the race leader.
And he's recaught Trevor Peters after that moment that I caught at Redgate Corner. So Jenkins then putting pressure on Trevor Peters as they head down the Craner curves. Peters, who also races in the Classic Sports Car Club Swinging 60 series, just ahead of James Jenkins, the 22-year-old who was the runner-up in his first season of racing in 2022 in the championship, and he's got a good run here out of the old hairpin. He's drawing up alongside Trevor Peters, can't quite find the space there though. There's plenty of spray being kicked up by these small cars. Now you can only imagine if we had sort of winged single-seaters how bad the spray would be today. Down into, or up into McLean's rather they go, and Trevor Peters still ahead. Kind of conscious not to want to defend too hard, knowing that they were catching the two ahead, but equally wants to hang on to his 4th position, which he's able to do at this stage from James Jenkins in the Jenkins Motorsport Mini, a championship winning car from 2021, before James got hold of the car the following season, but unable to make progress. He's got the pace, but difficult to overtake, as you were mentioning earlier, Ian. Perhaps offline it's even more slippery, and therefore a challenge to make positions up. And he's sideways, as we say that, through the Robert chicane.
Yeah, so through they go again. Leaders have already, of course, crossed the line. The gap for the leader has come down again by another 0.4 of a second. That time it was Peters that's done the best lap of the race, a 1:42.270. Now it's still as close as ever was between the second and third, and they touch as they go into Redgate Corner. Both of them spin, and the position's handed on plate to Trevor Peters, and now it's James Jenkins that has spun, and he's gone into the gravel, whereas the other two didn't. Jenkins, I don't think is going to get out of there. And whether he went off in sympathy or there was something down on the circuit or what, I don't know, Josh. The first two, Samways and Butler, have both got going again. I don't think they've lost all that many places.
No, Trevor Peters would have snuck through, but probably no more, because there was a 20 or so second gap behind. But that was quite dramatic, wasn't it? There at Redgate Corner, maybe some inexperience from Tal Butler there, and this is going to cause a caution in this race as well. The safety car is immediately being deployed with a car right on the edge of the track at Redgate. Not the right conditions to put in marshals out near the edge of the circuit today. We've seen how tricky it is in what most of qualifying sessions had cars off. We had a big incident in the Mighty Mini qualifying, then saw so many spins in the first race. There is the Butler car.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of damage on the front, isn't there? There was a touch there, but not a very heavy touch, just enough to send both cars around, and it doesn't need much in these conditions, of course. Safety car, as you can see, now heading out of the pit lane. The Hyundai safety car, Hyundai supporting Motorsport Vision, the circuit operator with safety cars and course cars and so forth at all of the MSV venues now. And so that will wait at the end of the pit lane to pick up the race leader, which is Ben Butler, of course, number 43, still in the lead of this race. There's 6 minutes to go. The snatch vehicle, you can hear it ploughing its way through the gravel, is out onto the scene now, and hopefully, because it's so close to the incident, it won't take too long to clear this, and we'll get at least one more racing lap out of this race, Josh.
Minis aren't too heavy either, are they? Not sure they're going to drag it to the side or try and get the driver James Jenkins back into the race. Trevor Peters has got a really good opportunity here, hasn't he? Because he's got the pace. He's lapped second faster than Ben Butler has in this race on the restart to try and go for the win, which is, I don't think, something that Trevor Peters has done recently in the Mighty Minis Championship, if at all.
No, so yep, looks like an interesting conclusion to this race in prospect. 5.5 minutes of it left to go.
As you suspected, Samways and Tal Butler still going in third and fourth positions, and also are quick.
Yeah, you can't write them off from a victory here either, can you? So it's going to be interesting. I don't think we're going to get very many racing laps. We might get a couple. The snatch vehicle, I can see from our comms box, is just on the point of dragging the James Jenkins car out of harm's way behind the barriers up at Redgate Corner, where the lodge used to be.
I presume we still have reverse grids in Mighty Minis.
I've not checked the regulations on that either.
But assuming we do, we might have some much sort of a more unusual driver to be starting for pole position, where maybe they would have got pole in the class before, but not an overall pole position, which is possible for the race later on today.
Right, they've got James Jenkins back on the tarmac, so whether they're going to say we'll get back out into the race, mate, or not, I'm not quite sure. That's where they've taken him. Safety car continuing to lead them around then. Ben Butler, number 43, leading the way. Did some karting with the likes of Lewis Hamilton and Ashley Sutton back in the day, did Ben Butler. Self-built car and an engine for Ben in the lead of the race. Trevor Roberts there in second in 44, we've talked about. Oh yeah, and Jenkins on the inset there, you can see on the live stream, is heading back out onto the track. Is 1 lap down, I want to say.
Yeah.
As a result of that.
So that means, assuming the recovery vehicle can peel in, we could go race at the end of this lap, which would give us at least 2 goes around the circuit. See some drivers there, a bit difficult to see out of the front window screen there for Ruben Veludo, the driver from Portugal, making his UK racing debut today. And well, the UK's developed very much for him, hasn't it, here at Donington Park? But great to have him on the grid.
Absolutely, insurance broker. Been racing since 2020 in Portugal. It's a 1992 car, an ex-Team Tuckley car that went over to Portugal in 2016 and has been raced over there. See the drivers weaving to get some heat into the Yokohama control tyres that the Mighty Mini class races on. And it looks like, I think, are they going to be released this time? Yes, they are. Lights are off on the safety car, so the safety car will peel in and the race will get back underway. Now, it wasn't the greatest restart that by Trevor Peters, was it? It's given Ben Butler a 2-second lead as the race gets back underway, which is a bit of a shame. I'm sure Ollie Samways is also thinking that, because he's thinking, well, I would have liked to have been a bit closer to the lead than that. Sam Slater is the one that's making a move. He's gone up the inside of Tao Butler, who nearly spins it again at Redgate Corner, but just about collects it back up again. But it's his dad, Ben, that's got a very handy lead as they head down the Craners.
Yeah, you can see Ben's sort of an experienced driver at the front of races, can't you? Side by side between his son and Sam Slater. Slater's on the outside and Butler's massively sideways again. Just wonder if it's knocked his confidence what happened prior to the safety car when it was going so well for Tao Butler. But now Sam Slater, who wasn't that quick prior to the safety car, is absolutely flying. He's alongside Ollie Samways as they go through Starkey's Bridge, and Samways, perhaps out on the wetter part of the track there, has to lose lots of momentum, and that allows Tao Butler to come through as well. So Sam Slater, who started the restart in 5th, is up, well, he was up into 3rd, but Tao Butler's passed both of them on the run up towards McLean's, and he's back into 3rd again.
Yeah, so it's his dad in the distance up at the top of the hill, turning right into Coppice Corner. It's Trevor Peters in 2nd, but it is now Tao Butler 3rd, and it's Sam Slater that gets Coppice all wrong. Straight off into the gravel trap. He's going to get out of it, though, and rejoin, having lost, I think, just 1 place as a result of that. Matthew Baker it is from the back of the grid that's come through into 5th position, I think, as a result of all of that. So he's had a good drive through the field. They're going to get 1 more lap, I think, at the end of this one. And look at this. This is a proper mini race. Josh, 4 of them all together.
Yeah, you've got John Jenkins in there, haven't you, as well as Chris Didcott and Ruben Veludo, the man from Portugal, making his UK debut today, trying to gain a place down the inside of Chris Didcott, the East Sussex man, the former novice champion in the Mini 7 Racing Club, who's moved over to Mighty Minis. But with 1 lap to go, 4 seconds is Ben Butler's gap. So he's just able to get down to the pace much quicker than all his rivals are, seemingly. Not sure what happened to Ollie Samways in all of that, because he's lost a lot of time as well. We saw him run wide at Starkey, but has lost a lot more time on the circuit to that as well. But he is still there in 4th position and will be hoping to pick up some crucial early points in this championship season where others have had problems.
That's right, it's a 14 round season for the Mighty Minis. Double headers at all 7 events that they have. They go to Silverstone next in 3 weeks' time, which is also with the 750 Most Club programme. Here, though, is the 55 car of Veludo then, coming through in 9th position. A promising debut in the UK for Ruben, which has been good to see, but it should be Ben Butler that's got a convincing lead in this race as the time counts down almost to 0. Still watching this battle, though, coming through, that features John Jenkins and Chris Didcott and Veludo and Morgan Bartley, I think, as part of it. Leaders already on their way down towards the Robert chicane for the final time, though. Here he is, Ben Butler, has led since Ian Slark pulled off on the opening lap of the race. He's not had some of the dramas that others have had, so it's going to be Ben Buckler that comes through to win the first race in the new era of Mighty Mini racing, and it's a very comfortable win indeed for him as well. He looks pretty pleased with that. I would say second place goes the way of Trevor Peters, 5.5 seconds behind, and a podium on debut for Ben's son Tal Butler. I think there'll be some very happy scenes at the end of this Mighty Mini race. Ollie Samways takes 4th. Sam Slater gets 5th back from Matthew Baker on the final lap, having had the dramas put copies on the penultimate lap. John Jenkins 7th, Chris Didcott, Ruben Veludo and Morgan Bartley complete the top 10, Josh.
Yes, that's right. So I think the drivers have got to the end and be quite pleased just to have survived. Proving how difficult the conditions are out there at Donington Park. Just waiting for one more car to come through, which is Claire Jeffries, who may be in strife actually. Very slow out of the chicane for the former eventing horse competitor who represented Team GB back in 2011, but I'm afraid for her the race is over just before it finished.
Yeah, exactly, straight into the pit lane that she has gone, so she's not actually taken the checkered flag on the racetrack, so we'll see if she's actually classified in this race or not. So cars making their way around on the slowing down lap here before they'll get into the clutches. The top 3 drivers of Andy McEwen. Let's have a look at the results from the race that we've just seen there, the first of the Mighty Mini races today. Number 43, Ben Buckler won. He completed 9 laps. Second was number 44, Trevor Peters, 5.5 seconds behind him. Third was number 24, Tal Butler, another 2.1 seconds behind that. Fourth place went to number 58, Ollie Samways, and fifth was 93, Sam Slater. Matthew Baker from the back of the grid took 6th place in the number 61 car, ahead of John Jenkins, number 64. 7th place, he was 7th. 8th was number 40, Chris Didcott. 9th was 55, Ruben Veludo. Rounding out the top 10 was number 13, Morgan Bartley, with Claire Jeffries, as we say, heading straight to the pit lane just before the checkered flag. James Jenkins and Will Tyrrell among the drivers that we lost during that race. Add to that Stephen Rideout, Ian Slark, Paul Hollett, and the number 38 car of James Bryan as well. So Mighty Mini is due out for a second race of the day at 4:30 this afternoon, Josh.
Yes, and we'll see if the weather changes at all for then. Certainly for now, it's raining. A lot of umbrellas for the hardy spectators here at Donington Park. For those of you watching at home, thanks for joining us on the 750 Motor Club live stream. Make sure you have subscribed to the YouTube channel, because there's lots of 750 Motor Club live streams throughout the season, including more this week, because at the weekend, Croft Circuit will host the opening round for several more 750 Motor Club categories, where hopefully better weather will greet you up in North Yorkshire.
Yes, we were certainly hoping for that. We'll be looking forward to that. We'll have Kira Mogg alongside myself, Ian Seaman in the commentary box for that one. And it should be great. Always have a great time at Croft Circuit up there in North Yorkshire. First of 2 events this season at the circuit. For the 750 Motor Club. You can see the cars heading down the pit lane, and it's at the far end of the pit lane where we will find Andy McEwen ready to speak to our top 3 drivers at the end of the Mighty Mini Championship race.
Thank you, guys. Well, emotional scenes down here, actually, at the end of the pit lane. Ben Buckler, as he came in, very, very overcome with emotion at the race victory. We'll let him get his helmet off, then we'll get your thoughts, Ben. We've also got the random grid draw to conduct as well, ahead of race 2 later on, and Ben has the honour of doing that. We've got the bag of balls ready to go. We've got the winner's cap as well, ready to go onto the head of Ben Butler in a moment or 2. He's worried it might not fit over his head of hair that he's got at the moment. Keep that. There we go. Right, Ben, we'll let you conduct the important grid reverse draw first. This will decide how many positions are reversed on the grid for later on. It's a number 6, so it'll be 6th on the grid for Ben in race 2. But Ben, I saw the reaction as you got out of the car there. That win seemed to mean quite a lot to you.
You know what? It means more than anything. I lost my mum last year. I say last year, 5 months ago. The amount of work I have put in and time and effort in this car, and obviously my sons. All the people around me as well, especially there's people watching back home. I love you, bye. And just everyone, thank you so much for all your help, all the time that you've given me. Neil Slark, who who basically taught me how to build these engines. I've got Dan Cooper Skip Hire, who's helped me out massively. And obviously myself, Ben Butler damp proofing. So yeah, I'm lost for words.
I think people forget sometimes everything that it takes to get a car on the grid and to deal with that alongside, your everyday life. It is a challenge, isn't it? But these moments make it worth it.
100%. It definitely made it worth it. And to see my boy again, third. I mean, it's only his fourth race, and he's only 16. So to see him getting up on the podium is just better than any win that I could ever have.
Thoughts for race 2, 6th on the grid? It could be worse.
Do you know what? I'm just going to literally just try and pick them off. That's all I'm going to do. I love the wet anyway. I'm really, really suited to the wet, so I will just drive as sensible as I can, try and stay out of trouble, and just keep going.
Sounds like a plan, Ben. Huge congratulations. Really well done on the race victory then, Ben Butler. Now, Trevor Peters was here. There he is. Trevor, come over here so we can have a chat with you. Second place finisher, Trevor Peters, in challenging conditions, I think it's fair to say, Trevor.
Challenging they were, yeah. You're quite right there. You're not wrong.
How bad was it out there? It looked like some of them were struggling to stay on the track.
You can see for yourself, it's wet and it's a bit slippery, but what makes it worse is the fact that you've got such a slippery surface due to the jets coming over all the time. It's always been the same, this circuit, ever since I can remember. It's with the jets, the avgas makes it a little bit more slippery than anywhere else. So I did something nobody else did, and I went out on wet
Right.
tyres, because I know, and I think it was never gonna sort of cause me to suffer, but it could help me to get a good finish. So and it probably helped. It's good race. I enjoyed it. Lovely to see Ben win, and his little boy. Yeah, great. Yes, good fun.
And that is the point. That's the point, isn't it? Congratulations, Trevor. We've got to move on because the next race is coming up shortly. Thank you very much, Trevor. Now let's have a chat to Butler Jr., shall we? Tao Butler, your dad was just saying how proud he was, obviously, to be up there. Only your 3rd or 4th ever race and you're on the podium. Well done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it was good. Struggled to find grip, but managed to bring it back in 3rd.
The safety car seemed to trip a few people up as well. The race after the safety car, it was a short sprint to the flag, but it really got quite lively.
Yeah, it did. Just tried to keep behind the person in front of me, and hopefully.
Well, your dad's done you a favour, really, because he's pulled number 6 out of the bag, so that doesn't really affect your starting position for race 2. What do you think the chances are that you can go a step or 2 higher next time?
Well, hopefully I can beat him. That's the only thing I'm trying to do, to be honest. Hopefully I'll be in that 1st position next race.
Excellent stuff, Tab Butler. Thank you for having a chat. Well, that is our Mighty Mini action done for the time being. We've got cars out on track now, though, for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, the last race before lunch, coming up from a still very wet Donington Park.
Yes, the Yokohama Lowcost Championship has a very, very big field of cars for today's 2 15-minute races, and these cars don't have a green flag lap either, so straight into racing for these cars. In qualifying this morning, it was Daniel Garrett that was fastest. He goes on pole position, car 19. Besides him is number 5, Lee M. Second row, 50, Ian Hardy, and 82, Paul Clark. Row 3 is 8, Sean Brame, and 4, Lewis Ward. On the 4th row, 13, Jack Linus, and 29, Jeff Peake. The 5th row, 3, George Bryce, and 31, Glenn Griffiths. Row 6 is 54, Jake Sturt, and 18, Rory Mallinson. Row 7 is 57, Daniel Russell, and 88, Christopher Summers, as the race, I think, is already underway, probably. So we'll pull out of the grid and get to the race because the cars are already heading up towards Redgate Corner for the first time, and it's the 19 car of Daniel Garrett that has made the best start to this race as they head in a great big ball of spray up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Looks like everyone is going to get through there okay, are they, despite these very difficult conditions. A bit of at the moment in the middle of the pack there, Josh, and it is a very big pack because we've got 36 cars that qualified.
And a big ball of spray behind our champion from last year, Daniel Garrett, who made that strong start from pole to lead Liam as they head down into the old hairpin for the first time. Asking Paul Clark dropped way down from the 2nd row of the grid in 82, so he didn't have such a good getaway, but it's great to see such a big grid for the opening round of the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. It's super competitive. Usually these wet conditions might change things up a little bit. There's a great start from Lewis Ward. He was 6th on the grid. He's up to 3rd, the former Sports Specials champ. He's ahead of Ian Hardy, who's going well today, the driver from Cornwall. the 28-year-old. The rest of the field are navigating this Donington Park circuit, which is much wetter now than it was in qualifying this morning. Pretty well for the first half a lap.
Yeah, and a bit wide there goes the number 11 car. That's Jack Arty's up there at Coppice Corner as these cars navigate the first lap of the race. Jack started 17th, pretty much right in the middle of this very big and encouragingly large pack of Lowcost. The 1300cc cross-flow engine cars. I think the numbers of everything picking up from where they have been in the last couple of seasons, which is fantastic to see, and some talented drivers returning to the fold. Daniel Garrett, last year's champion. Liam, he's been a champion in sports specials, so too was Lewis Ward within his class as well, and the front runner in MR2s too. So some really quick drivers out there.
Chris Summers started 14th, still with the novice cross on the back, only did a few races last year. He's up to 6th, so that's an excellent performance from the Lincolnshire-based driver. To gain 8 positions on lap 1. He's just ahead of Jack Linus, but more so, he's going after Sean Brame, who got his first ever win in the championship last year at Cadwell Park after so many years of trying. Chris Summers massively sideways down into the old hairpin, the lowest part of the circuit, so arguably, and it might well be the wettest part of the track too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to be too clever down there, I don't think, is it? It's working lap 2 of this race. Garrett it was that led by just under 1 second at the end of the opening lap of the race. There's Brain going through his familiar green and red livery in 5th position there. Top 6 looks to have a little bit of a gap back to the rest, including, as you were saying, Chris Summers, who made that great start from back on row 7 of the grid. Ian Hardy now up ahead of Lewis Ward, but Lewis Ward in the number 4 car tries to fight back as they make their way through Coppice Corner, and he does. That little battle between them, though, has allowed the top 2 to get away a bit more, I would suggest. Daniel Garrett and Lee M. Here comes Hardy, the Cornishman, looking down the inside of Lewis Ward again into Robert Chicane, couldn't make it through there. He's still got Sean Brame and Chris Summers behind him.
Yeah, that's right. This is good stuff, though, from Ian Hardy. He did get a podium last year, the 28-year-old, but he's very much in contention for a strong result again today in the slipstream of Lewis Ward, the 2022 Sports Specials champ, and he's going around the outside. Big moment behind from Chris Summers. He was all out of shape. Hardy's got 3rd, and Summers, despite that big moment, he's brake late and he's gone past Sean Brame up into 5th. Behind, looked like Jeff Peake got the better of Jack Linus, and then the returning Ryan Garrett, his first race for a couple of years. He's in 9th.
Yeah, absolutely. See what he can do by way of progress from there. Oh, a moment there for Hardy in the number 50 car. Doesn't seem to have lost too much, though. Perhaps a little bit of momentum coming out of the old hairpin, and Lewis Ward will try to capitalise on that. Best lap of the race so far has gone to Liam in 2nd place, a 136.89. We were doing 137s in qualifying, so we've reached that sort of tipping point now where conditions possibly actually a bit better than they were in qualifying for these particular drivers.
It was a 26 a lap record, so we're not actually terribly far off lap record pace compared to the earlier categories. So the Lowcost able to get closer to dry weather lap times seemingly today, and it's a tighter race really, isn't it, than what we've seen from the previous categories. So proving even in these very tricky conditions the quality of the Yokohama Lowcost Championship this season. Battle for 5th as Sean Brame looks up ahead of the impressive full season debutant Chris Summers, and Brame goes through up into 5th. He's done so many more low-cost races than what Chris Summers has, but he's off. Sean Brame's all over the grass, he's sideways. Oh, Ian Hardy's off in front as well. So Chris Summers is going to gain 2 places out of that.
Yeah, he has. So I wonder if Brame there was just a bit distracted by what Hardy was doing ahead of him and went off, and it wasn't that he was all that experience wasn't doing him any good. It was just that he'd seen the car going off in front of him, and that kind of drew him off in the same direction. It so often happens, and that has brought up to them now the number 29 car of Jeff Peake as well, the man in 7th place.
Ryan Garrett was hugely sideways behind in 8th, but he caught it. It's almost easier to tell you not sideways in this race. It is so tricky at the moment. The rain is still coming down much harder than any weather forecast suggested it would today. And Sean Brame there again is sideways. Jeff Peake is even more sideways behind. Can he catch it? Lots of arm twirling, but he does. Good stuff there, Jeff, for the twice 3rd position finisher in the championship from a few seasons ago. But he caught that, which was pretty impressive, because that car was very sideways indeed, these rear-wheel drive 7S cars.
Yeah, so 9 minutes of the race left to go. There is the 99 car of Ryan Garrett then.
Yeah, brother of the race leader, Daniel Garrett. Dan's done a lot more racing, really, than what Ryan has. We've seen him out for a little while. It's good to have him back today, and he's going quite well up there in 8th spot. And his lap time's actually equaling, really, what Daniel's doing up front. So Ryan Garrett, where did he start in 99? Seems to be making progress at this point of the race. Ahead of him, though, Sean Brame going past Ian Hardy. Both these drivers were off the track here one lap ago, and Sean Brame slots up into the top 5 once more.
Ryan Garrett started 19th, so he has made up a lot of ground. Lewis Ward now has done the best lap of the race.
He's massively fast in the top 2, and that gap that was 3 or 4 seconds is now nothing.
It literally is nothing, because he's gone past Liam on the way into Redgate Corner. Liam not giving it up, but he spins as he tried to cling on the inside line. Liam has managed, Lewis Ward has managed to continue, but I wonder if Liam, as he tried to cling on, just actually went onto a bit of circuit water, was wetter than he was anticipating, and that caused him to spin around, and he might have just been better to have conceded the place to Lewis Ward and tried to fight back. Down through the crane of curves, heads the battle, now heads by Sean Brame, who'll be up to 4th position as a result of that. He's got Jeff Peake behind him, and it's Hardy, and Ryan Garrett in that red car looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? Still pushing on as he climbs up from the lower reaches of the top 20.
It's a Ferrari-esque livery, isn't it, for Ryan Garrett? Lewis Ward was over a second quicker than Daniel Garrett up front, so can Lewis Ward catch the race leader, the champion from last year? This is a huge battle pack, though, isn't it? Particularly in these conditions, which are pretty atrocious, I think it's fair to say, but some great racing out there, some great car control as well. Chris Summers might be on for his first ever podium in racing. Then you've got this battle for 4th spot between Sean Brame and Jeff Peake, 2 long-time Lowcost racers. Then you've got Ian Hardy, Ryan Garrett, Jack Linus, and George Grice has joined in this as well, the Nottingham based driver. But this is all change, isn't it? It's real slipstreaming Lowcost action. It's 4 abreast. Are they all going to make it through the corner? Some of them are going to have to concede, surely. Jeff Peake and Sean Brame go wheel to wheel. Peake's got the position. Ryan Garrett got past Ian Hardy as well, and he's twitching. Meanwhile, the leaders are together, aren't they? 2 seconds almost quicker. Lewis Ward was on Daniel Garrett on that lap. So we shall now watch the battle for 4th, but with an eye, perhaps what might happen for the overall lead.
Yeah, the 2 leaders were together, but that is Ryan Garrett up the inside of Sean Brame, and that is for 5th place. What of his brother, though? We'll see if we can pick up on Daniel Garrett. Here he is, and he's got Lewis Ward for company on the last lap. Lewis Ward was 1.3 seconds faster than Daniel Garrett. He is 1.3 lengths behind him now as they turn out of the old hairpin and head through the left-hander, then climbing up towards McLean's and Coppice Corner once again. This battle for the lead very much on in the opening round of the 2025 Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. It's last year's champion, Daniel Garrett, leading the way then. Lewis Ward, who gathered 122 points during the course of last season. He didn't do all of the race meetings, though, and looking here for a real push for the championship, one would think, for the 34-year-old from Wolverhampton, a technical engineer at JLR. Off the circuit goes one of the cars. 66, we think it might be. Luke Stokes gets back onto the circuit, back with the leaders as they come down to Roberts chicane. Is Lewis Ward close enough to make a move there? I don't think he quite is as they come into Roberts.
Lewis Ward out there in the car that Angus Goff campaigned for some of last season. Garrett slower out of the corner, so Lewis Ward's going to have a run here up across the line to complete 6 laps in the tow. He pulls out of the slipstream. He's on the inside line as they head down towards Redgate Corner. It's been a real chase by Lewis Ward here, and he's going for the lead. We know the inside is slippery, though. He would have got the knowledge of that when the car on the inside of him spun a couple of laps ago, and look how much time he loses by being off the racing line. Daniel Garrett probably pulls out most of the time that Lewis Ward closed in on the last lap or so.
Yeah, and this Lewis Ward car, it's actually, I think, an ex-Daniel Garrett car. It's a Daniel Garrett built engine. He builds a lot of the engines for cars in this championship as well. So, yeah, he just want to be beaten in a straight line by that, does he? If he can possibly help it. It could happen, though, on the run to the line in this race. Well, it's a relatively short run out of the final corner to the checker flag here at Donington.
It's not necessarily about power today, though, is it? It's about how much grip you can have, and there's very little grip for both the Garretts, but more crucially for Ryan. After a drive up into 5th, he's gone off at the old hairpin, which could be a trouble for the rest of the race, you might wonder.
Yeah, it's not in a great position, that, with another car pulling off. It's Bill Ward, the driver from Sutton Coldfield. That looks like it's a mechanical issue rather than anything else. There's already another car up against the barrier there as well. Yes. I can see.
That might have been in the barriers, that one.
Yes, it's possibly been in the barriers, and there's a bit of bodywork. Is that's been dropped on the circuit?
It's the curbs, I think, the big curbs at Donington.
Yeah, so.
But something else has gone wrong. Oh, well, I think Marshall's done a great job down there at the old hairpin, so the concern about the range of the race may no longer be the case, because Ryan Garrett's out of the gravel. He'll be able to continue, obviously, much further down the order. George Grice is making progress. He's up into what will be 6th now. Is it side by side for the lead again? Well, Lewis Ward tried this one lap ago. It didn't work out. Can he try anything different? He brakes as late as he dares, but on the outside line there's just more grip for Dan Garrett, and he's able to hang on once more as they head up into the yellow flag zone.
Yeah, so yellow flags with cars off. These are the 2 leads. Then, of course, no overtaking at this part of the circuit. What's there going to be? 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, possibly?
Possibly 3. There's still 3 minutes
to
go.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly when they do cross the line.
But Lewis Ward is quicker, but he just can't find a way through, because it is very evident now that the inside of Redgate has got no grip whatsoever. We saw that spin for Lee M, who has returned to the track in 12th, so he's going to have to try something different. That's what he's doing up here at McLean's corner. He's going in more speed. There's back markers too. That could be the moment that Lewis Ward needs here. Up in towards Coppice corner. And did Lewis Ward win a Lowcost race at the end of last year? I think he might have done at Mallory Park.
Yeah, he did.
But hasn't sort of been a full season competitor, really, has he? So 2 cars to lap include Trevor Faunch and one other there. And these 2 now 10 seconds ahead of the rest. More cars in the gravel, including Rob Atsey there. But this is where Lewis Ward always is quicker at the chicane. And this time Garrett's up over the curve, so he's lost more momentum. And at the line, even, Lewis Ward might be ahead.
This is the start of the penultimate lap then. They've got those 2 slower cars ahead. Dan Garrett immediately jinks to the left-hand side of the circuit, thinks there's more grip on the outside line for Redgate corner. Pats jukes back into the slipstream of Lewis Ward then as they come up to lap the number 77 car of Andy Perkins. As they turn their way through, briefly getting a back marker between the 2 race leaders as they now drive through Hollywood and down through the Craner curve. So it's the car with the blue roll cage now of Lewis Ward, number 4, that leads the race from number 19, Daniel Garrett, who's led up until this point down to 2nd place. There's a lap and a half to go.
But now that Lewis Ward is the car ahead, is that going to change how this race continues? And in 3rd position, Jeff Peake was quicker than these 2 on the previous lap, but he's too far behind to do anything about it. But he's up into 3rd. He's got ahead of Chris Summers, crucially, in recent laps. So Chris Summers may not be getting his maiden podium today. But a good result if he can hang on to 4th ahead of George Grice, who's ahead of Sean Brame now. Ian Hardy's dropped back. He was a podium contender earlier. He's 7th ahead of Jack Linus. Tor Tuller's up into the top 10, as is Bradley Horsnell. But the battle for the lead is on, because Daniel Garrett is back with Lewis Ward again. And we've seen how tricky it is to overtake, but it is possible. Garrett's sort of nemesis was coming out of the chicane, always running a little too wide, but he's a challenging. He's on the inside of Ward now as they break for the Robert chicane for the penultimate time of the race, and Garrett will slot through, but is he going to make a mistake in the middle of the corner and no, on the exit of the corner? No, he looks okay, I think.
Yeah, it just said they go on to the final lap with 27 seconds of the race to go. Lewis Ward then is in the tow, exactly a third of a second behind, and is already pulling to the right-hand side of the circuit, the inside line for Redgate corner. There's more cars to lap. Daniel Grist is up ahead, tucks back in behind the 19 car as they head into Redgate corner for the final time. There's 1, 2, 3 back marks that they'll need to negotiate in quick succession, and it looks like the first of those is waving them both through.
Yes, that's right. This is where it could get tricky if they've got to go offline. And it's big slide again there from Daniel Garrett, but he saved it. That is such a quick part of the circuit to be sort of hit by these really horrible conditions that we've got at the moment at Donington Park, but well controlled again from the 2024 champion Daniel Garrett. Lewis Ward is seeing if he can find a way through, but the traffic is pretty heavy here, including Keith Malpas, who's celebrating his 69th birthday today, racing at Donington Park. He is going to go a lap down though to the 2 leaders, and he's going to move to the. Is he going to move to the inside? It's tricky for Garrett, so this is going to bring Lewis Ward back into contention as they go through Coppice corner. We saw Garrett make the move here 1 lap ago. Lewis Ward now knows if he can replicate that, it'll be the race win.
Yep, so we've got just one more corner to go, really. That's the chicane. It's Lewis Ward sticking close to the rear of Daniel Garrett's car. Pulls to the right-hand side of the circuit down into the chicane for the final time. He's not really quite close enough, reliant possibly on Garrett making a slight mistake here as they come out of the corner. He has more speed as Ward. He's trying to get alongside as they come up to the line, but I think this drag race is going to be a little bit too short for him. Checkered flag goes out, and it is Daniel Garrett that wins by 0.127 seconds in the end. It's been very close indeed between the first two. Jeff Peake it is that comes across the line in third place, rather lonely in the end after all of that. Chris Summers, number 88, is going to take fourth position. Fifth place will go the way of number 3, George Grice, so that's a good drive from him. From ninth position on the grid. Sixth to number 50, Ian Hardy. He had an eventful race. Seventh was number 8, Sean Brame. Eighth was number 13, Jack Linus. Bradley Forstnell, ninth. And Tortulla, the University of Derby, local student, completing the top 10.
For George Grice, that might well be his best result in Lowcost. So well done. George qualified well, as you said, and moved up the order further. Lee M, who was in the podium positions earlier, he recovered to 11th. Just ahead of Paul Clark, who qualified well, but was a bit anomalous really in the race from where we'd expect Paul to be running. Looks like Ryan Garrett fell outside the top 20 with that off down there at the old hairpin, but everyone did extremely well, I think, Ian. I mean, what were bad conditions? A few stopped out on the track, a couple headed for the pit. I think 30 cars are going to make it to the checkered flag, and we managed to get through the race without any sort of long-term yellow flag periods.
No, that's really good. So great credit to all of the low-cost drivers for dealing so well with those horrible conditions that we've been faced with here in the local race. Still a few more cars due to come to the line. Here's another gaggle of them. This will be most of them, I think.
Ryan Garrett actually gained 3 places on the last lap to go 19th. So a disappointing result, but good pace on his return.
Indeed. Just a couple of cars to come through. Rue and Penstone Smith. Tim Penstone Smith, final couple of cars to complete their races, I think. I mean, that's Tim just heading over the line in the back of the shot now. And the top 2 already back with us as well.
So that means it might be a little while before Andy McEwen gets to speak to them.
It does. It does mean there might be a delay before we get to speak to our top 2. They possibly didn't see the checkered flag first time around. Let's have a look at the results there at the end of that 10-lap race. Daniel Garrett it was that took the win, number 19. Second place went the way of number 4, which was Lewis Ward. In third position was 29, Jeff Peake. Fourth went the way of number 88, Chris Summers. In fifth position, number 3, George Grice. In sixth place was number 50, Ian Hardy. 7th was number 8, Sean Brame. 8th was number 13, Jack Linus. 9th, 55, Brad Horsnell. And rounding out the top 10 was Tortulla. Lee M, after his spin at Redgate, he was 11th. Paul Clark was 12th. Jake Sturt 13th. And Rory Mallinson 14th. In 15th position, we had the car of Daniel Russell, and it's Rob Apsey. He had a moment. Glyn Griffiths, Barry Stewart, Ryan Garrett and Glenn Boyer completing the top 20 with 30 cars making it to the checkered flag at the end of that race, as I say. So we've got cars now heading down pit lane at the end of that race. It's going to be a few moments, I think, before we get our top 2. I think we've only got our third place driver from that race, which is Jeff Peake. It looks like he's down there, so I wonder if we can, if it's worth trying to get Andy McEwen to speak to Jeff Peake first of all, and then maybe our top 2 when they eventually arrive, so as not to hold things up too much. During the course of the lunch break, we're going to have cars doing laps behind the safety car to qualify for their race, and in one case to pay tribute to a driver that recently passed away. We'll hear in a moment from Stephen Archer, who's joined me in the commentary box to talk about that. But first we do need to pop down to Andy McEwen. Reminder, we're going into lunch, but I think we're due to get back underway at 2:05. That's certainly scheduled. I'm seeing if I've had any instruction to the contrary, and I haven't, so I think it is going to be restart at 2:05 for this afternoon's racing with the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Well, then we've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, the Calm All Porsche Trophy, having its 40-minute race. Then we cycle back to the categories that we've already seen during the course of the day. Historic 750 Formula, Mighty Minis, Low Cost, then Hot Hatch, and the Armed Force Race Challenge once again to round out the day. Final few cars are just coming into the assembly area, into Park Fermé, I should say, at the end of the race. I can see, we do now have our top 2 cars there as well. So shortly we'll be able to head down to Andy McEwen, and hopefully before the end of the cars doing their laps behind the safety car, we'll be able to hear from Stephen Archer as well about the Porsche that's going to be circulating in a few moments' time during this lunch break. Let's head down to Andy for a quick word with the top 3.
Well, absolute jubilation down here at the end of the pit lane as our top 3 drivers have made their way in. Daniel Garrett and Lewis Ward in particular were actually having a conversation about that race as they pulled in at the end of the pit lane. We also have Jeff Peake here, our 3rd place finisher. What we might do then is start with Jeff, because he's de-helmeted already. And I think Lewis and Daniel are busy discussing everything that happened. We'll get your thoughts in a moment, guys, but we will start with Jeff. 3rd place, not quite able to be a part of that magnificent battle for the win, but never a dull moment nonetheless.
No, absolutely. I had a poor start. And it took a couple of laps to get the tyres in, but as soon as they came in, I just got my head down and I could see where they were, and I could see a gap was getting smaller, but just not enough time. But yeah, I'm pleased with that. Very pleased.
The fact you could see them at all was quite impressive. The spray out there, once you broke through that, I guess visibility was better, but how tough was it in traffic?
Oh, very bad, very bad. It was even difficult to see the rain lights at times. So, yeah, and brake lights, forget it, you can't see them. So it's a bit close at times, but it was good.
Strong pace though, so looking ahead to the race later on this afternoon, we expect these conditions to be about the same, I think.
Right,
so,
okay.
Chance of moving up the podium?
We'll try. We'll always try. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Best you can do is, well, congratulations on the podium finish then.
Can I just say one thing? I would like to dedicate this to my father-in-law, who very sadly passed away yesterday morning. So this one's for him.
Really sorry to hear that, mate.
Okay.
Well done, though. 3rd place finish for Jeff Peake then. Right, let's get the thoughts of our top 2, shall we? We'll come round this way, Johnny, and find Lewis Ward, who came home 2nd position. But my word, Lewis, that was quite the chase that you put in there. You got it. You got to him. Just couldn't get past him.
Yeah, that's right. I think I drew alongside a couple of times. I'll need to watch it back to work out how many times. But yeah, what a fantastic race. Really close. I managed to close in on him, but yeah, like I say, I just couldn't quite get past.
Grip, I think it's fair to say, was at a premium there. It seemed like sometimes you'd get the inside line into Redgate, but that's not where the grip is in the wet.
That's right, yeah. That's exactly right. Maybe on the brakes it is, but then when you cross over the racing line, it's the outside you want to be on. So yeah, like I say, I was able to draw level a few times. Couldn't quite make the move stick, but try again in race 2.
Sounds good. We look forward to it then. Congratulations to Lewis, our 2nd place finisher. We'll come around this side then and speak to Daniel. Daniel Garrett, our race winner. Daniel, you clung on to that with your fingernails. Proper low-cost racing, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, proper. Yeah, absolutely it was. And to see what a lineup of cars, you know. And first of all, I haven't been beaten by my ex-car, so that's all right. But it's pretty cool to see that in 2nd place, you know. Yeah, I'm happy.
New cars performing well, though, for you. How worried were you when you saw that thing getting larger in your mirrors? Could you see it coming through the spray?
Oh, yeah, I saw him. He was catching, and I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold him off. And I don't know, to be honest, there was a couple of times I thought, it's going to be a bit sketchy under the brakes here and there, and I think by the sounds of it, yeah, just managed it.
When you're in a wheel-to-wheel battle like that, in these conditions, are you a driver who's able to take a step back and think, right, I know what line I want to be on, I can try and use that to my advantage and keep him on the slippery line?
Yeah, as much as I like Lewis, I was trying to dump him into the dry side of it and try and drive away, but no, he's too good for that, unfortunately.
Knows a thing or two, doesn't he? Well, congratulations, guys. Fantastic race from all 3 of our low-cost podium finishers. We're into our lunch break now, but there is, I believe, a parade lap that's going to be going on through the lunch break. So to tell you more about that, let's head back up to the warm, dry commentary box and join Ian and Josh.
Well, welcome back to Donington Park, and we are in the lunch break now, racing due to get back underway again in only about 25 minutes time or so. I think there is still some clearing up being done at the end of that low-cost race. We did have 30 finishes, but a few cars didn't make it to the end. There's one or two that found their way into the gravel trap and pulled off the circuit for mechanical reasons as well, I think. So those cars do need to be recovered, but you can see, those of you watching on the live stream, at the end of the pit lane there are 3 cars queued up behind the safety car, I think. 2 of those are there ready to get qualifying laps in for their race, which I think are cars that are out in the Armed Force Race Challenge shortly after the lunch break. But there's one other car there. I'm just leaning out of the window just to see it. It is there. The Porsche is there as well, and that's to pay tribute to a driver from the Carmel Porsche Trophy who sadly passed away very recently. I've got alongside me in the commentary box Stephen Archer. Stephen, a very good afternoon to you. Sad to be talking to you in these circumstances, but welcome along to Donington nevertheless.
Well, thanks for having us, and it's obviously extremely sad time, and Angus Archer was a really prominent figure in the Porsche club racing world, and he passed away at the really tender age of 39 on March the 5th, so it's very recent, and we've had numerous events this weekend to mark his passing. The family were at Kerber for the sprint meeting on Saturday because he was very active, as was his late father, in sprint events as well. I was at the Porsche Club meeting at Silverstone on Saturday, and all the trophies were engraved in memory of Angus Archer. But his brother-in-law, Barry Davis, brought up today his Boxster, which he built himself many years ago, and he raced with enormous success, and he actually won his championship class last year in this very car. He ran a very successful Porsche preparation business. Well, he ran many race cars for people, and in meeting people at his wake and at Silverstone on Saturday and today, it's overwhelming how many people come up to you and say how much they loved Angus. But above all else, he made people feel welcome, and he was incredibly helpful, even if it wasn't one of his cars or his team members, if you like. And there's a lovely story of an event last year, I think it was at Croft, which is halfway to Norway, Croft, and somebody ran into trouble with their gearbox, and he went back down to Hertfordshire to get another gearbox and fitted it in time for this chap to be able to race. And I saw this fellow on Saturday at Silverstone. He was still overwhelmed by the kindness and the generosity, and Angus didn't want anything for it either. He was kind, he was always helpful, and he was much loved in the paddock. And when people started out racing in Porsche Club, which is pretty intense racing, and it can be intimidating, and he would be the first to go up to people and say, "Don't worry about it. This is actually all going to be fine, and people like me are here to sort of look after you, as it were, and watch over you." And people appreciated that, and I've had so many people come up to me and say the same thing. So today, the most of the family have come up. So his sister Amy is here, his mother Jane, his nephew Ernie, and his niece Lydia, and oh god, I'll never forget the third. You're going to kill me. I'll come back in a minute. Who the third one is? It's not this is a difficult time, yes, the whole family's come out here, and of course Barry brought the car up here today in order for it to be shown here and given you the sort of missing man formation lap, as it were, and it's being driven by Felix Archer, who was Angus's cousin, and Felix and I raced together for 12 years now. Yeah. And Angus has always looked after my Porsches, but he also, when Felix and I raced in Aston at Le Mans 2018, and Barry and Angus were there, looking after the car, and it's just fantastic. You never had to worry when they were there looking after the car, and when it's a family affair, I think that sort of just adds to the joy of the event, as it were. So
absolutely. That's one of the great things about motorsport. It brings families together so often as well, doesn't it? And that's one of the reasons why I'm sure Angus is going to be so missed. It's going to be emotional when this car eventually does come out. Still, I think a little bit of cleaning up. I did see a recovery truck in the background just about to head back in. So hopefully the cars will be released onto the circuit very shortly. So how long had Angus been involved in the sort of Porsche racing world?
Well, you could almost say forever, insofar as he grew up into like an amateur race racing family, because his father Jeff, the cars are going out now. His father Jeff started racing in 1978. It was also my first year racing, by the way. We were both racing Astons then. So you're surrounded by motor racing from a very early age, and I think it's fair to say it was in his blood. It was going to happen, which is sometimes the best way. So, but he set up his own business, AMS, which you'll see decked down his car. It's also one of the sponsors of the Calm Series 2. Here he goes. He's going out now. He set up AMS really after his motor racing apprenticeship, which he did. And that's been going for many years. Started out with smart cars, funny enough, because it was a good business, because smart cars had a fantastic propensity to eat themselves and their engines fall apart. But then he logically moved into Porsche preparation and set up a really good business, AMS, and that moved into race preparation as well as repair and servicing of road cars, particularly water-cooled cars, but all sorts as well. And in fact, this car he built many years ago, and he's been very successful with the car, and a front runner in the Porsche Championship. And he's done many sprint events and hill climb events as well, and he's did some with his father's 911, which is still in the family.
Sure.
And many years ago, one of his first ever races was with me in a 94 RS Lightweight, which is a tricky car to drive. And it's the first time he drove at Donington Park, and he shared it with me. And I was stunned that he was only a second off my time, which first time out at Donington Park, and in a car quite as particular to drive on the limit and drive well, and on that circuit was extremely impressive. But there's never any doubt about him being safe, and he also got as he got older, he got quicker and quicker, and a highly respected competitor on the circuit. And this car was much admired for its achievements with Porsche Club. And honestly, going to the race meeting and with him being missing on Saturday, the outpouring from all the other people there, he was such a big figure in Porsche Club racing. And of course, since 2017, he's been sponsoring the Calm Championship as well, Calm Series.
Yes.
The cars will continue to wear the AMS stickers, and actually, they can also wear a helmet sticker or advisor sticker, which just says "This one's for you, Gus." So the drivers will be wearing that as well. So Felix is taking it very gingerly. I think a whole number of reasons. I think it's a car he's clearly got to respect, but on the other hand, it's very wet and he's on slicks as well.
Oh, okay.
So I think he's I would say driving with trepidation and the utmost respect, and
absolutely.
And I should think for him, frankly, probably quite emotional. I mean, it's an emotional day, obviously, for everybody, because if he was just such a good man, and at his wake a few weeks ago, there's a recurring theme, and that was that he was kind and he was helpful, and he never seemed to want anything in return.
No, it sounds to me, from everything that you've said, that although he enjoyed his competition, he enjoyed helping other people and the preparation of the cars equally as much.
I think it's absolutely right, and look, as it should be. The club motorsport thrives on friendship. Yes, it can be competitive, of course, but the friendship is in a sense more important. And in fact, this morning we had a problem with our car.
Yeah.
It went up down the pit lane and just shouting out to people, "Have you got one of these switches?" And people would turn around and say, "No, but he might." And then someone comes up the switch and and he was very much of that spirit. It was get every car out there. Don't let any car be sidelined by a silly failure, if you like. Get it sorted, get it racing, have fun, go home at the end of the day smiling.
Yes.
And that was really his spirit, and he just loved these. He loved these events and loved the driving, and he became a very, very good driver and hugely respected driver.
Yeah. And you're going to be racing this afternoon?
Yes, I should be racing in the Calm race in number 91.
Yes.
It's got Angus's name all over the car, and driving with Felix, who you can see out there now. Felix hasn't driven here for a couple of years. I did drive here a couple of weeks ago in the dry, so it's a bit different.
Yes.
And we just want to have fun and just put on a good show, and frankly just have a good race with somebody. I don't know who it's going to be. Yes. We'll have a race with somebody. There's nearly 40 cars out there.
Absolutely.
It's a good grid, So I think it's we're really racing for Angus today.
Absolutely.
And it's a great privilege, and we need to drive well, not make fools of ourselves, if you like, which in the heat of the moment you can do, but just have a great time. And there's the great boxster of Angus Archer's just done his 2 laps. He's obviously still fitting his way on those slick tyres. It's pretty tricky out there.
Yes.
But what a great looking car, and so well sorted. He just did the most wonderful job on cars, and when he got in a car that he prepared, like mine, the last thing he prepared was my car for the season.
Yeah.
You just thought, I'm happy with the wheels under me. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. And I don't know where I turn to next, because it's hard to replace his skills. Never mind his everything else about Angus. He's a unique guy, and he will never be forgotten in racing fraternity and for the family. Today's a special day. It's a very poignant day, of course. It's very poignant to see the car going around the circuit like this. But we have to do the best we can to remember people who pass early.
We do.
It's life can be extremely cruel and unfair, but we have to carry on. And in fact, I raced 3 days after he passed, and my co-driver said, "What the hell are you doing here?" And I said, "He would have wanted it. What was I going to do?" It's we have to, and Angus would have said, "Come on, you race. What do you just race? Have fun. Go out there, live a bit." And so, and this on my overalls here, it says "Memento Mori."
Yes.
Remember you're mortal. So just get on and live your life.
Absolutely.
While you've got your health, everything with you, go out and have fun. I think Felix out there right now is probably thinking, "Oh, wish this thing would end. Like, it's so slippery out there." And he's thinking, "I'm really privileged to drive this car." But he's also thinking, "Oh God, I've got to get this thing back in one piece."
Well, he's nearly there. He's only got
I think he's
100 yards to go. I think he'll pull in at the end of this lap.
He's probably, as we sometimes do, praying for the flag at the end of the session. But bless him for doing this, and it's an emotional day for the family. His aunt's here as well, Ruth Archer. It's a proper family day.
Well, and best wishes to all of the Archer family paying their tributes to Angus today, and it's been fantastic to see Felix driving this car around in the wet on slicks, and it's been a pleasure to have you sharing those memories as well, Stephen. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you for having me, and I hope you and everyone else enjoys the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
And I hope you enjoy your race as well, and I hope you're on some more suitable tyres than Felix was on just then.
I have. Thank you very much indeed. Okay.
All the best.
See you later.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we'll continue with the lunch break racing due to get back underway in about 10 or 15 minutes' time. See you then. Well, welcome back to Donington Park after the lunch break, where we are almost ready for the first race of the afternoon of this 750 Motor Club race meeting. It's going to be the Armed Forces Race Challenge. We've got another 7 races after this as well, coming up between now and around about 6:30 this evening at an ever wetter Donington Park. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up for this first race of the afternoon then. And it is, as I say, the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It's on pole position, the number 65 car, Mark White, the Honda Civic Type R. Besides him is going to be number 47, John Cobley, in the Seat Ibiza Cupra. Row 2 of the grid is going to be 69, Peter Dilnott, in the Porsche 911, and the 935 car of James Flint, the Ford Fiesta ST. On row 3 of the grid, it's the reigning champion, number 1, Jonathan Candler, in the MG ZR. Besides him is number 888, which is Christopher Pawley. Row 4 of the grid, 78, is Paul Chapman in the Clio, and it's Mark Beach in the BMW number 43 next to him. Row 5 of the grid is going to be 16, which is Trevor Hancock in the Honda, and 25 is James Hancock, and he is in the Peugeot. Row 6 is the 13 of Adam Dewis. Besides him is number 230, which is Paul Waterhouse. Row 7 of the grid has 48 Mike Nash and 55 Joshua McClelland. Row 8 is going to be 22 Luca Pino and 35 Richard Brown. Row 9 of the grid is Simon Skirton in number 88 and the 64 car, which is that of Harry Townsend. Row 10 is 15 and 51, that's George Harvey and Ian Cooper. Row 11, 113 and 14, Alexander Martin and Peter McNichol. And then on the 12th row, 96 Ben McLaughlin and 92 Lee Keneally. Row 13, 700, Mark Oliver and 72 Andrew Holmes. Row 14, 305 Ben Seaton and 34 Sean Graham. And row 15, 26 Gareth Moss and 77 Mel Hyland to round out the field for this first race of the season for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They're going to have 2 20-minute races today. They had a qualifying session that was disrupted by a red flag. And as ever in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, it's not your overall finishing position on the circuit that counts towards championship points. It's your performance index result, and that is basically a measure of your consistency. Your total race times is divided by your best lap time to show how consistent you've been. The more consistent you are, the more points you will pick up. And Jonathan Candler was certainly the most successful driver on that metric last season, winning the championship by quite a healthy margin, 126 points him. Ben McLaughlin was second on 89 points, and Douglas Inglis third on 86 in last year's championships. There are also classes within the championship as well, and those are based on a power to weight ratio split, so classes A through to class D, as the cars go off on their green flag lap. And we understand, Josh, that all of the races this afternoon now are going to have green flag laps.
That's right, with the conditions that are very challenging, I think it's fair to say today, just so the what would be low cost and historic 750 Formula cars this afternoon could just see what the conditions are like ahead of the first racing laps. That has been decided by race control. I say, I think that's not the worst idea in these conditions. So the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, as we were saying, Ian, for members of the Armed Forces, and it's great to see so many members racing over the last few years with the 750 Motor Club. Some go and race in other categories as well, while others just concentrate on the AFRC. There's some drivers making their racing debut, as always is the case really in this category today, while others are very experienced. And a great mix of cars as well, isn't it? I guess in some ways it's a bit like an all-comers race, but for tin-top cars. And as you say, Ian, there's 4 classes, so we can sort of look out for those. But being consistent, which is the idea of the championship, may be rather more challenging today than it might be usually, because the lap times, particularly when traffic is involved and having to get off the ideal line within today, is very tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. So that I think overtaking will be difficult. There'll be lappery to deal with as well, as you're saying, as this race goes on, because you've got cars in Class A that have 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class D is for cars up to 135 brake horsepower per tonne, and there's 116 class as well. Although I don't think actually that's.
I think it's sort of incorporated into Class D nowadays.
Yeah.
And there's, I think some of those 116s are in fact out there.
Yes,
with novice drivers. But it's Mark White who's won so many of these races on pole. It's his birthday later in the week. He'll be 47 years of age. The operations manager for Mission Motorsport, the charity that helps former forces members get back into everyday life. And Mark White in racing now for about a decade. He's in the 2002 Honda Civic Type R. And what is a very rainy Donington Park for those wondering at home.
Yeah, it's getting heavier, isn't it? And we can see that on that camera shot there. We can see it from the raindrops that are splashing down on the tarmac outside our commentary box as they are on screen now for those of you watching on the live stream. So it's as wet as it's been in Leicestershire for a couple of months, I think.
The BBC website said it was going to be light rain showers.
Yeah, well, those people who are cowering under their brollies outside might take a different view, but...
Good to see John Cobley back. We haven't seen him in the Beatster, I don't think, for a couple of years. Very powerful car. That may be not ideal for these conditions, but he has qualified on the front row, albeit 4 seconds slower than what Mark White managed. But it was a shortened session, so that times may well come down from that. So 30 cars to get into place. He got the Porsche 911 of Pete Dillon, who's got a busy day.
It's not there though. It's not there on the second row of the grid. There was a gap I could see, but it's not there on row 2.
He was due to be out in the calm Porsche race, and maybe he's saving his car for that. Jonathan Cander's out in a new car this year, isn't he? He's in the MG ZR rather than the Peugeot we've seen him in recent years.
Also, we have done some MG trophy racing in the past as well, so not unused to the MG. Red lights go on then for 20 minutes of racing for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Lights go out, race gets underway then, and they head off up towards Redgate Corner. Mark White not the fastest away. It's the Seat Ibiza, the blue car, that's got the lead as they come into the first corner. There's one with its bonnets having flipped up. That's Paul Waterhouse, number 230, towards the back of the field, to the back now as he pulls off. Oh, and the Ibiza has had a big moment and collected the Fiesta. Was that Flint's car possibly? As they were headed through Redgate and Hollywood. I think everyone's continued, but a bit of a messy first corner or so. That it's. Ooh. Another moment, and that's Mike Nash, isn't it, that's having a big off. He's off into the tyre barriers at the Craner curves, I'm afraid. Didn't see quite how that started. He's off into the wall, so I suspect we might see an interruption. We can't have the safety car used, by the way, in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, but for the moment at least the race continues, and they're heading through the old hairpin for the first time in very difficult conditions. Meanwhile, Paul Waterhouse is reversing down the pit lane with his bonnet in front of his windscreen at the moment. So clearly it will not fix down well before his race got underway. And red lights now on, and the race being stopped to no one's great surprise.
We did see Pete Dillon's Porsche, so he did get out into the race, maybe from the back of the grid, maybe decided starting your Porsche at the front of a standing. So White Nosh has got away. So the car that was in the barriers, that presumably is the reason for the red flag, has continued. Hopefully he's not leaking fluid all down on the Craner curves on what already was a wet circuit, because you'd imagine there's some damage to the front end of his car that could mean that coolant or whatever could leak. But well, I don't think today's going terribly smoothly, is it?
It's not for Paul Waterhouse. We're just watching him from our commentary box window. He's being sort of guided down the pit lane. The windscreen hasn't smashed on his car, which is good when the bonnet flipped up, but the wipers have taken a beating, as have the tyre barriers down there at the foot of the Craner curves. But great to see that they've done a good job of keeping Mike Nash out of serious trouble, because he managed to drive away from the scene, at least, Josh.
Yes, lots of tyres down there. There's many drivers that have been in that tyre all over the years as well here at Donington Park, so he's the latest to join in on that list, I'm afraid. So there's no car. Well, maybe his car may be recovered now because it sort of stopped, didn't it, down at the old hairpin.
Yeah.
The grid's got to be reformed. There's Jonathan Candler, last year's champion. I think he was also racing here at the MG Owners Club season opener. So obviously continuing that ZR action this year in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge.
Yeah, 3-time champion, isn't he, in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and the Lionheart Racing team, which is basically himself and his dad that run the car there, 32-year-old from Tidworth, a HGV mechanic and Army reservist as well. We have, as Josh mentioned, representatives of all the armed forces here and veterans as well. also have their own sort of division to take part in, as well as the overall Drivers' Championship. There's also an inter-services competition as well.
Lots of points are scored there, aren't there?
Yes, there certainly are. And I think last year it was the veterans that came out on top with 5,814.79 points.
How do you get 0.79 of a point? Do we know?
Well, I think they presumably just add all the performance index scores together from each meeting. Is presumably how they do that. I'm not actually completely sure, but that would seem to be right. And the performance index will be calculated to 2 decimal places.
Presumably you want to have less points then, do you? Because you want to be closest to
well, no, they actually scored the most points. Okay, so it's maximum of 6,000, so it's sort of scored out of, presumably, a number of points for each event. I'm tying myself into bigger knots here as we go along, aren't we?
Because obviously the idea is to be as close to 100% as possible.
Exactly.
So you want a lower score, if anything. But anyway, that's not for us to worry about.
Right,
that.
We've got the snatch vehicle, so that's coming down at pace to try and rebuild the tyre barrier. Hopefully there's nothing behind the tyres that has been damaged there, and it is just the rubber bits that need to be repositioned and secured back into position, rather than anything with the Armco barriers themselves behind that.
Obviously, it all started at Redgate. I think what happened was John Cobley went wide into the gravel, put lots of lock on to get out of the gravel, and then couldn't unwind the lock and found himself sort of colliding with James Flynn, but they both got away with that before Mike Nash lost control of his car at the Craner curves. We saw in Lowcost, didn't we? There was lots of big moments down the Craner curves, so there's obviously lots of standing water there. You mentioned the rain hasn't eased since the last lap of the Lowcost race, so it's not any easier. And Mike Nash obviously got caught out. He's an experienced driver, isn't he? We see him race often in the BMW car club category as well. Some people are bailing out, aren't they? They're coming straight for the pit lane, perhaps deciding against racing here.
Yeah, and possibly some picked up damage as well on that opening lap if there were sort of collisions as well, or maybe just want to check the cars out. There in the inset, for those of you watching on the live stream, we can see the work that is going on down at the Craner curves to rebuild the barriers. The snatch vehicle is sort of hoisting tyre stacks into position. Marshals have got the work out to try and grid these cars up again, because they did manage to shuffle them up themselves well and truly, didn't they, on the opening lap of the race. And of course, because it's going to go back to the original grid, because we'd had less than 2 laps of racing, they've got to shuffle them all back into the right order again. I can see on our timing screen it's going to be a 12-minute restart. There'll be a green flag lap and a 12-minute restarted race. So 8 minutes of racing time they will have lost, but they'll still get a 12-minute race out of this, Josh.
Yeah, just had seen some of the questions coming in on the live stream. You mentioned about no safety cars in our fourth race. That's all to do with the consistency scoring, as you mentioned. So the championship decided not by race result, but how close you are to your fastest lap time. And obviously behind the safety car, no one is going to be close to their fastest lap time. So therefore, safety cars are not implemented within these races. I think if the safety car did come out, we probably wouldn't have got any racing anyway, because it's obviously going to take some time to sort out the tyre wall and to move Mike Nash's car. But thanks to all of you who are tuning in on the 750 Motor Club YouTube coverage. As we mentioned earlier, if you weren't with us, lots of live streaming over the course of the 2025 season, particularly in the first part of the year, with the next 3 events also live streamed from Croft this weekend, coming from Silverstone and from Donington Park in May as well.
Yeah, so do join us for each of those. Then we've got sort of a load more streams at the end of the season as well. So the start and end of the season particularly well covered for live streams this year with the 750 Motor Club. Just referring back to the Armed Forces race challenge then, and I say it's the opening race of the season, this one. They have a calendar that will also take them to Donington Park. That is at that live stream meeting that we mentioned at the end of May. That's part of the BMW Live, BMW Car Club celebrations as well. They go to Anglesey in North Wales on the 5th of July. Snetterton 300 circuit in early August, and then they'll conclude their season at Croft in September. So I think I'll see all bar one of their events this year. I'm not at Anglesey, but I'm at each of the the events, and it's 2 races at each of those. And there's always, as we were saying for the Carmel Porsche, there's also a good representation of Armed Forces teams in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race as well at Silverstone at the end of October.
Usually very successfully as well.
Yes. They're very well drilled, as you might expect from the military. Everything planned to precision, and good strategies developed, and they're always very successful in the handicap race, which is the most important element of the Burkitt 6-hour relay race. So that's the remaining part of the season for the Armed Forces Race Challenge after this opening event here at Donington Park. Just to perhaps tell you a bit more about some of the drivers on the grid. The treble 8 car of Chris Pawley, that's the car that's going to line up on the outside of row 6. It's the Renault Clio 182 for the 30-year-old RAF pilot from Cardiff. He's been racing since 2016, also in Lowcost as well. It's a 2-litre car and self-built. He's owned that particular car for a couple of years. And then a little bit further back on the grid, just looking to see who the next driver is, who I have some information on, I think. I need to go back quite a few rows, don't I? Adam Dewis. Now, what's he actually in today? Because he's in the programme in the BMW, but he was listed, I think his commentary sheet, but that might be from last year, is the Astra, but we'll get confirmation of Adam Dewis, but he's free from Poole.
I think he's in his 1 series, isn't he?
Yeah, Commando in the Royal Marines. Again, been racing for 9 years. So quite an experienced driver in the Armed Forces Race Challenge as well now is Adam. And Paul Waterhouse, of course, we just saw out not for very long, sadly.
He is queuing up at the end of the pit lane with Peter Dilnot, so we have got 2 looking to go from the pit.
So the question is, did his wipers suffer any damage? Has he tested those out? Because he'll certainly be needing those in the course of this race.
Looks like they're back in position now, at least for Paul Waterhouse, who's been racing with us in the Armed Forces for some time now in his Peugeot 306 GTI.
Yeah, he's had different cars, hasn't he, as well, different Peugeots. And he's also raced in things like Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well, hasn't he? In the past as Paul, but very experienced and committed driver. Good to have him here this weekend.
Looks like the grid's almost into position now, just 1 or 2 cars. I think Harry Townsend, similar 306, just been being put into place. Now Mike Nash's car is on its way back to the paddock, so if the tyre wall is ready, we might not be too much further away from this. James Flint did well in qualifying, didn't he?
Yeah.
The driver from Devon, who I think you told us about a little bit earlier on, in his Duratec powered Ford Fiesta ST, the ex-Banger racer, but he's sort of back a bit higher up the grid than what we've seen him before. He was quickest in Class C, which is usually the most competitive class in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. And without David Russell racing, that opens the pot for everyone else, really.
It does. David Russell last year, did he win all of the races he competed? I think so, within Class C.
He might have done for the last couple of years, in fact.
Yeah, very successful in that BMW of his. There is that Flint car, the Royal Air Force livery, resplendent on it, looking very good indeed. There's the Chris Pawley car that we spoke about a few moments ago as well. And there's Jonathan Candler's MG ZR, which I think he has been racing in other categories already this season. He's been racing in a Peugeot, mostly in the Armed Force Race Challenge. There we can see the barriers looking as good as new, I would say.
You wouldn't have known anything about it.
No, exactly. Mike Nash's car not looking quite as good as new, but not as bad as it might have been.
Yeah, as I think the point has been made out in the comments. Not as bad as it was 1 year ago at this meeting. I think when it was in the car club, he had a big incident at the BMW car club meeting.
That's right.
And for those of you looking for the Hot Hatch Championship, they will be out, but after this, we're a little bit behind the advertised schedule. So we have 2 PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship races this afternoon. The first of them will be after this. I suspect the Dan Sylvester fan club are preparing themselves.
Hello, them. 55 on the outside of row 7 is Josh McClelland, the 27-year-old. In his first season of racing, he's had no other experience at all. He's in the number 55 Honda Civic. It's a 1989 car with the K24A engine. It's a self-built car as well. So Josh McClelland's one to look out for a bit further back on the grid. Sounds like a minute to go board is being shown to the driver, so very soon I think we'll get back into action with a green flag lap. Also out there we've got Luca Pino, 29-year-old from London. He's a fabricator with the RAF, been racing since 2019 and since 2023 with the Armed Forces. Race challenge a bit further back. Next to him you've got the 35 cars. The green flag lap gets underway of Richard Brown, the 53-year-old from Cheltenham, retired army officer who's had lots of experience of racing in Lowcost and MR2s and 116s, as well as the Armed Forces Race Challenge. He's out there in a 2001 MR2 1.8 litre car, a car that was built with Nick Lear, who competes in that car as well in the MR2 Championship. So cars going past us now. I can see one or two of them are looking a little bit misted up, Josh.
That's the next problem really here, isn't it? We saw some of that in the minis earlier on. There is Luca Pino, I think you just mentioned him, in his Mazda MX-5. He's luckily running with the roof, which is helpful today, that's for sure. There's the Seat. It's not a car you see race that often, really, particularly in this highly state of tune as John Cobley's car is.
Bill Brockbank has one, doesn't he, down at Castle Combe? He might even be there today.
That's probably even more highly tuned, in fact, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. That's another of those Seat Ibiza's that we see out, but not too many of them.
See there Peter McNichol, the RAF veteran from Lincolnshire, with his sort of make-do roof to try and keep as dry as you can on the right-hand side of your picture in his Mazda.
Yeah, there he goes, the 68-year-old. Done some Super 1 karting in the past.
Just got a brief glimpse of the MGB Roadster, the Andy Holmes driven car for the RAF veteran. A former BCV8 champion is Andy, but not the right conditions, I don't think, for the V8 4-litre engined MGB today.
Sad to see BV8 has pretty much died a death now, hasn't it?
It's sort of been merged into the 70s series.
It keeps 70s, yeah, and not many of them at Cadwell yesterday, it seemed to me, which is a great shame.
I think there were a few more earlier in the year, but Cadwell, that's for sure. And that's had so much history, that championship too, didn't it?
Absolutely.
But like most of the MG Car Club series have sort of dissipated.
So cars heading off around this green flag lap. A reminder, it's going to be a 12-minute race for the restart.
Mark Oliver's BMW is pretty smart, isn't it? The car that just went through, which is in a touring car livery, not a touring car spec car. It's sort of a super touring livery on it, which looks pretty neat.
Yeah, he's in an invitation class, isn't he, as well? Presumably because he's not been assessed for the power to weight ratio.
Or is he not part of the armed forces?
Yeah.
One or the other.
It's one or the other.
Saw Matthew Beach's 3 Series. I think the first time we've seen Matthew drive that car in the AFRC. So it's a great mix, isn't it? I saw some of the comments coming in saying that they'd love to see a mixed grid, and it's very different. What we haven't actually got that much of today, one motor race. It's totally the opposite on this grid.
No, it's a proper club racing at its purest form, bringing together the sort of motorsport clubs associated with each of the services, and combining to run the Armed Forces Race Challenge. There was the RAF MSA series that ran before this, just the one service, but it's been a really popular part of the club racing scene for the last decade, really, I would think, with this number of cars on the grid. So the last few cars are there, shortly to get underway then for a 12-minute race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Second time of asking, there's one or two we think to join from the pit lane as well. 5-second board has been shown. Red lights go on and they go out. The race gets underway then. Who makes the best start this time? I think Mark White makes a slightly better start than he did first time around, and he's got his nose in front as they head up into Redgate Corner for the first time. But it's John Donnelly who again is not shoddy away. He's still there in second place. It's James Flint in third in the Fiesta as they turn their way through Redgate Corner. Let's hope for a little bit more order through the Craner curves this time than we had a lap ago, and they are making their way out of Hollywood, and it is White that's leading, Chalky White leading, John Donnelly second, James Flint third, and it's Jonathan Candler in his MG in fourth place.
Yes, that's right. Good start there from that BMW that's made good progress from a bit further back as well. We'll look out for the Porsche. Peter Dill not here be looking to gain positions that you'd think. And there's the Renault Clio of Ben McLaughlin, and he's about to go past the Daewoo of Ian Cooper.
Yeah, it certainly is. As they make their way up through McLean's, there's the 16 car, Trevor Hancock's Honda Civic, heading off up towards Coppice for the first time. 1 and 2 drivers, and that's Chris Pawley possibly without his lights on. You might be advised to turn your lights on in these conditions, both for front and rear visibility, because there's a lot of spray out there, and drivers will be reliant, I would think, on headlights to see cars coming up in their mirrors, which there'll be quite a bit of during the course of this Armed Forces Race Challenge event.
I think Trevor Hancock just gained a position on Matthew Beach's fast start in BMW. Not sure we've seen Trevor in the Honda before.
I don't think we have.
He's raced Peugeots, I think, in the past. So Mark White's going away up front, 3 seconds clear of John Cobley's Seat. James Flint is third in the Fiesta, Jonathan Candler fourth in the MG, so as they started. But Pete Dillnot, who went from the pit lanes, had a spin at Coppice, you can see on the inset at the bottom right of your screen, but he's continued. There's a car that drew the gravel, I can hear. I think it's Jonathan Candler from 4th position. I can see out of the window of the booth here. So Jonathan Candler from 4th and 2nd in class. There he is, just rejoining in the ZR, tracking right through the gravel, and he's lost several positions because of that.
An uncharacteristic mistake from someone who's a 3-time champion. It is usually so consistent, but that's the kind of thing that can make you a bit less consistent. That Clio got a little bit close to the side of the number 64 car there, didn't it, Harry Townsend? But all was well that ended well. That's Ben McLaughlin in his Clio. I had a feeling was off this morning as well. There's Dupes, Ian Cooper, the driver from Liverpool, an aircraft engineer, in the budget racing Daewoo, which is more Astra underneath really, and of course it's the Astra Mark II shell that is the familiar shape of that car from the 90s, I guess, the Daewoo. Is that Adam Dewis, I think, in his 1 Series BMW that's in strife? We saw him pull into the pits, didn't we, at the red flag, Josh, so he's clearly got some problems with that car today.
Yes, it's not running well. Was that Peugeot a bit smoke? It's hard to tell if it's spray or smoke. Look quite as clear as the others. So Mark White's got through in a 1 minute 30.8. It's not quite as quick as he went in qualifying. He's 6 seconds now ahead of John Cobley. Trevor Hancock's up to 4th in the Civic. We saw him making progress. He's made even further progression through the field, but might not get any further because there's a big gap of James Flint ahead. Meanwhile, there's, I think, Paul Chapman in the Renault Clio, the Army Motorsport car, and understeering behind him the BMW of Matthew Beach, so that's about of a 6th and 7th position in this race, and that's allowed the Clio of Paul Chapman to get away heading down the Craner curve for the 3rd time of asking in this race. Look a bit further back, is that Richard Brown's MR2 you told us about?
Yeah.
There's about of a 2nd on the circuit because the much less powerful Ford Fiesta ST of James Flint has caught John Cobley.
Yes, he has. John Cobley being caught there as they head up towards Coppice on lap 3 of this race. There was 1.5 seconds between these two at the start of the lap, but it's quite a bit less than that now. Mark White is 6 seconds plus into the distance, though, as they head down the back straight towards the Robert chicane. At this part of the circuit, you can see the slightly more powerful car able to get away, but through the twistier bits, then that power is not what John Cobley really needs at this stage, is it? And it allows James Flint in the Fiesta to close the gap a little bit in the RAF liveried ST. They've got quite a decent advantage over Trevor Hancock in 4th place in the Honda Civic, and then in 5th spot I think it's still Chris Pawley in the Clio, but Cobley's got a bit of work to do here to keep Flint at bay, although the gap has gone out again over the last 3/4 of a lap.
Both of these cars are slower than Paul Chapman in 6th, so Paul Chapman, 2nd quickest driver on the circuit. The Peugeot is going off the road. That's of James Hancock. I think it's the car that Trevor's raced in the past. But James got the car stopped in the runoff and will be able to rejoin when he finds a clear spot in the traffic, which now is just behind Mark Oliver, who went a bit deep. The scaffolder from Leeds went a bit deep into the corner. Here's about of a 7th, and Jonathan Cadender recovering after that off. He's looking to the outside of Matthew Beach in that 3 Series. I'm not sure how much he can see because that's pretty steamed up inside.
There's a sort of letterbox, isn't there? Oh, and he's gone off. It's not the what you can see, it's the problem. It's how much grip he's got that's the problem, because the car suddenly slaps around Matthew Beach. Fortunately, avoided by the following Jonathan Candler. He's off onto the grass on the exit of the Old Hairpin. He's going to get back into the race, but not before he's lost a few positions.
Yes, so again, proof of how tricky it is out there. Driver in 7th place rotates, but will rejoin, thankfully. And now there's another one off, just at the next corner. One of the Clios is at 88, Simon Skirton, who has gone for a rotation.
Yeah, it is. So he's gone off, Simon Skirton, the driver from Nottingham, local driver.
Is that another driver in a new car, I think?
Yeah.
So Richard Brown's got the MR2 up into the top 10, which is a good effort for the retired Army officer. But he's not far ahead of Luke Arpino, the Class D leader, in his Mazda MX-5. And it sounds like more tyre screw down there at the chicane.
Yeah, Arpino's in 11th place overall, isn't he, at the moment? The top 3 overall are all respectively leading their classes. Mark White, Class B, John Cobley, Class A, and Flint in Class C. Another moment there at the chicane, though. Another 2 moments there at the chicane.
Yeah, before that, Ben McLaughlin had been off the road in 96, and then the next 2 are now 9th and 10th, in fact, because of the off Beach. Brown and Arpino, as you mentioned, both sideways. They're under threat, though, from 64. Harry Townsend's Peugeot 306 has made good progress throughout this race. Around the outside, he dares to go. And Arpino might lose out here, so into the top 10 for Harry Townsend.
4.5 minutes of this race left. Reminder, it was a 12-minute race, the restart, after the early red flag with the tyre barriers damaged when Mike Nash went off. Here's, though, a battle between 64 and 22. That's Luke Arpino as he tries to recover from that moment. The 64 car is the Harry Townsend Peugeot 306 GTI.
And they're both being caught, I think, by Ian Cooper in the Daewoo. So it's several cars involved in that battle. There's a Mini in there behind as well. That's the car driven by George Harvey. So it's like 5 cars in that battle, heading out of McLean's up towards Coppy. It's not that far ahead of another Mazda MX-5. That's the car of Gareth Moss in 26, the marine engineer from Staffordshire. So he's up next in what is 14th position rather, and trying to close in on this group of cars, being led in 9th position by Richard Brown, the retired Army officer.
He's down to Roberts chicane once again. This is to complete his 5th lap of the race. That's already been done by Mark White, who now leads by 12.5 seconds from John Cobley and James Flint, who are separated by less than 1 second. 15 car there we could see was that of George Harvey in the Mini Cooper S at the rear of that group, but now it's Harry Townsend putting some pressure on Richard Brown for 9th position. Luke Arpino 10th, and Cooper in 11th, and then it's going to be 11th and 12th, and then it's the George Harvey car with an obvious cross in the back, 13th, as the field heads now down the Craner curves.
Arpino loses another spot as Ian Cooper moves ahead up into 11th position. He did a personal best lap last time at 1 minute 41, down into the old hairpin. And the second place car is slowing down the exhibition straight. John Cobley's Seat Ibiza, I'm afraid, may not make it to the end.
Doesn't look like it's going to, does it? It's got the hazards on, and the rain light is flashing as well. That will warn drivers of a problem, a car going slowly. So that promotes Trevor Hancock up inside the top 3. It means that James Flint is now very comfortable in 2nd position, and Christopher Pawley, who we can see on screen there, is up to 4th. But he's got Paul Chapman in the slightly more modern Clio right behind him now, the number 78 car with the Army Motorsport livery, the sort of camo livery on the side of the car. So Paul Chapman, who was going very quickly early on in the race, he's now up to 5th.
He was a second and a half quicker than Pawley last time round.
Okay, so let's see if he's able to do anything about it and make a position up. 6th now is Jonathan Candler as he recovers from his earlier off at Redgate and Hollywood.
You did just see on the inset John Cobley maybe not moving very quickly into the chicane, still on the circuit, so hopefully he's moved on from there. So this battle is now for 8th position that Richard Brown heads. And Luke Arpino's losing more positions here, isn't he? He's still leading Class D, but he's fallen to the back of the group now behind Gareth Moss.
Yeah, I wonder if Fall is not quite well with that car, or maybe he's not particularly enjoying these conditions.
He's lapping near to his best, so he's only half a second off last time. So it might just be the pace of a Class D car that was higher up than where it really should have been at that point.
He's still crucially ahead of Peter McNichol, who's second within that class.
And with lapping a couple of seconds quicker also.
And that's him just going through shot there, wasn't it, in the red MX-5 just behind Paul Waterhouse's Peugeot. Here's the race leader though, Mark White, who's now on to his last lap of the race because there's less than a minute of it to go. So 65 Chalky White, who's won so many of these Armed Forces races over the last decade or so, picking his way through some of the traffic as well now. Very experienced driver, of course, and he's built up this lead of nearly 20 seconds. I believe will be more than 20 seconds by the end of it.
He's developed his car over the last 7 seasons, runs the K24 2.4 litre engine now, and he's lapped everybody up to Luke Arpino, hasn't he? So that's about half the field he has been able to lap, such as his pace, in just a 12-minute race rather than the advertised 20. So he really has dominated this in a Class B car. The Honda Civic Type R, meanwhile, just ahead of them, a change because Harry Townsend has moved up into 8th ahead of Richard Brown. They're going to get another lap because Mark White's just behind them.
Yeah, they will have one more lap to resolve that, but White, we could just see heading into the chicane. He'll be out of the chicane now. The clock has counted down to 0, so it will be Mark White that has taken the checkered flag to win the Armed Forces Race Challenge then. He's just lapping on his slowing down lap, if you like, the Luke Arpino car, who should really just keep going and doing the rest of the race.
Arpino is showing us with a checker on our screen.
Okay, so maybe it was already lapped as they went over the line.
James Flint's on for his best result, isn't he? And I think it's probably his first class win on an overall result. Here he comes.
Yeah, over the line he goes to take second place then, so number 935. James Flint, the driver from Clompton in Devon. He takes the Class victory, Class C victory here. And Trevor Hancock in the Honda, he takes a Class B second place and third place overall. Of course, with the demise of John Cobley, I think it's going to be Andy Holmes in the MGB that's going to win Class A in the end.
Yes, although down in 25th overall. But tricky stuff out there. Chris Pawley, he came 4th ahead of Paul Chapman, so he stayed ahead, being the best Renault in the race. So there's plenty of people getting best results, I'd suggest, in that top 5.
Yes.
Mark White, we said one before, but the rest of them possibly have got their best overall result out of this race.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be drivers that are pretty happy with that. Probably some of them happy just to have survived that. There's John Candler, the 3-time Armed Forces Race Challenge champion in the green and grey and black MGZR. He's completed the top 6. 4th in Class C on that occasion, which is further down than we usually find him. We had that moment earlier on.
The battle for 8th are going either side of the MG that went to Class A, Andy Holmes, and Ian Cooper takes it on the line. He takes 8th position, which I'm sure is the best result for the day, Woo.
Yeah, very good result for Ian Cooper. Dupes is known there, so he's 8th. Harry Townsend 9th. George Harvey completing the top 10. Ben McLaughlin, by the way, was 7th in his Clio. As the leader or the winner already heading down pit lane. So let's have a look at the result. Mark White, number 65 it is, that won the 8-lap race in his Honda Civic Type R. He was 24.8 seconds clear of number 935 James Flint in second place in the Ford Fiesta ST. Third was number 16 Trevor Hancock in the Honda Civic. Then 4th was 888 Chris Pawley. 5th was 78 Paul Chapman. 6th was number 1 Jonathan Candler. 7th was 96 Ben McLaughlin. Ian Cooper was 8th in number 51 ahead of Harry Townsend, number 64 in 9th place. George Harvey, who completed the Class B podium in the Mini, he was 10th in number 15 ahead of Gareth Moss and Richard Brown. Luke Arpino, a lap down, was the Class D winner in 13th position overall ahead of Matthew Beach. And on the following screen, that's where we'll find our Class A victor, who was Andy Holmes, who was in 25th position overall, with John Cobley being a retirement from that race. The Armed Forces Race Challenge is back out again later, when they're after the hot hatch, before the hot hatches. This time they're going to be our final race of the day at 6 o'clock, or possibly a little bit after that. We have hot hatch coming up next for you in a few moments time, just as soon as the circuit's clear, and then after that the Calm All Porsche Trophy, the 40-minute race before we return to sprint race action for the rest of the day here at Donington Park, this 750 Motor Club race meeting. And a reminder that here at Donington Park next weekend It's the opening meeting of the season for the British Touring Car Championship, so do head to the Donington Park website to get your tickets ready for that event next weekend. Well, we've got the leading drivers heading down pit lane. Andy McEwen is doing his best to gather them all in. I'm sure we'll hear from him very shortly down in the pit lane. I think he's probably going to try and get class winners if he possibly can, rather than the overall top 3. That's who he'll be looking for, and difficult to find them with so many cars in different classes heading their way down the pit lane. Very shortly we'll be heading down there to Andy. We've got a big grid of hot hatches coming up next, which we're looking forward to for their 15-minute race, first of 2 15-minute races that they will have today. Another multi-class power to weight ratio based category. Just going past my commentary box window at the moment is the number 34 car. That's being pushed backwards by the marshals, Sean Graham's Sultan Lowcost, which I think was also in action at Silverstone over the weekend as well, if I remember rightly. But that clearly had some dramas, and it did get to the checkered flag though, so it must have stopped just after the checkered flag. Sean Graham, he was a lap down. But let's head down to the pit lane now. Andy McEwen is going to speak to our successful drivers in the Armed Forces Race Challenge.
Welcome back to the pit lane, where for once we are about to conduct some interviews and it's not absolutely pelting it down with rain. The weather, dare I say it, brightening up a touch as we move towards the afternoon's action. We're going to kick off our interviews with our overall race winner, Class B winner as well, Mark White. That was, well, a pretty dominant display, I suppose. It's easy for us bystanders to say that looked like quite an easy race. In those conditions, though, I'm sure it wasn't.
No, it was a bit sketchy, but the idea was just to be, as smooth as snake. Once I pulled a bit of a lead, I could relax a little bit and just concentrate on where to brake, where to turn in, just cover off the basics. Seemed to go all right. A couple of hairy moments, but overall, really pleased with the result.
In a championship where consistency is obviously so important, how difficult is it to be consistent when the conditions are like that? They were, I suppose, stable, but challenging.
Yeah, the issue is when you come across a yellow flag, because you have to, and the sensible thing to do is to back off the pace a little bit, which it does affect your consistency. There's no allowance for that, but ultimately you have to be safe. But do you know what? Everyone drove really nicely, didn't get caught up too badly. People were nice and respectful, and it was just a nice easy win, to be fair.
Car running well?
Car's running really well, thank you. Yeah, it's always pretty good. Generally just put some fuel in it, kick the tyres, and she's good.
It's a racing driver's dream. Mark, congratulations on the class and overall race win. Now, next we have Luke Arpino. Luke was our Class D winner. Luke, well done. Solid race for you. I just spoke to Mark. He said that was pretty easy, but for you guys kind of stuck battling in the midfield, it's a bit busier.
Yeah, that was crazy. The race start, I was just like, couldn't work out whether to push or just survive the first few laps, and that was the craziest thing I've ever done in a car. Like, it was mad. I
was stood in the pit lane watching that restart as you all piled off into Redgate, big ball of spray. How far ahead can you actually see at that point?
Literally, you could barely see the rain lights in the car ahead, about like 20 feet in front of you. And I've taken all the dehumidifier out of this, the demister, so it fogged up, as you can see, during the event, so I got blinder and blinder, but it was epic. It was such fun.
Didn't stop you going on to win the class, though. Thoughts now to this afternoon? Same result possible, do you think?
Hopefully, yeah. I struggled to get past the Peugeot, but once got past that, it was just put my head down and keep going. So, yeah, hopefully same again. Fingers crossed.
Good stuff. Well done, Luke. Congratulations. Good luck for race 2 later on. Next, James Flint. James was our Class C winner in the little Ford Fiesta. I'll tell you what, that was a bit of a giant killing performance. Yeah. You were snapping at the heels of some much more powerful machinery.
Yeah, the car was handled great. Just a big shout out to Aaron, my mechanic, and my dad for setting it up, really. Right. That's it. That's the reason it was faster, so happy with that.
Are you a driver who naturally seems quite comfortable in the wet?
Yeah, I've always been, even when I was racing as a kid, I seem to excel in the rain. Not sure why, but I think it levels the playing field a bit more power-wise, and it comes down to handling more than anything, so yeah.
And that's where the setup is so key. It's difficult though, isn't it, sometimes when setting the car up to gauge exactly how wet it will be. Your guys obviously got it right.
Yeah, exactly. We did a test day and it was dry, so we just had a bit of a guess really for the start, but it's worked out well, so.
Excellent. Congratulations then, our Class C winner, James Flint, and Andrew Holmes. Thank you, Andrew, for waiting patiently at the end here. Class A winner in one of the older cars on the grid, I think it's fair to say, and that car, I'd imagine, was a handful out there.
Very much a handful, especially as the ventilation for the screen, as you can see at the moment. I couldn't see a thing. So, to be honest, I didn't push it too hard. I just held back a bit, gave myself some room so I could see something. But yeah, these conditions and this, it's got like nearly 300. I'm having to run dries because I haven't got any wets.
Oh, really?
And to be honest, I think I've won the class through attrition of everybody else rather than anything. So, but technically it's the first win I've had. So, in first class win anyway. So, got to be happy with that, I suppose.
I'd say so. Well, congratulations. Well done on the class win. Time for us to move on, though. It is the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship coming up next. Conditions still very wet out there, but like I said, the rain has eased, so hopefully we'll see those track conditions get better and better as we move through the afternoon's racing.
It's the cars on the grid then for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. They are lining up for a 15-minute race here. It's a big grid of them, and there's cars across 3 classes again, with the split on power to weight ratio. Class A being the most powerful down to Class C the least powerful, but it's usually the driver from Class C that wins the championship. It certainly was the case last year. Joshua Hilton took the title in his Class C BMW Compact, and he's back out again this year to try and retain his crown, and he was fastest of the cars in qualifying in Class C this morning anyway, and is lining up, I think, where are we, 15th on the grid for the race. Let's have a look at the rest of the grid. That's the grid for the previous race, so we won't give you that grid. I will give you it off the screen that I've got in front of me. So pole position is going to be number 93, Shay Kavanagh, and besides him is number 37, Dan Sylvester. Second row of the grid, there we go, is number 15, Lewis Barker. Besides him is 4, Alex Foden. Third row, 116, Matthew Morgan, and 52, Lewis Ellis. On the fourth row, it's 20, Gordon McMillan, and 29, Matthew Hale. On row 5, it's 291, Zach Bernal, and 300, Joshua Bavin. Row 6 is 28, Lee Warren, and 14, Trevor Gregory. On the 7th row, it's 13, Stuart Kennedy, and 78, Matt Warren. On the 8th row, 1 is Josh Hilton, and 17, William Bartup. The 9th row, 30, William Hornsey, and 151 is Andy Stevens. Row 10 of the grid has 226, Lee Rickard, and 11, Adam Blair. On the 11th row, 197 is Craig Turner, and 47, Charlie Cole. Row 12 is 148, which is Wayne Shackelford, and 82, Jerry Frost. The 13th row, 75, Mason Vickers, and 10, Ray Collier. The 14th row, as the green flag lap is underway, 16, Joshua Copeland, and 198, Connor Forster. The 15th row, 398, Lee Forster, and 63, Edward Lynch. 16th row, 31, Maddie Griffiths, and 12, Warren Andrews. And the 17th row, 54, Peter Boast, and 5, Jonathan Packer. That's the way the grid lines up then, Josh, for a 15-minute race, and it's a packed out grid of hot hatches.
That's right, it's great to see such a large grid for the opening round of the season. It's pretty evenly split between the 3 classes this year. Class C is a little bit higher today because there's several cars racing ahead of the season for the Swift Sport Challenge, which will begin at Silverstone in 3 weeks' time. But there's 5 or 6 of them here racing ahead of the season. Several of the drivers having their first race today. There's a good bit of learning, I suspect, ahead of Silverstone, which hopefully will be a little bit drier. We had good effort in Class B. See Alex Foden get pole in his first race, class pole, and 4th overall, his first race in Hot Hatch, the ex-City Car Cup racer. He's in the Liam Pauling car that won the Class B championship last year. The Class A champion from last year, Shay Kavanagh, on the overall pole, and then the overall champion from last year, Josh Hilton, on pole in Class C, but only just. He was 200ths of a second quicker than Will Bartup's front-wheel driver Citroen Saxo against Josh Hilton's rear-wheel drive BMW Compact.
Yeah, the three classes. Class A for cars up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, B up to 175, and Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. It's two-wheel drive, only no four-wheel drive. There have been some changes to the regulations for this season. Petrol forced induction cars up to 1.6 litres are eligible for Class A only, but have to run at a slightly lower power to weight limit at 195.
And there's several cars that have taken up that opportunity. We've got, I think, a Mini on the grid. I think later in the year we're going to see some modern Clio Cup cars as well. The turbocharged Clio Cup cars are expected to be out on the grid a little bit later in the season, so that's a good initiative to bring in those more modern hot hatches, which tend to be turbocharged, don't they? The later cars, and as is the case with Road Sports and Club Enduro, they just have that slightly lower power to weight ratio to even them out against the nationally aspirated cars. So Shay Kavanagh did well, didn't he, to beat Dan Sylvester in qualifying this morning. Dan was a sort of a later entry to the championship to return in his EK Civic, but last year's overall champion Shay Kavanagh, who didn't beat Dan Sylvester when Dan came out at Oldton, has been able to beat him in qualifying here. And Lewis Barker behind, he did the first round last year, but his first full season of racing. There's one for the pit lane, I noticed, which looks Honda shaped, I think.
Yeah, can't quite see who that is at the moment.
Spirits, what could be Trevor Gregory's car? He's not the only one, there's more than one coming to the pits. Lewis Ellis, he's stepping up to Class A. He was the front runner in Class B last year. He's qualified 6th. Newcomer Zach Bonnell on the 5th row of the grid and 4th in Class B. That's a good effort in his Renault Clio, the ex-Formula 1 stock car racer and British motocross champion. So I guess he's not lacking any bravery, which is quite important today. It is Trevor Gregory. He's come straight to the end of the pit lane, as has 11 Adam Blair. So there's a couple of drivers, I think, deciding there's more Swifts doing the same thing, aren't they? Deciding to start from the pit lane in safety than go from where they were due to. We're about to get racing underway for the first time this year in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
Certainly are. So we've had the 5-second board shown, the red lights go on, 15 minutes of racing for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship underway. Is it going to be Shay Kavanagh or Dan Sylvester that make the best of the starts on the front row of the grid? It's Dan Sylvester from the outside in the EK as opposed to the EP car that is slotting into the lead. It's Kavanagh in second. It looks like the 15 car in third position of Lewis Barker as they turn their way through Redgate Corner. For the first one, there's some contact. There's 3 cars off in the gravel at the first corner of the race. This is a disastrous start for those 3. Off into the gravel at Redgate Corner. We'll try and pick up on who all of those are in a moment.
Lee Warren's KA was in there, as was the Mini. Matthew Hale, one of those turbocharged cars that we mentioned. That was 2 of the cars off. Lee Warren went a long way through the gravel. Gordon McMillan made a traditionally good start in his rear-wheel drive BMW to go 4th. We are going to get a safety car almost immediately. So into the Class B lead, ahead of those cars you see there, went Gordon McMillan. You can see on the inside it's a Clio, isn't it? A winged Clio that's in the gravel. And there's another one gone off, which is Trevor Gregory from the pit lane.
It is, so he's found no grip at all on the way down the Craner curves into the old hairpin, but he's going to get out of the gravel trap, fortunately, and won't have lost too much time.
That is Lee Warren, who's out of the gravel and away from Redgate.
I think there might just be one, there's 2 cars still there at Redgate. The Mini is there as well that was involved, and we'll try and work out exactly who those are as they come through at the end of the lap, unless we can get a view of them before then. There's some of the Swifts going through, as Josh mentions. They'll be having their own Swift Sport Challenge debut at Silverstone in 3 weeks.
Even Adam Blair went from the pit lanes ahead of several cars, so the former British Formula 3 racer, who is going to be one of the much more experienced drivers in the Swift Sport Challenge this year. He's gained several positions, but Dan Sylvester making that good start has put him to the front. The YouTuber then leads the way from Shay Kavanagh, last year's champ, then Lewis Barker, who's really a newcomer, the 44-year-old from Sheffield, in only his 2nd season. And then the Class B leader, Gordon McMillan. Class C, I think, Josh Hilton's up to 9th from 15th on the grid. Okay, 3 went off in front of him, but that's a good start from Josh Hilton, who really is the favourite, because last year was his first season where he took the title, and he's back again. But while we're under safety car, we're going to take a short pause.
So there we can see the 300 car being recovered. That is Joshua Bavin's Renault Clio 172 for the driver from Lincoln. The other driver that was involved in all of that at the start of the race was the Matthew Hale Mini Cooper S, the driver from Malden in Class A. He also stranded in the gravel. His car yet to be recovered, so that is still there, which is why we're still behind the safety car with 10 3/4 minutes of this PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship race still to go, Josh.
Yeah, looks like that was all triggered by a 4 wide moment into Redgate, where there just clearly wasn't enough space. The car on the inside got away with it, but the 3 on the outside all went off.
I think Zach Burnell may also have got himself involved in that, as well as the 28 car as well, which is Lee Warren, who you mentioned.
I think it was Burnell on the inside that got away with it then, because he's up in 7th position, which is an impressive start for his first car race today. The driver from Greater Manchester, the former British motocross racer. I guess joining Lewis Ellis, who's also a former British motocross man. So we've got a couple on the grid today. So these conditions probably don't feel too bad for them, because it's a lot more
it's not
dirty.
Not too muddy here today anyway. So cars continuing on their way around behind the safety car. Just looking over out of our window, the Mini is still there, not yet being recovered, because the snatch vehicles clearly deal with one vehicle at a time, clearly. But it will be on its way back shortly, I'm sure, to try to retrieve that car as well.
Lee Warren's car, that's pretty beaten up, has been given a black and orange flag and mechanical flag, I think, for bits of the car hanging off as we see it go past our windscreen. See that car's got a new wing for this year, and it qualified quite well, didn't it? Lee Warren's Duratec powered Ford car. I can tell you one car came into the pits at the end of that lap, which was the Volkswagen Polo of Warren Andrews. And the recovery vehicle at speed, leaving the first car that's been picked up and heading off for the Mini that's stuck in the gravel.
I think we'll get at least one more safety car lap after this one, won't we? But hopefully we might get underway after that and leave us with, 5 minutes of racing, something like that. Which will not be a huge proportion of the 15 minutes that we were hoping for, but probably about as much as we can reasonably hope for.
Lee Rickard had a good start here. He started 19th, he was up to 11th for the Type R Trophy driver. Has made very good progress. The local driver from Derby, his 3rd season, so we'll see if he can make further progress on the restart. He's just ahead 2nd place in Class C, William Hornsey in the Peugeot 106. 3rd in that class is William Bartup's Citroen Saxo. So that recovery is going at pace, isn't it, down there at Redgate?
It is. It's not quite going to be quick enough to have a safety car in this time, but I think certainly we'll be able to get going again next time around, and the safety car will be able to pick up its pace, one would think now, knowing that recovery vehicle is basically off the circuit. But as you can see, safety car lights on the Hyundai are still illuminated, and so at least one more lap behind the sort of powder blue car. Dan Sylvester it is that's leading the way, of course. Gordon McMillan leading in Class B, 4th overall, the driver from Wiltshire, construction engineer, been racing since 1999 in stock hatch and classic stock hatch and so on and so forth. Also the compact
safety car's coming in, I think.
It has. That was rather late and rather unexpected. So green flag does wave. Late decision there. I wonder if that's got Dan Sylvester napping a little bit, because he's under pressure from Shea Kavanagh as they head through Redgate Corner for the first time. It's Lewis Barker still there in 3rd position. Here are the 2 leaders then as they come through Redgate and Hollywood for the 4th time in this race, but first time, or only the 2nd time really, at full racing speed. Top 3, all in Hondas, all together as they round the old hairpin, and it's a gap back then to the BMW of Gordon McMillan in 4th.
Lewis Barker went a little wide there to the old hairpin. Something that could come into play here is this is an open tyre regulation, so therefore if you've got some better wet tyres, it would really help today. You do have to run List 1A, List 1 Motorsport UK regulation, so no full racing wets allowed. But certainly tyre choice could make a big difference today. And Dan Sylvester hanging on them, but Shea Kavanagh, last year's Class A champion, going after him, the SK Motorsport director, one of the associate sponsors of the championship. But Sylvester staying ahead at this stage, the much older car from the 1990s ahead of the 2000s EP3. Lewis Barker trying to stick with the top two with 6 minutes of the race to go.
It might be a 1994 car, I think, remember that car of Dan Sylvester. Not the first driver to have had it in this particular championship. First three altogether. Quite a gap back then to a change for fourth position. Gordon McMillan has been pushed back. It's Lewis Ellis now in the number 52 car that has moved up. A driver that lists Donington Park as being one of his favourite circuits, or his favourite circuit, in fact. So no surprise that he is going particularly well here, the driver from Sheffield.
Importantly for McMillan, he still leads his class. If you look behind him, he's got class rivals, 3 of them. So top 4 in Class B are absolutely together. Matthew Morgan in the later cars behind us, and very sideways Zach Burnell, but he saved it well. Not bad for your first car race. And Alex Foden, who was on pole in the class, he's their 3rd in Class B. So Class B looking very competitive today with the BMW of Gordon McMillan at the front. Made the fast start, but I don't think it has the pace. The front will drive cars behind.
No, so good scrap for Class B, making its way up to McLean's. McMillan trying to soak up the pressure here from the 116 car of Matthew Morgan, another driver that lists Donington as his favourite, the 43-year-old managing director from Leeds. Cheered on, no doubt, by his kids Max and George. And he started racing in 2022, but he's putting the pressure on McMillan here. Then you've got the 4 car of Alex Foden, another Donington Park fan next to him. But look at this, it's side by side now for the Class B lead, and 5th position overall is going to be Matthew Morgan in the 116 car on the inside line and McMillan on the outside line, and it's Morgan that goes through, and following him through is Alex Foden. So the driver from Ipswich heads through into 2nd place in Class B. Down to 3rd has gone Gordon McMillan, and there's another Clio, that of Zach Attack Burnell just behind.
And Morgan's gone off, hasn't he? After taking the lead, he went wide at the chicane. So through goes Alex Foden, his first hot hatch race. He leads the way after starting on pole in his actually appalling Clio. Then the car ahead that's gone into the gravel, that's Lewis Ellis. So that battle now becomes a 4th overall again, with Foden ahead from McMillan, Burnell, and now Morgan, who just took the lead of the class, at the back of the group once again after something happened on the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, so it is McMillan, then it is Burnell, isn't it, that's next up now. A 50-year-old from Rochdale, new to car racing, but done, as we've said, a lot in motocross, an ex-British champion. His late father was an F1 stock car champion as well. Here they come then, it's McMillan, and then Burnell, and then it's Matthew Morgan recovering after that off at the chicane. How far behind Foden are they? Well, he's pulling out quite a few car lengths, isn't he, as they turn up into Coppice Corner in the lead of Class B. I think she might be starting to get away. Probably 3 laps to go.
Yeah, he was fastest in qualifying in Class B, was Foden, but lost out at the start, so it kind of makes sense that he's getting away again. Meanwhile, the leaders cross the line just a quarter of a second apart, almost side by side in Class A. Here they are on your screen now, as Kavanagh to the outside of Sylvester. Kind of feels that Kavanagh has the pace, and Sylvester today, he runs a little wide, as I think Maddie Griffiths has gone off down at the old hairpin in the Swift, but it's side by side through Hollywood. This is sort of a big deep breath moment now down the Craner curve, side by side, but all good for YouTube views.
Absolutely, Sylvester clings on from local driver Shay Kavanagh then as they head down towards the old hairpin. Wipers going on Kavanagh's car, not so much on Sylvester's. Out of the old hairpin they go, past the Starkey's Bridge, up towards Schwanz and then McLean's they will go. It's always having to work hard there with Sylvester to keep the car pointing in basically the right direction, but he's managed to achieve that. He's still under pressure though from Kavanagh. More lappery, another Swift to lap soon as they turn their way through Coppice Corner now. They're probably going to have, I would think, only 1 lap to go at the end of this one, but it's going to be quite tight.
Yes, that's Maddie Griffiths, who I think had an offer. Dad racing in Lowcost today. It's her first race. The 23-year-old from Shropshire. Matthew Morgan's gone off now. One of the front Class B runners. He's trying to dig his way out. That's on the way up towards McLean's, but that's a significant position that Matthew Morgan is not going to get now. Class C, by the way, led by Josh Hilton by about 3.5 seconds as the leaders go either side of Maddie up across the line as they do start their final lap of the race. Dan Sylvester still ahead. To the outside comes Kavanagh in the EP3. He was races out in the Type R Trophy last time out at Brands Hatch. But Sylvester under intense pressure here from Kavanagh, that's seemingly quicker but unable to find a way through. As the marshals have done a great job there to get Matthew Morgan out of the gravel. That means that part of the track may well be in the green flag conditions when the leaders get there.
Yeah, a few hundred yards away from that at the moment, so it should be green if those marshals are back on their post by the time they get there. But it's a few car lengths now between Sylvester in the number 37 car and Kavanagh in number 93 in second place, last year's Class A champion.
Oh, Hilton's not come through in the lead of the Class C anymore. The two Class C leaders are side by side and up towards Redgate. Will Hornsey and William Bartup. So it might be a turn up in the books in Class C. You can see them in the inset. Will Hornsey on the inside in the Peugeot hangs on to the new lead that he's got from the Citroen of William Bartup. So all three classes are having great battles today in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
And Hilton, you can just see in the background on the insert, about 1.8 seconds behind those two. Meanwhile, the overall leaders, Sylvester and Kavanagh, heading down towards Roberts for the final time. They're not close enough to have a change there. As sideways is Hornsey, that's going to give the initiative to his rival, Bartup, as they head through. Bartup taking the lead, but for the overall victory, it's going to go the way of Dan Sylvester at the end of 15 minutes of racing in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Shay Kavanagh it is that takes second place, and it should be, after a while, Lewis Barker that will take third position. We'll see if we can pick up on what's going on in the Class C battle if we can in a moment.
Here's Alex Foden to win on his debut in Class B, but here's Class C with William Bartup looking for his first win in the category. I think he's had many podiums in Class C in the Citroen Saxo. It sort of started well last year and then faded away for him, but he's heading the way, but he's defending because William Hornsey, who made that mistake down at the old hairpin, isn't that far away. It's almost like watching Stock Hatch again from a decade or so ago.
It is into the final corner, then comes Bartup. Hornsey just behind him will be frustrated that he's thrown away a potential victory there, William Hornsey, but it's Will Bartup then in the number 17 car that gets the win. Hornsey is second, and presumably having made a mistake of some kind on the penultimate lap, Josh Hilton, the reigning champion, only finishes third on this occasion.
Yeah, that's right. In Class B, Foden won it by nearly 9 seconds in the end, remarkably, from Zach Bernal. Great debut from him. And Gordon McMillan came home third. But that was a really good race, wasn't it, from the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, once we got rid of the early safety car. And it's good to see new names coming towards the front. Some of the familiar names there as well. I think that's the best of the Swifts up across the line. Adam Blair, he came up to 17th overall and 5th in Class C, lapping in 1 minute 38, only a few seconds off the front runners in Class C. Lee Warren, I see, took the checkered flag despite getting a black flag halfway through the race, so he could be in a little bit of strife post-race here.
Yes, I think he might be looking at my information. So a great opening race of the season for the Hot Hatch Championship, not so much for the drivers that were involved.
Trevor!
Oh dear. Trevor Gregory is off in the gravel at Roberts on the way in, so he's not got as far as the checkered flag, hasn't Trevor Gregory. So he is not going to be classified at the end of that PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race. Trevor, who's an integral part behind the scenes of the 750 Motor Club as well. Let's have a look at the results then of that race. Dan Sylvester, 8 laps of racing completed in his Honda Civic, car 37 the race winner. He was 0.551 seconds clear of number 93, Shay Kavanagh, in second place. Third place went the way of number 15, Lewis Barker. Class B and 4th overall, number 4 Alex Foden, the Renault Clio 200. Second in Class B and 5th overall, 291 Zach Bernal. And 6th, number 20 Gordon McMillan in his BMW Compact. Then 7th was 52 Lewis Ellis, 8th 226 Lee Rickard, 9th 13 Stuart Kennedy, and 10th number 78 Matt Warren. A turn up for the books in Class C. William Bartup it was that took the win in car 17 the Citroen Saxo from number 30 William Hornsey and number 1 Josh Hilton, with Wayne Shackleton 14th. And then on the next screen we'll see the rest of the finishers, I think, because we had, 28 cars make it to the checkered flag, 27 showing there, down to Joshua Copeland in his Suzuki Swift in 27th position, but I think Maddie Griffiths, although lapped, was classified as well. So more racing to come for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. There are penultimate race of the day later on. We will look forward to seeing them out again. Hopefully conditions will continue to improve as the rest of the afternoon wears on. We're going to have our only endurance race of the weekend coming up next. That's going to be for the Harm All Porsche Trophy, 40-minute race with driver changes in that. And it's a big grid of Porsche as well, so really looking forward to that one. And still to come this afternoon, historic 754 winner, Mighty Minis, the Yokohama Lowcost Championship and the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship to round out the day, along with the Armed Forces Race Challenge, of course. That's all still to come. A reminder, 750 Motor Club are next in action next weekend at Croft, and you can see all of that on the Alpha live stream as well, so do tune in for that. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Andy McEwen with our winners in the Hot Hats Championship.
Well, what a fantastic race that was for the overall lead, and within the classes some changes right at the final moments as well. We've got our class winners here, including the winner of the class for the Suzuki Swifts as well, so we'll get 4 interviews in, hopefully. Daniel Sylvester's the first one that I'm after. Now, Daniel, in true racing driver fashion, has wandered off to chat to another driver because you've got a few stories to tell after that race. That was quite a battle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really good scrap, that. Yeah, everything that I wanted from today in one race, so yeah, really good. Some really close moments with Shay down the Craners as well, which probably a bit too close for comfort, but we both got away with it. So yeah, no, really clean race. Really enjoyed it.
Put us in the driver's seat in those kind of situations, because in the dry it's a dicey place to go door to door, let alone the wet, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty spicy place. If you come here on a track day, you'll probably get 20 red flags in a day if you're lucky. But yeah, it's a good track. I've had loads of grip today on these Yokohama tyres, so I'm really having a good time. Definitely had some spicy moments, but yeah, no, the car feels pretty good to me. It's not too bad.
And the good news is we get to do this all again later on this afternoon. Are you confident it will be a similar look to the race in that one?
Well, hopefully it's dry, because I heard there's a lap record that needs beating. So yeah, me or Shay, I think, can probably do it today. So hopefully it dries out.
Excellent. OK, we'll keep an eye on the weather for you. Congratulations, though, Daniel, on the Class win. Alex Foden's pulled in alongside him. Alex, well done. Class B winner. Well, we were just hearing there the conditions were still challenging, but there seems less standing water than there was this morning. How did you find it?
I just couldn't see a thing. So I had a really bad start because I think I was on the dry line. So I've wheel span off the start. Got done around the first corner. Then someone overtook me under the safety car, so I was trying not to lose my head. And then I managed to get it back around the last couple of corners. But literally the screen was fogging up, so I was literally driving through brake lights. So yeah, I can't thank Andy and Joe enough for helping me this weekend. Steve and Siobhan for coming along. So yeah, mega job for that.
A lot of drivers in other races have said they've had issues with windscreens misting up and whatnot. I mean, just how difficult is that? We all struggle if we're driving down an A road at 40 miles an hour and we can't see. You guys are going a bit quicker than that.
Yeah, I couldn't see anything. I literally was driving through brake lights. All I could see was literally the grass on the right of me, and I think it was Morgan's brake lights, and that was it. And then literally as soon as I managed to get past him, I could actually see again. Then once I got down Craners, the windscreen fogged up, and it was literally only the centre of the windscreen that I could see through. So I was trying to get air in the car. I was trying to look. It was just mad, but yeah, I'm just glad not to have binned it, really.
Makes it all the sweeter when you come home with a Class win. Congratulations on that then, Alex. Will Bartrup is our Class C winner. Will, how did you find the weather out there? Any misting up issues? Looks like maybe the answer's yes.
Yeah, I felt a little bit, to be honest. Going off the first round, there was no grip at all. And in assembly area, it started not stop raining. So I was like, have I chosen the right tyre choice or not? But then it came through to everything, and there was enough standing water that could cool down the tyres just enough. And I kept myself going and just kept it clean, really.
Something I think people watching at home maybe don't realise is that those decisions about tyres and in particular setup, they have to be made quite a long time in advance of the race, because it's not the work of a moment, especially if it's something fundamental in the setup.
Yeah, it's kind of the part of the challenge, really. A lot of people didn't risk it for the wets, and I was just watching the live stream to try and find as much spray or to go off anything, and luckily there was standing water, so I could just cool down the tyres enough. But it was just down to keeping it clean, and fortunately other people made a few mistakes, and I was there just to pick the pieces, really.
Good stuff. Well done. Class C winner then for Will Bartrup. Adam Blair is here, I think. He's just poking his head in his car. So he was the winner of the Suzuki Swift class. And, tough race for all of you out there, I think, Adam. These little cars, though, they look really good fun to drive in the dry. Is that still the same when it's waterlogged like this?
Even more so, I'd say. Oh, really? Yeah. It's we had to make a few changes after qualifying because kind of a little bit too understeery, but they're very tunable. The tyres are great, and yeah, they're like I used to race Enduro KA. It feels a lot like that with twice the power. So it's nice.
I mean, it's strange to think of that, isn't it? A Suzuki Swift having twice the power of anything. But sometimes you don't need a lot of ponies, do you, to have a lot of fun? Especially around a track like this, it's very momentum-based.
I prefer it. When I was younger, the more power I got, the better I seem to do. Whereas now, I just really like racing slow cars. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I've got a bit slow myself.
No, I think that's where the real fun is, Adam, I'll be honest. Adam, we've got to go because we've got another race coming, but well done on the class, mate.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
So, that concludes our first hot hatch action of the weekend. I'll get my teeth in. We have our Porsche race coming up next, the Carmore Porsche Trophy. 40 minutes, mandatory pit stop in the middle. Some interesting drivers entered in this one as well, and we'll do our best during the course of the race to catch up with a few of them. For a run through the grid, though, let's head back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Yes, the first race of the season for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. It's a 40-minute race. It's a rolling start, and there's pit stops as well between 15 and 25 minutes into the race as well, just to spice things up. Several of the cars will be shared and have 2 drivers in them as well. And again, there's a range of different classes based on power to weight ratio. Class SP1 for cars of up to 230 brake horsepower per tonne. They're the blue sticker cars. 180 for the red sticker cars. In SP2, SP3 160 is the limit, and the yellow stickers, and SP4 130. And the orange stickers. Here is the grid then. On pole position, it's the 165 car of Wazza Allen in the Porsche Cayman, and besides him is Grant Jackson in the Porsche Cayman S. The second row, you've got the 88 car. That is being driven by Paul Simpson and Adi Deuce. Number 8 on the outside of the second row. Row 3, you've got the 25 car of Jamie McHugh, and then the number 10 car is next up. That's going to be started by Vincent Brewer. That's on the outside of the third row. The fourth row, you've got number 12, that's Tim Bates, and besides him, number 81, Ryan Charters. Row 5, you've got 906, that's Ansa Hota, and 32 is the car of William Kirtler. Row 6 is 55 on the inside, that's Stephen Atkinson, and 15 is now a 2-driver car. Shiraz Khan is starting that car there. On to row 7 of the grid, that's the 211 car, which is Nick Rinillo, and besides him, number 27, which is Baz Darcy. Then on row 8, it's 35. Now going solo, I think, is Daniel Crago, rather than as listed in the programme. And besides him is the 78 car, which is Rich Gravestock even. Row 9 is the 73 car, started by Nick Carey, and the number 19 of Rob Holloman. Row 10 of the grid, the 903 car is Ken Van Howen, and the 60 car, I think, may well have withdrawn, the Callahans. Row 11 of the grid, we have the 6 car, which is being started by Theo Bridgman Williams, and the 126 car by Gabriel Yilmaz. The 12th row of the grid is going to be started by Felix Archery at number 91, and Fernando Gattino is in car number 3. The 13th row of the grid is 72, that's being started by Mike Kirtler, and 56 is Tom McHugh. The 14th row of the grid is car number 14, that's Kevin Childs, and the 18 is that of Chris Valentine. The 15th row of the grid is going to be Steve Lloyd and Stuart Ings. Row 16 of the grid is the 128 car of Mike Reynolds. Next to him is 76 Jamie Naylard. Row 17 is number 1, which is Paul Hicks, besides the 11 car, which is being started by Chris Waltonspool. The 18th row is 36 Hugh Pert, and the 71 car started by Andrew Dye. And then it's number 40 James Harvey at the back, and also number 30 Clayton Sampson. A big old grid, Josh, and they're already well on their way towards the rolling start.
Yeah, it's a great grid, a great mix of cars, which you'll see when the race gets underway. Front engine, mid engine, different eras of cars, rear engine Porsches, of course, as well. So the cars coming out of the chicane, ready for this rolling start. 40 minutes of racing.
That's Peter Dildot's car that we saw at the end of the pit lane then. The red lights are on. Any moment now they will go out and the race will get underway for 40 minutes in this Calm All Porsche Trophy race. Lights have gone out and the cars streak off up to the right-hander at Redgate Corner for the first time. Lots of spray, although probably not as much as there might have been a little bit earlier on, because the rain has abated now here at Donington Park. And from pole position, I think it was Wazza Allen that made the best of the starts, and he's heading down the hill, down through the Craner curves for the first time, and it's, I think, Grant Jackson who was second, but for how much longer? Because there's an attack coming there from the car of Paul Simpson it is, yes, that started third on the grid, and he has gone through on the exit of the old hairpin.
Yeah, that's right. It's great to see new people near the front. Grant Jackson so much further up the order than we've seen him in the past. Okay, he's just lost a position as a big slide from the car that just passed him. Paul Simpson is getting a move on. I think a new car to him, this Cayman. But then we've got some of the Boxsters that run in Class 2. Andrew Juice, the fastest of them in qualifying this morning. But the 9:44, isn't it, that Jamie McHugh's in today, not that was listed in qualifying. 25, Jamie McHugh, the front engine car, has come up behind Andrew Juice, now in 5th position with the shared car. Vincent Brewer starting there in 6th position, who I think is in his first race today, so great to see him so far up the order. And right on the back of Jamie McHugh, who won races before, this very powerful turbocharged 944 that would be a handful in these conditions, I'm sure, but he's making progress using that straight line speed to go ahead of the Class 2 leader, Andrew Juice. He might get third off of Grant Jackson as well.
Yeah, he might well do here as they turn their way through Redgate Corner. It's very close, but it looks like McHugh is indeed into 3rd place now as they drop down through the Craner curves. For those of you that have looked at the programme, there are quite a few class changes from the entrance. I won't go through all of them, but quite a few drivers have been downgraded, if you like, from SP1 or SP2 into SP3, or from SP1 into SP2 as the Paris weight calculations have been crunched. So that means that there have been a number of class changes. And a few cars have gained drivers as well. I think we've probably told you about most of those as we ran through the grid. So working lap 2 of this race, it was Allen, who was already leading by 3.8 seconds at the end of the opening lap. Paul Simpson was then 2 seconds clear of the now 3rd place man, and that's Jamie McHugh, because he's already made up 2 places on this lap. He's taken over the lead of the class that he is in as well, SP2.
Although I kind of wonder, Jamie McHugh would be in Class 1 usually in that 944, so there might be further changes when we perhaps get to the result sheets.
Yes, yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that. He's there in the number 25 car, of course. Yeah, no, he has switched from SP1 to SP2. That was a change in the programme, so that's a conscious decision to change that in that direction. Just looking down my notes from earlier on.
It's interesting, because it's not the class it was in last year. Anyway, great to have Tim Bates out there. We just saw him in the 1979 3.5 litre 911 RS. Really great to have some of these older 911s finding a place to race with the Carmel Porsche trophy. Got lots of front engine cars heading towards us now, including Daniel Crago in his 968 Club Sport, his 2nd in Class 3 at this stage. But off the road just behind him, the Carey's car.
Nick Carey, I think, wasn't it, at the start?
The 1993 968 3-litre car, but that should be able to recover.
Yeah, and I think it's Nick and his son, I think, James, that are sharing that car, if I remember rightly.
Yes, James, the university student, 21 years of age. We'll see him then a bit later on. The Le Mans liveries car there of the Bridgman Williams duo. It's Theo that was, I think, going solo now, isn't it? A 27-year-old from Suffolk.
Oh, and a move being made there by number 91, which is Felix Archer, isn't it, in this race? It was shown with Stephen, who we heard from earlier on. So Felix, the cousin of Angus Archer, who sadly passed away last month. We saw about driving Angus's car at lunchtime on slicks in the wet, which was a brave thing to do.
He's going well now, though, isn't he?
He is.
Progressing well up the order. Inside the top 15.
Certainly is, and we've got almost 40 cars on the grid today, which is absolutely fantastic effort from everyone behind the Carmel Porsche Trophy. Philip Waters, one of the prime movers there, encouraging all of these cars out onto the grid. Nice little Boxster battle going on here, isn't there, as they turn their way through. This is for 8th, 9th and 10th. Ryan Charters, Baz Darcy and William Kirkland are all in the mix in that particular battle, and it looks like it's Darcy that's moved to the head of that group now. The 3 Boxsters then for 8th, 9th and 10th, and 4th, 5th and 6th in their class, heading down the Craner curves once again. And I think Andy was right, conditions are brightening a bit, aren't they? And it's certainly not as wet as it was earlier on.
I don't think the rain's totally stopped, but it's not as hard as it was earlier. Andy should know, he's out there. And Peter Dillnock's up to 25th. He had to start from the pit lane, so he's progressing and should have a strong pace in his 996 model 911. But it's a good Boxster battle that continues here. heading up towards Coppice Corner. Warren Allen still leads, by the way, by about 5 seconds from Paul Simpson, who's going well, and then Jamie McHugh in third. This is a battle of fourth. Grant Jackson, he is in that position at the moment, the driver from Kent, who way back in 1980 raced in the Motor Racing Stables series at Brands Hatch, but then had a long time off before returning to racing just last year.
A nice move made there by Tim Bates to get up into 6th position in the more historic car. He's going to go 5th here, isn't he? He's past Andrew Juice as well, AD, as he goes into Coppice Court, to Redgate Corner, wrong end of the circuit. So Tim Bates going really well now in that 1979 car, ex-motocross competitor. Has been racing for 18 years now as Tim, and he's making more ground towards cars that have gone well. So Grant Jackson is his next target, isn't it?
And that car that Tim Bates is in is the car that Mark Hines built for the Porsche Cup back in the 1990s. It's that car been racing for so many years. Tim Bates has had it now for some time, and he's making further progress there. Was that a lapped car? It might be a lapped
71,
car.
the Andrew Dye car is a lap down, yeah.
So different experience with tricky conditions. Unsurprisingly, we're seeing lap traffic quite early on here, but Tim Bates, massively experienced competitor. Not sure we've seen him out in this series before though, so great to welcome Tim Bates out into the Calm All Porsche Trophy, and he's gaining more positions. He goes past Grant Jackson on the way down towards the Robert chicane, so that is Tim Bates inside the top 5 now. Yeah. Should be 4th position, I think, and he'll be going after Jamie McHugh.
He is as well, isn't he? Best looking car on the grid as well, I reckon. So Bates goes across the line to complete his 5th lap now. Best lap of the race on that lap actually was to Wazza Allen, a 126.295. Bates lapping in the 29, so mid 129 that time.
That's only 7 seconds off the lap record that Warren Allen has done, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, given the conditions, absolutely. Very impressive indeed. In practice this morning, he did a 125.326, but of course the conditions have been changing throughout the day. There's the Grant Jackson car, number 93, with AD just behind it. These two in different classes, of course.
2010 987 shaped Cayman, that for Grant Jackson. He has raced that car with Gary Stamford, but he's a solo today. And he's just ahead of Andrew Juice, the Class 2 driver. The driver from Berkshire made his racing debut a couple of years ago in the car that previously raced by Charles Clark, the now a GT3 racer, in the Porsche Club Championship a few years ago. One car's had an off at Coppice. Is that a lapped car, are we thinking?
Well, I think probably yes. Couldn't quite tell. There it is. It's that sort of silver and yellow car. But it's the number 1 car, isn't it? Paul Hicks, the 60-year-old from Woburn Sands, retired in his 5th season of racing in that 2006 car, which is run by himself and Gary Campbell. Bought as a track car, this one, back in 2021.
6 seconds is the gap. Come down a little bit between the top 2, Warren Allen and Paul Simpson, who's in 2nd. This is the battle amongst them to be the best of the Boxsters. Andrew Juice still just ahead of Vincent Brewer. There's our race leader, Warren Allen, in that Cayman. For some reason he keeps the novice cross on the back. He's certainly not a novice. He's raced several seasons now and won many races in this series. He's just about to put a lap on Mike Reynolds there on the way up towards McLean's.
Black and white driving standards flag has gone out to car 10 for repeatedly exceeding track limits, which we've not seen too much of that flag yet today, but as conditions improve, perhaps we'll see a little bit more of it.
I'm not really sure you want to be quite honest.
No.
It's been caught anyway. So we had 10 minutes of the race. 6.4 seconds was the leading gap. It's going to fluctuate now as we're into the traffic, but Allen and Simpson clearly the quickest 2 drivers today. And there comes Paul Simpson, who I think ran in a Boxton Class 2 last year, so he stepped up to this Cayman. We're getting more and more Caymans into the series this year, it seems. And the leading gap after 7 laps has gone out back to 7.5 seconds. These 2 well clear of Jamie McHugh. Just lapped there Steve Lloyd. So I think it's the first time we've seen him out in this series. He's in a 9.68, which we have several of on the grid today. Ken Van Howen further up the order than we've seen him in the past. He's just about to go a lap down, though, to Warren Allen in another of the 911s on the grid.
Yeah, that's right. Drive from Banstead. So 11 minutes into this race, it's 165 Warren Allen leading, 88 Paul Simpson second, 25 Jamie McHugh third and leading his class. Fourth, number 12, Tim Bates. Fifth, number 93, Grant Jackson. Sixth is number 8, Andrew Juice. Then it's 10, 27, 32 and 55, completing the top 10. SP3 has been led by the 211 car, which is Nick Rinillo, in 13th place overall, and SP4 by car 18, which is Chris Valentine and David Hornsey in their Porsche 924.
Little bit of clear track now for Warren Allen. A couple of cars to lap for Paul Simpson. He does one around the outside at Coppice. Some of the front engine cars still battling away here within class 3. In 17th position then is Daniel Crago, who's really been in this series since sort of the inception. Behind him is Rich Gravestock, who's out there in a 968. And then behind the pair of them is Theo Bridgman-Williams, the 27-year-old from Suffolk, who's also racing the Classic Sports Car Club and racing the Fiesta Championship as well when he started. He's in a Porsche 944 Series 2 with a 3-litre inline-4 engine and the car prepared by the family team, BW Motorsport, and it looks really good, doesn't it, in the 1980s Le Mans livery. The livery that won Le Mans in the Porsche 956s and 962s, and was aboard front-engined Porsches in the GT class as well.
That's right, as we are 2.5 minutes away from the pit lane window opening here. Everyone needs to make a stop, whether they're going to make a driver change or not, to keep things nice and equal. It's a 60-second stop that has to be served as a minimum.
Two Club Sport 968s together here. Great battle between Daniel Crago and Rich Gravestock. A lot of the front engine cars and the historic 911s as well were built for the Porsche Cup that ran in the 1990s. It was a multiple class system, much like this really.
That's right.
In the days before the Porsche Carrera Cup was introduced, which was back in 2002, which will have their opening round of the championship here this weekend coming at Donington Park.
Yeah, but this very much sort of capturing the ethos of that multi-model Porsche Cup from the 1990s, which was so successful, part of the Best of British Motorsport package in the mid-1990s, of course, and attracted some good drivers through it that went on to achieve great things in GTs and touring cars, of course. Mike Jordan, of course, came through Porsche racing as well.
Johnny Molan famously had that season where he won every single race in the late 90s before he went on to be a Le Mans racer. But the championship, from what I remember really, was Pete Chambers versus the Jones twins, wasn't it, at the front?
Yes, they were always, to the fore, weren't they?
That's right.
Meanwhile, in this race, Warren Allen, 8.5 seconds lead over Paul Simpson, and he's picking his way through the traffic now, which is a big feature of this race because there are so many cars and of sort of differing performance levels because of their different power to weight ratio. But Allen here seems to be fairly unflustered as he makes his way through the traffic. He's just got past a few of the front engine cars there.
Yeah, that's the battle of the 17th we were describing just a moment ago. So he's lapped, getting on for half the field, I guess. Maybe he has half the field already, just 10 laps in. And the pit window will be open sort of next time round for the race leader should he wish to take an early stop.
That's right, yes. So we'll see what his strategy is going to be in this race. A reminder that this is the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Calm is the campaign against living miserably, which is a charity working in the men's mental health space, particularly drawing attention to the issues of male suicide, and a charity very close to the hearts of the people behind the championship. And it's great that we're able to have these Porsches racing with a Calm logo on the side of the cars to raise awareness for this very important cause. And as they're doing so, they're producing some great racing as well. This battle still going on that you were describing, Josh, for about 17th place.
Yeah, second in Class 3. The class being led a bit further up the road by Nick Rinillo, who's going really well, driving from Warwickshire in another 911, so perhaps we'll pick up on that a bit later on, a 1979 car that leads Class 3. The middle here includes Baz Darcy, the driver in 8th position in 27. He's under pressure still from William Kirchler. 2 of the Boxster S cars on the grid today. They were just lapping James Harvey, who himself a supporter of charities. I understand he's running an event next month. But just ahead of him is Jamie Naylard, who is out there today in his Porsche Cayman S, a 3.4 litre car that he built a year ago. The driver from Hertfordshire, returning to the Carmel Porsche Trophy this year.
Did some hot hatch, didn't he, a couple of years ago?
Well, it was his old Mini that was in the gravel in the last race.
It was.
But good to have him out here.
Absolutely right. So the pit lane window is open. Nobody's yet taken advantage of that fact. They've only got 15 minutes, sorry, 10 minutes in which to make their stops, I believe.
It could get pretty busy. The teams are in the garages today, so that's a helpful fact for them, I'm sure. So there's Will Kirchler in his Boxster. He's just put a lap on the Andrew Dye car, who's having his first ever race today in the 2002 Boxster S 3.2 litre that he owns and is racing with his brother Simon. I think it might have been Simon that started that. We have got cars in the pits, including 12 Tim Bates, 93 Grant Jackson, 8 Andrew Juice, 903 Ken Van Howen and 24 Steve Lloyd, the first 5 cars to come in.
Yeah, so they're going to have to make stops pretty soon. You can see there's more and more coming in all the time now, because there's only really a window, probably 7 laps or something, where you could make the stop.
See the name Randy Look there on the side of Ken Van Howen's car. This is a car that was racing in the United States before it came over to the UK. I think a couple of years ago we first saw Ken take to the wheel of that car in this series, but he's looking a lot quicker, I must say, than we've seen him in the past in what are very challenging conditions today. I think he was running just outside the top 20, which is a good improvement over before. Pete Deal not starting to progress from the pit lane. He's got up into 23rd position now in his 911. We saw him out in the Armed Forces Challenge. It's 996, the model car from 1999. An Army veteran, Pete Deal not. Then he's gained more positions, hasn't he? He's into the top 20 now.
So he is.
See just out of my window, just behind this group, the cars that have pitted all left in the order they came in. Bates, Jackson and Juice, pretty much as close as that.
Yeah, which is what you'd expect. It is a 60-second stop, mandatory stop. Obviously, some drivers may take a little bit longer to do a driver change or something like that, so that could shake up the order in the pit stops. But in theory, it shouldn't make too much difference. There's the 6th car, the Bridgman Williams car, still in the hands of Theo at the moment. And it's McHugh now, isn't it, that's slotting his way between them. Jamie McHugh, who has yet to make his stop in this race, still 3rd behind Allen and Simpson in the running order at the moment.
And McHugh still showing as the leader in Class 2 as he's yet to pit. Perhaps he's sort of detuned that car from last season when it ran in the top categories, just lapping some of the Class 3, Class 2 cars at the moment as they go through Coppice Corner. And there's a big squeal of tyres down at the chicane, so we'll pick up on that if a car has gone off in a moment. But McHugh has just got a lap on Pete Deal not. The car that was off may have just recovered ahead of them.
Yeah, possibly, and the number 1 car, Paul Hicks, has just disappeared into the pit lane as well. We're getting on for half of the cars have now made the stop. There's another 5.5 minutes of the pit window being open. That's the 76 car you can see on the inset. That is Jamie Naylard in his Porsche Cayman S.
Another car that's in the pit lane, Kevin Childs, is just going to vacate that car. He's going to be handing over to James Gornall, the former British Touring Car Championship racer, the 2008 British GT champion. James Gornall, you'd think, will be very rapid in that car when he takes to the wheel of car number 14 in a moment.
Yeah, as obviously the running order, obviously not quite as you'd expect with the pit stops going on. The 10 car has come in, the 27 car, the Baz Darcy car has come in now, so too is the number 81 car of Ryan Chart as well, all from inside the top 10, so they'll be dropping down the order.
Vince Brewer about to vacate car 10, his first race. That was a good first stint, wasn't it? Inside the top 6, I think, for most of it. Ben Gruoch about to take over. Problem though for Paul Simpson on the previous lap. He had a slow lap, and that's allowed Jamie McHugh to close in for second place, and that means Warren Allen has a much larger lead now, something like 25 seconds, and he's just at the fastest lap of the race again, 1 minute 25.806.
Well, problems there for the number 10 car. Looks like Brewer's been called back.
I don't know what they can see, because the windscreen is absolutely steamed up, and actually making these pit stops may make that situation worse still.
Yeah, it's probably not going to improve matters, is it? I wouldn't have thought.
Porsche sent to a Bournemouth car in the pit lane at the moment.
You can see more and more cars piling in. Probably 80% of them have now come in. Walter Allen yet to make his stop, Jamie McHugh yet to make his, but all of the other front runners now have, really, in this sort of frantic middle 10 minutes of the race.
Here's our leader of Class 4, certainly earlier on, Chris Valentine and David Hornsey, just ahead of 24-18. Chris Valentine, who started racing back in 2012. He was the runner-up in the Porsche 924 Championship back in 2019.
And he's still leading Class SP4 as well, in 34th position overall as well. Hugh Pert is second within that class in the number 36 car. Leader was Allen has just completed his 15th lap already, 5 laps ahead of some of the cars out there, maybe only 4 laps, but quite a bit of lappery having gone on during the course of this race so far. More than halfway through it, less than 18 minutes to go of this 40-minute encounter now for the Barbel Porsche Trophy.
Dare we say it quietly though, all 36 cars that started were still running.
Yes. Hope you're not tempting fate there, Josh. The 11 car just heading out of the pit lane is Dominic McGee, now taking over from Chris Walton's sport. I think half the first part of the race.
We just saw Stephen Archer getting into car 91, who we had a chat with at lunchtime. That car, as he mentioned, in remembrance of Angus Archer, who sadly passed away last month. So Tim Bates has just gone through shot there. He's still ahead of Grant Jackson by about 3 seconds. But Jamie McHugh, who they weren't that far behind, still yet to make his pit stop, and he has to do it pretty soon, probably actually at the end of this lap.
Yeah.
Will be his last opportunity. He's 31 seconds behind Warren Allen now, but leading Class 2. So his real rival, Andrew Deuce, has just set his personal best, the car that pitted earlier, 1 minute 28.218, which is quicker than McHugh was on that time.
Yeah.
So that could be a close battle once the final pit stops are done for Jamie McHugh. Warren Allen has just peeled in, the overall leader.
Yeah, he's still got the best lap of the race, hasn't he, Allen? A 125.806. Sort of the next best times in the 127s, I think. I think those are probably the next best times that we can see.
The Class 3 leader has also come into the pits, Rick Grignolo, the driver from Warwickshire. And his 1979 Porsche. Haven't yet seen that one, but that one leads Class 3. There's Warren Allen, the Tonkai leader. There's the 911 that leads Class 3 just behind. So another real retro 1970s 911, which we haven't seen in this series before, and then we've got multiple of them out there today.
Oh, it's so good to have them as well, isn't it? They look absolutely fantastic and bring to mind those sort of late 80s, early 90s Porsche Cup races, when you're seeing several of those on the grid amongst the front engine cars as well. So Walter Allen here serving his mandatory pit stop before he goes back out into the race. I imagine he'd be able to pick up the lead here. Jamie McHugh has come in as well now with 25 seconds or so of the pit window remaining, so he's now made his stop.
Paul Simpson, who was second earlier, has dropped behind Tim Bates, Grant Jackson and Andrew Deuce. So a slower pit stop presumably for Paul Simpson means he's going to drop off the overall podium.
And Stephen Atkinson is in danger of not making his pit stop in time because we're now 15 minutes away from the end. Pit window's closed and he's the only driver. Oh, he's just got in. Just
3 seconds late.
Yes, oh, that's unfortunate. So he may well pick up a penalty for that unless people are feeling particularly accommodating to him. He's third on the timing scale. He'll drop back down as a result of that. Here's Walter Allen then. He's going to be our race leader, we think, once all is settled down after the pit stops.
So the interesting thing is Tim Bates, who I think just crossed the line now, he passes Jamie McHugh just out of our window. So Tim Bates is up to second. Jamie McHugh will still be leading his class, but he's dropping down the order. Presumably he's still leading his class because Andrew Juice was only 6 seconds behind him. So we'll look out for cars 25 and 8 for the FP2 lead. That should be pretty tight in these final 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely right. So one of the cars just heading out of the pit lane there is the 12 car then. That is Tim Bates, who's assumed second position and effectively through the pit stops. But it'd be interesting to see if Jamie McHugh, there he is, not too far behind, is he? If he's going to be able to try and catch him in these final moments of the race.
He had Grant Jackson just behind him, and then Andrew Juice was pretty close to the back of him as Tim Bates is sliding around that 1979 911.
And not exactly not sliding around was the car chasing McHugh there as well. So conditions are still tricky. I mean, the sun is trying to break through. I think the rain may have just... no, I don't think it's quite stopped yet, has it? Wipers are still on. But it's certainly improved a lot from what it was an hour or so ago here at Donington Park. But Bates there in that car that's in second place, the 911, looking absolutely resplendent as it turns its way out of the Robert chicane and towards the end of another lap. He's 39 seconds behind was Allen. More importantly, possibly, is 1.9 seconds clear of Jamie McHugh as the car of Simpson now in sixth place. It's just on the best lap of the race, a 1:25.597, and he is about 2 seconds, I should say, behind the car of AD, Andrew Juice ahead of him, and that would be for not for class position. There's a problem for 71 there. That is Simon Dyers, it will now be, that's had a spin, I think, coming out of Roberts.
Yes, he will eventually be able to rejoin safely. But the battle of a second very much on there. Bates, McHugh, Jackson, Juice and Simpson are only separated by 6 seconds. So take Warren Allen out of the picture, and it's a very close race indeed up front. Paul Simpson, remember, had that slower stop, but did have similar pace to Warren Allen in the early stages, so it's not a total surprise that he's been able to set the fastest lap of the race. Meanwhile, we see out there Ferdinando Gattino in his Boxster, driver who started racing back in 2003 from Hertfordshire. And in all of this, we've got the 72, the Ashgood Porsche of Mike Kurtler. And he exits the Robert chicane to complete another lap.
Mark Horton's taken over that car now. Mike Kurtler starting that one.
Just behind this group, so about to lap this big group, is about of a second position, which Tim Bates is still ahead of, and all that group just set their personal best, including the fastest lap for Paul Simpson to go fifth at 1:24.781 impressively now.
78's had a spin, that's Rich Gravestock in the 968. He's going to get back into the race though, but yes, that battle for second is probably what we want to try and focus on. The gap from second to third came down a smidge in that time, about a couple of tenths, 1.7 seconds.
Whether Paul Simpson can pass them all. He's already passed Andrew Juice, and he certainly has the pace to pass them all in that Cayman of his.
I would have thought so. That's the number 88 car, so we'll try and pick up this this group of cars shortly that are battling for second place, and the Paul Simpson, as we said, in fifth position is the one to watch.
Here they are. There's McHugh in third. Is it still Jackson behind him? I think it is. And then Paul Simpson next up as they climb the hill up towards Coppice with huge amounts of traffic that Tim Bates has begun on, but he's being caught by Jamie McHugh, isn't he? McHugh much closer to Bates than he was at the start of the lap.
The whole thing is compressing, isn't it? Second, third, fourth and fifth. Andrew Juice will try to go with them as well. This not for position, this Tim Bates getting past the Jacob Aylard number 76 Porsche came. Remember, that's a lap down.
Behind Grant Jackson, gone down the inside of Jamie McHugh, who got a bit blocked in the traffic. There just wasn't the space with 3 cars going abreast ahead of him. So has McHugh lost out here? No, I think he held on. He's still ahead of Grant Jackson and ahead of Paul Simpson too.
Yeah, but those are right together.
Big spin in front of Bates, the gravel.
Yeah, that's a slower car, is it?
Yeah.
So pick up who that is. It's the 72 car of Mark Horton. Mark Horton, that car out of the race in a pretty prone position on the gravel track with less than 10 minutes of the race left to go. Car 55, a 60-second time penalty for making its pit stop outside the window, as we thought, by about 3 seconds. That's the Stephen Atkinson number 55 car.
It also has a short pit stop penalty of 30.6 seconds as well.
You might as well at that point.
Clayton Sampson is also getting a penalty, 32.6 seconds for a short pit stop. So a couple have gone under the time, so it'll be 30 seconds plus the time short. I don't think either of those are in sort of significant positions within their class, are they?
I don't think so.
Clayton Sampson has been successful before, but only 6th today in Class 3.
Now there you've got Simpson getting right together with Jackson up to Coppice Corner then for 4th and 5th positions overall, and 3rd and 4th positions within the SP1 class. Tim Bates is still 2nd, still ahead of Jamie McHugh, I think, as they come down to Roberts once more. Yeah, McHugh got a slower car between himself and Bates here, but I think the real point of interest then is what's going to happen between Jackson and Simpson, and whether Simpson can get past both of them. It looks like we have had a change, have we? I think Simpson is now ahead of Jackson. Yes, he is, as they come up to Redgate Corner for the 21st time.
126 has gone around, which is the Yilmaz shared car.
Ellen Yilmaz, I think, for the second part of the race. And the snatch vehicle is out on the circuit at Redgate Corner, pulling the number 72 car out of the gravel trail.
That's right, so the rest of the track is clear, so therefore they can race around the rest of the course. There's Jamie McHugh then, he started the lap 1.5 seconds ahead of Paul Simpson. But Simpson has the pace on the 944 turbo car there of McHugh, the 2.5 litre machine that's got a new engine in now, the Augment Automotive engine. Maybe that's why it's dropped down a class from where we've seen it before.
McHugh has closed upon Bates here. He was 2.6 seconds behind at the start of the lap, but they're right together now as they climb up towards Coppice Corner, passing another of the older 911s as they go. But the gap has gone out to Paul Simpson, it would seem. So he's lost a bit of ground, relatively speaking, to Bates and McHugh. Here they come, down out of Coppice Corner, down to Roberts once again. McHugh is trying to get alongside under braking, is he, for the chicane? Of course, the slower cars ahead. And that is Simpson. Is that Simpson with them?
I think it must be.
It is. He's getting alongside in actual fact. I beg your pardon. This is the 88 car. The 88 in an unusual position on the car, which is why I couldn't spot the number, but he's gone past McHugh. Is he going to get past Bates as well? He's having a look, but I don't think he's quite going to do that as they get into Redgate Corner, is he?
I think he's lost one of the 8s, hasn't he, on his windscreen?
That's the confusing thing. Oh, that was interesting. You can see green lights there at Hollywood. So where were the yellow lighting panels, I wonder, in relation to that manoeuvre made by the number 88 car, or the 80 it says on the front of the car, of Paul Simpson, who's now right with Tim Bates for 2nd place.
Yeah, there's still more and more traffic. It's a super busy circuit today. It's great to see. And around the outside of James Harvey they go and head up towards McLean's for what will be the 22nd time in this race for the leading group. And Bates dives up the inside of 56, Tom McHugh's car, which I think was also listed as a Boxster and clearly isn't. And up towards Coppice they go. They squeeze up the inside of one of the rear engine cars there. And it still worked the same order. Tim Bates ahead from Paul Simpson in 3rd, then Jamie McHugh is 4th as they head down and had one of the 94s go off on the inset. But I think for McHugh, he's fighting back here on the inside of Paul Simpson. Was there a touch between the two of them? They were almightily close as they met the apex of the right-handed element of the corner. And are they still behind Tim Bates? Yes, they are, and they're side by side.
Up towards Redgate Corner then for the 23rd time. It's McHugh on the outside of the circuit. It's Simpson on the inside line in the number 88 car, and it's Simpson that holds on there. The Porsche Cayman for the man from Tunbridge Wells squeezes ahead. They've got a slower car ahead of them, and they've allowed Tim Bates to get away a little bit. They're going to pass that back mark, or at least Paul Simpson is. Is that the Gravestock car that they're passing? I think it is.
Big slide from Simpson. Yeah, we held on to it, didn't he? We said James Gornall might be quick. He's in Class 3, and he has just set the fastest lap in that class by 4 seconds. But he's well down the order. He's many laps down, so he's not going to feature in the overall or in the class podiums even. But James Cornell, he doesn't race much nowadays, still proving he's very quick.
Chicky, as he's known, showing that he's still got the pace. 4.5 minutes of the race left to go. Another car in the gravel trap at Hollywood, just beneath the grandstand there.
Simpson was massively sideways on the main shot there, and out of copies, and he's lost a lot of momentum, so much so a back marker's always passing him, and that means Jamie McHugh is back on terms with Paul Simpson, who was hugely sideways out of Coppice corner.
4.25 minutes to go. They're probably going to get
and again.
4 laps. Yeah, again. Out of this, they are just looking at the gap between Bates and Simpson. It's 4.5 seconds at the moment, Bates to Simpson. So they really need to try and do something to close this gap. Another car off through the gravel trap as the race comes towards an end and the conditions change. Maybe drivers perhaps getting a little overconfident. Maybe tyres going off, perhaps.
It's drying out. Like you said earlier, that's perhaps more slippery than what it was earlier. Well, I'm not really sure what's happened to Paul Simpson because he had all that pace, and now the car just doesn't want to go in a straight line at all. But he's hanging on to third spot here.
Yeah, he's done a 1:24.781. The last lap was a 1:30.191, so he's 5.5 seconds slower than he has been. Obviously, traffic part of that, but also the car just not behaving as he would like, I don't think. Into the pits has come number 27, that's Baz Darcy.
He was in the top 10.
Yeah, and that is to retire, one would think. The driver from SP2 was 6th in SP2.
The car that he was battling with, the Brewer Grewcock car, has got a 5-second penalty for track limit, would you believe?
Yes, I would actually. Quite a few times that car has contravened. It was also the car that was steaming up, wasn't it? Quite badly. So maybe they can't see where the track limits are, but I'm not sure that's a defence that will work towards the clerk of the course from Ben Grewcock.
Looks like Paul Simpson is catching Tim Bates again. Yes, that gap, what was it, 4 seconds you said? Well, it's come right down now to 0.4 of a second out of the Robert chicane with a couple or 3 laps to go.
Just looking at the lap, we get back into the 1:26s that time, and it was a slow lap for Bates in the 1:30s. So lap times do fluctuate quite a lot. It's just, well, this isn't decided on a performance index. The calculator would blow up, I think, if they try to work that out for this race as they're doing the Armed Forces Race Challenge. 2.5 to go, and there's still a chance here that Simpson could get on to P2 here. Allen is now a minute ahead of the rest. I mean, that's it's more than 2/3 of a lap ahead of anybody else in that number 165. Mighty came in for the driver from Oxford, 3.4 litre car.
To be fair, Tim Bates' car's about 30 years older.
Yes, and he's doing a heroic job with it, isn't he, to hold on to second position from another more modern car. We've got car 20 in the pits. That's a car that's
27,
overheating. 27, yes. I think that was overheating Baz Darcy's car. An overheating issue for him, we are hearing.
So about a second carries on. They are going to get 2 more laps, aren't they? Because Warren Allen's already started another one. So lap 26 he has begun. As they go past the Donington Park buildings on the left. Jamie McHugh's dropped away now that Paul Simpson's picked his pace up again. And a big spin for Peter Dillon. That must have started at the Craner curves, and it's ended on the exit of the old hairpin. So that must have been a scary ride for the 911, the much more modern car that was in 14th position.
It was very scary, I should think, and a relief that no one collected him as he rejoined the circuit.
PB there for Tim Bates as he keeps Paul Simpson at bay at 1:25.8. So Bates now is within half a second of Warren Allen's best lap, so he's really flying along in that 1970s Porsche 911, but not going quicker than Paul Simpson. So Simpson is still pressurising him for the last lap and a half or so now.
Yeah, it's quite tight as well, whether this is going to be the last lap or not for Wazza Allen as well, just looking at when he started the lap. Oh, and off the circuit has gone the car that we've been talking about, Paul Simpson, and now it spins on the wet grass. Oh my word, and others having to take avoiding action. So that means it's going to be Tim Bates at second, Jamie McHugh's back up into third position and leading his class, and all that hard work for Paul Simpson has come undone.
That's right, we thought the car looked pretty sketchy at times, didn't it?
And
It's gone all wrong now. We just saw Andrew Juice, who's still the best boxer out there by some distance. He's a minute ahead of the... Oh dear. Paul Simpson's recovery has ended badly.
Yes, it's taken Andrew Juice out and also the 55 car as well of Stephen Atkinson. Well, that's salt into the wound of his penalties as well, isn't it? Didn't quite see how all of that unfolded, but on the last lap of the race, it's all gone a little bit Pete Tong. Alan, meanwhile, is yet to come through because he's on his way down now towards the Robert chicane. It'll be the checkered flag this time. The clock has counted down to 0. Red flag, in fact, before we can get to the checkered flag with that situation that has unfolded. So red flag and checkered flag it is for Was It Alan then, who wins the first Carmel Porsche Trophy race of the year. Congratulations to him. He won that by about 2/3 of a lap from everybody else as well, but a red flag flying because of the quite significant incident that has occurred on the exit of McLean's, Josh, and you can see the medical car, the white car with the blue flashing lights heading along the pit straight now, heading to the scene. Marshals will already be on their way, and no doubt the rescue vehicles too. So drivers being sent straight down the pit lane with the red flag, just bringing a very slightly premature end to that race.
A real shame, because there hadn't really been any incidents before that. At one point we mentioned that everyone was still running. I think had we only lost that Baz Darcy car, I think, to the pit lane?
I think we had, yeah,
so
at that point.
Everybody else was still out there, and it was obviously a sort of a culmination of problems for Paul Simpson that started through the kink at Starkey's on the way up towards McLean's, and we can see at least one of the drivers is out of their car there, but obviously it was when Paul Simpson was rejoining, something has gone adrift involving Stephen Atkinson as well, I'm afraid. But it was really good before that, wasn't it? We had some great battles. OK, Warren Allen was a long way ahead of the rest, but there were some great battles through the field, and we were just enjoying some of the cars as well on the grid there, because we've seen some cars we hadn't seen in the series before, and hopefully we'll see them again, because that was a great way to start the Calm All Porsche Trophy season. I think they'll be out with 750 Motor Club a majority of their other rounds as well over the course of the season.
I think the next one is actually on the Brands Grand Prix circuit on a shared grid with another category, if I remember rightly.
Not quite sure how that's going to work, because there's a big enough grid alone here.
Absolutely right. TSL have been sort of shuffling the numbers on our time screen, so I think we'll be able to bring you the results of that race reasonably shortly. We'll just pause for a moment, and yeah, in fact we can give those to you now. So it was a win then for number 165 Warren Allen, who completed 25 laps in 37 3/4 minutes as we go back a lap or two. Second place there was number 12 Tim Bates. Now third on the screen is Paul Simpson, but he'll be taken out of that classification because he was not running at the time of the red flag. So that will promote number 25, Jamie McHugh, up to third place. He also wins the SP2 class. Fourth will be number 93, Grant Jackson. Fifth, number 8. No, it won't be Andrew 8, Andrew Juice. No, I think he did get going again, didn't he? So Andrew Juice will be there. Sixth will be 32, William Kurtler. Seventh will be number 81, Ryan Charters. Eighth will be number 10, the Brewer and Brewcock car. And then ninth will be Nick Rinaldo in his SP3 911 SC, winning his class. Ahead of in 10th place, 55 Stephen Atkinson. He won't be there because he was also involved in that incident. So 10th will be the Archers, Felix and Stephen Archer. So top 10 for them on the day where Angus Archer's life is being remembered. Then it's Carlin Palmer and Peter Dillnott, who's had an eventful day. In 12th place that will be, 14th on the screen there. And then you can see the rest of the field. Now, not all of these, I don't think, have made it to the checkered flag. We had various cars off in the gravel trap towards the end of it, so we'll see which of these are classified and which are not. You can see Fernando Gattino, 17th, for example. James Harvey, he's off at the back, came through to 18th position in the end. And I think if we look at the next screen, that's where we'll find our SP4 class winner, and that was Chris Valentine and his teammate David Hornsey, beating Hugh Pert in the Porsche 924 battle for supremacy. So Carmel Porsche next out at Brands Hatch in a few weeks' time. We've got 5 more races to go this afternoon here at Donington Park. All sprint races from here, 15 and 20 minute races. Coming up next, we've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Then it's the Mighty Mini Championship, the Yokohama Lowcosts, the PABS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and the Armed Forces Race Challenge to round out a busy day's racing here at Donington Park, which is now in the sunshine. I think the rain has just about stopped and the sun is trying to break through. Conditions, as we're forecast, improving as the day goes on here at Donington, and whether it's going to get dry enough for records in hot hatches, we were hearing speculated upon earlier on. Well, that does remain to be seen, doesn't it? I suspect it might not quite get dry enough for that, but we'll see. So, Carmel Porsche Trophy coming to an end. We'll hear shortly from Andy McEwen with our class winners at the end of that race. He's down in the pit lane now, so let's go and hear from him.
So we have our class winners assembled down at the end of the pit lane. Dare I say it, the sun is definitely now starting to poke through the clouds. It's actually got noticeably warmer down here over the last 10 minutes or so. That's good news. We're happy about that. Warren Allen, I suspect, is happy about his race win. There he is. Lost sight of you then, Warren. Congratulations, overall race win, class race win as well. Pretty perfect performance, that, would you say?
Yeah, I had a really good race. I do like Donington, especially in the wet. I drive the wrong line and it seems to work. So, yeah, all good.
Is that the wrong line in the dry or the wrong line for the wet?
The wrong line in the dry, the right line in the wet. But I don't think I hit an apex at all today. It was just offline everywhere.
Well, you've clearly got it sussed, haven't you? The car looked and sounded magnificent. Tell us a bit about the car. How long have you been pedalling this?
I've raced this car for seven years now. I haven't done a great deal of changes since I first made it a race car, but I just put a second-hand engine in it last year, and it seems to be going really well. So, other than that, nothing's changed for a long time. So.
Certainly sounds like it's on song, that's for sure. Were there any major dramas in that race? Obviously, it's never quite as plain sailing as it might look.
I did almost go off on at the top corner, the top right-hand corner. Other than that, everything was pretty good. I try and get through the traffic as quick as I can. There was a big accident on the last lap there, so I hope those guys are okay. A big thank you to all my team over here, Vince, Danny, Charlie, my mum, Nick, Megan, and the two guys there on the end. Say hi, guys. That's my team. So, yeah, good day. And it's just stopped raining. There was a dry line just coming, but yeah, it is what it is. Had a good race.
Certainly went well for you. Congratulations on the race win then. Warren Allen, our victor in SP1 and overall. It was Jamie McHugh who was the winner in SP2 and a top 5 finish overall, Jamie, as well. Satisfied with that?
Yeah, happy with that. Yeah, it was really greasy, so like trying to get used to the circuits, it was drying out a bit. But yeah, sideways a few times, so yeah, glad to bring it back in one piece, to be honest.
We've sort of transitioned now out of a full wet racetrack, haven't we, into that kind of damp, greasy circuit. Is it difficult to pick your lines and know where you're supposed to be running?
Well, I think the most difficult bit is when you're trying to overtake the slower cars. So you're having to go up the inside, heavy on the brakes, then you're offline onto the wetter line, and then trying to get it back without losing control. So yeah, it was hard work, but good race.
Are you out for a few more of these later on in the season?
Yeah, I'm going to do all the calm races, so it's a good series and yeah, hopefully good season.
Nicely done. Well, congratulations. 4th place overall and a victory in Class SP2. Nick and Chris, let's get you... Nick and Chris, where are they? No, it's just Nick, isn't it? Beg your pardon. I was paying attention in that race, I promise I was. Nick, well done. Class victory. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, we had a bit of a clear air at the start. The kind of pack moved away from the mid-pack, and yeah, it was done then really. But the 55 car who was leading the class, he had obviously had the accident. Otherwise, I would have been second. I saw him just at the end and thought that was a bit lucky really. But tricky conditions, isn't it? So there you go, all good.
Same for all of you though, and those that do survive to the end have done something right, I suppose. And everyone else has been saying it's all about exploration and figuring out the lines that you need to be running. Some drivers enjoy that. Are you one of those?
Yeah, once the dry line comes, it becomes tricky, doesn't it? Because you've got to try and, through the traffic, navigate your way. Yeah, it was very, very busy at the end, and yeah, my lap times just dissipated. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, not kept it clean really, so pleased.
Well done, Nick. Congratulations. SP3 victor, Nick Ranillo. Chris and David is what I meant to say, who were the SP4 victors. Couldn't read my own handwriting there. I believe you were in first, were you? Yes. Chris was in first to start there. Did all the hard work. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I had a fantastic free practice session this morning because I hadn't raced for a couple of years. So this was my first time in a race car, well, in nearly 2.5 years. So that was fantastic. It was quite dry and then didn't really do very well in qualifying. Lap times was terrible. But then in the race, you know, bit more wet, and then it started drying out. And we got a bit of a dry line, and I was probably about a good 8 seconds quicker than qualifying. So can't say fairer than that, to be honest.
Funny, isn't it, though? All that experience sort of comes flooding back as soon as those red lights go out.
Absolutely, yeah. It was like I'd never been away from it.
And then obviously you took over after the pit stops. First of all, a few teams were having issues in the pit lane. How much practice are you able to put into executing those pit stops and crucially making sure they're within the right amount of time?
We were okay with the time to do what we needed to do, change the drivers, but Chris had come in a lap early because he couldn't see anything out the screen. So there was a bit of a frantic moment of cleaning the screen up before I went out, but after that it was all good.
And apart from that, car was running well towards the end?
Yeah, mega. Yeah, team did a beautiful job on the car. It's just a lovely thing to drive around there. They haven't got a lot of power, but they've got very little weight, so you can just carry speed through the corners, and they're beautifully balanced. They're great fun to drive.
It's become an iconic car, this car on the grid. It's certainly one of the more distinctively liveried. We may have covered this before, but explain to us a little bit about the livery and the however many hundreds of pictures there are on it.
Well, that would be more a Chris question than me.
Go on.
It's a mix of family and friends, but there's a few celebrities. If you go round, you'll find a few Le Mans winners and F1 stars from years gone by. But yeah, it tells a little story.
And I'm sure lots of the sponsors as well chipping in, but this is literally just your homage to those who have supported you, not just financially, I suppose, over the years, but just been there for a bit of moral support as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's very much a family-run championship. Well, I shouldn't call it a championship. Series, sorry. Series this is. So, yeah, it's just thanks to everyone. Everyone chips in.
Excellent stuff. Well, it's great to have the car on the grid. Great to see it winning in its class as well. Congratulations, guys. We move on then shortly to our Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Championship. We've got obviously a little bit of recovery work to do out on track first, so we're going to take a very quick ad break. We'll be back with more racing action here at Donington Park in a few minutes' time.
The Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series is going to be back on the grid very shortly for its second race of the day here at Donington Park. A little reminder that earlier on it was a win for John Village in his Village 3-2, and here he is coming back to the grid for the second race. Tim Sage was second and Greg Catton was third in the earlier race. The grid for this second race then just about to form up, and it's going to have on pole position, or it should have had on pole position, the 31 car of Greg Catton. But again, it seems like the front row of the grid has been inverted. I think they've got it sorted this time. So yeah, 31 Greg Catton on pole position and 29 John Village beside him on the front of the grid. The second row, 6 Richard Verheyden and 88 Richard Carter. Third row is 7 Graham Wilson in the Time 3B and 14 Ben Mile in the Gerald. Row 4 will be 59, that's Joe Zosso and number 2 Tim Sage on the podium in race 1. 65 Jörg Schneider and 8 Peter Marsh on the 5th row. The 6th row 41 Chris Jones and 3 David Rose. The 7th row are Class A winner from early one, Charlie Plain Jones in number 22 and 37 John Donnelly. 25 and 13 on the 8th row, Tim Bradley and Ben Bolt. Row 9 will be 17 Matt Tompkins and 12 Rod Renfrew. And then the car at the back, if it's there, it wasn't there I don't think in race 1, the number 10 car that's being shared between Patrick Davis and Harvey Challen. So that's the way the grid will line up. Josh Barrett is alongside me, Ian Saban here in the commentary box for this one. And Josh, improved conditions for this second historic 750 Formula race of the day.
Yeah, it's not raining, I don't think anymore, is it? And it's getting bright, it's not that cold. So perhaps the track may dry out over the course of the second part of the afternoon here at Donington Park, but it's still pretty damp. It's going to be pretty slippery for all these historic cars. Pre-1974 machinery, 750 Formula cars and similar pace low engine cars at the front, and the Austin 7s too. Richard Carter up on the second row of the grid, isn't he, in his Austin 7. Now we're expecting a green flag lap this afternoon for race 2, but yes, there is.
There it is. So off they go on the green flag lap. Now these cars don't normally have a green flag lap, but because of the change in conditions throughout the day, officials decided that it was appropriate that all of the races today should have a green flag lap to allow the drivers to familiarise. And that has signified the start of the 15-minute countdown as well, I can tell you, on our TSL timing screen. So it will be a slightly shorter actual competitive element of the race once this green flag lap has been completed.
The grid here set on the second best laps from qualifying, so that's why we see Richard Carter a bit further up the order than what he ran in race 1 when he finished 8th in his 1930 Austin 7 single-seater with a 750cc engine. Don Rawson, I believe, built this car, and Richard prepares it with Stephen Carter. It's great to have the Austin 7s towards the front. We heard from Charlie Plain Jones earlier, didn't we, in these wet conditions, the Austin 7s to sort of take it to the post-war cars that are also on this grid, including the car that's on pole position, the 1172 Formula Championship car of Greg Catton from the late 1960s. It's not a totally unique car, but it's a very unusual one. Only 5 Dysons were built, and it's probably the only car that's still in competition now that is there on the front row of the grid, alongside John Village, the 71-year-old who's from Derbyshire, who started racing 52 years ago in 750 Formula in a similar car to what he's racing today, but was a multiple Formula Ford champion in Europe in 79, in England in 81 in the Esso Championship, but retired from driving in the late 80s to set up his JVA race team that was so successful, first of all in low-powered junior single-seaters, but later in winning races for Team Canada in the A1GP Championship. Good to see that Lotus 11 out. So we saw that out at Manbury Park for the first time, didn't we? The David Rose car. It's a sort of a lower powered Lotus 11 than what you'd see in some historic sports car races. A 750cc Lotus 11. So if you've got one of those at home, you'd like to go racing, this is a great way to do it. Because it's sort of be underpowered, I guess, in the 1950 sports car races that the 1100cc cars would race in. But it gives it a place to race, doesn't it? And it's great to see that David Rose is out once again this season in his Lotus. It's sort of an iconic car, isn't it, from the late 1950s that Colin Chapman built, who of course was a member of the 750 Motor Club all those years ago.
Yeah, one of the illustrious past members of the 750 Motor Club. So many of the great British race car constructors, designers, engineers have been 750 Motor Club members. President still is Tony Southgate, one of those.
Here there's some viewers watching on from Switzerland, looking out for Joe Zosho and Jörg Schneider, who are both have travelled over to compete today. Jörg Schneider is a long-term competitor, but Joe Zosho had his first ever race in England earlier on today, the multiple European mainland Formula Ford champion. He did end up in the gravel earlier though, so hopefully he enjoys this race a little bit better. He was going well prior to that. He starts a bit further down the grid today, or this time out on row 4.
Green flag waves at the back then. About 11.5 minutes of this race to go then in the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. It gets underway. Not particularly well though. Richard Verheyden from the second row of the grid in the race kits Merlin. He's lost several positions. Jörg Schneider is one of those that's caught him, but not actually passed him. It's John Village that's going to lead into the first corner, and it's the Austin 7 that's sweeping through in second place. But I think Richard Carter, isn't it, in the number 88 car, with the pole position car of Greg Catton down to third.
Richard Carter's going for the lead. He's alongside John Village as they head into Hollywood, but I think JV will hold on for now, but Richard Carter, we've certainly not seen this high up a historic 750 Formula Series race before, is there in second position. Everyone tiptoeing down the Craner curves. Greg Catton didn't enjoy the conditions earlier in his Class D Dyson, but he's there in third, ahead of Graham Wilson, who's there in fourth place. But there's that 1930 Austin 7 single-seater, the supercharged car from Class B. Going really well in these early stages. We'll see if he can stay there. Richard Carter finished 8th earlier on. Some way behind Peter Marsh, who was the top Austin 7 in race 1. But John Village now getting away. You've got this big battle pack behind Richard Carter now. Greg Catton seems to be enjoying these less wet conditions. And then you've got Graham Wilson there in fourth spot as they climb the hill. The Dyson now on the inside. Greg Catton, who was quicker than John Village in qualifying, remember, is going for second and grabs it at Coppice Corner.
He does, so Richard Carter goes back down to third place, but of course there's 3 different classes filling the first 3 places here. Richard Carter in Class B, Greg Catton in Class D, and the race leader John Village is in Class C as they head down towards the Robert Chicane for the first time in this race.
That Austin 7 single-seater really does look like a mini Grand Prix car, doesn't it?
Does.
What would have raced here at Donington Park in the 1930s, in those pre-war Grand Prix races that took place at this circuit.
Yeah, different configuration, of course, than we use these days. Over the line have gone the first 5 or 6 cars. Then it's Village, Catton, Carter, Mile, Wilson and Zosso completing the top 6. Verheyden is 8th. Schneider is 10th. The 2 race kits Merlin drivers, the blue and orange cars respectively. 59 carrying a good bit of speed through. There is Joe Zosso, isn't it? Through Redgate Corner.
He may have lost out in the straight though to Tim Sage in the Invitational Mallock. Tim, who I think has won overall races before in the historic 750 Formula Series. His Mallock now an Invitational car, so he'll still allow it in to race, even though a class win isn't up for grabs. But he's there now, I think, up into 6th place ahead of Zosso. But Sage, remember, finished 2nd in race 1.
And Ben Miles had a spin in the Gerald there down at the old hairpin. He's won historic 750 Formula races before, 750 trophy races as they probably were at the time he won them in that car. A long time supporter of the category. So he's going to try and get back up to speed. There is Verheyden, number 6 in Miss Moneypenny, as that car is known. And just behind him is Peter Marsh, who was successful in Class B in the earlier race, but playing second fiddle to Richard Carter on this occasion.
Verheyden makes more in an international field to this race because he's from France.
Yes, he is.
So got 3 nationalities up inside the top 10, which is pretty impressive. And down the it's not really called the exhibition straight nowadays, is it? Now there isn't an exhibition in the buildings alongside, but down into the Robert Chicane, that's Peter Marsh, who's just behind these 2 in the 2nd of the Austin 7, so he's losing positions. But down the inside, I think it was Ben Bolt who's made good progress. The driver who's in his 80s from Warwickshire, started racing all the way back in 1961 and was a class winner at the 1964 Burkitt Relay. So great to have Ben Bolt out there. He's just jumped up into 8th position, so he's gained a number of positions on the last lap.
Yeah, great to have that link with one of the earlier runnings of the Holly Burkitt 6-hour relay race on the grid. Ben Bolt here today, and has been competing in this historic 750 Formula category for a few seasons now.
Greg Catton is catching John Village for the lead. The gap is 1.7 seconds. He was half a second faster on the last lap. So, although the lap times aren't really any quicker than race one, or not for John Village, Greg Catton enjoying them a lot more. And as I say, he's going after the race leader with still 6.5 minutes to go. There's our Class A leaders. They are together pretty much, aren't they? Charlie Plain-Jones and Matt Tompkins.
And a spinner. Was that Bolt possibly out of the old hairpin into the gravel trap? Not seen who that was. We'll see if we can figure that out in a moment. There's one car just disappearing. There's the 2 car of Tim Sage, the Mallet, that's in 4th position behind Graham Wilson and Richard Carter. Then sort of 8 seconds or so up the road from him, you've got the top 2, John Village and Greg Catton, who, as Josh was saying, we're getting closer together. 1.7 seconds was the gap at the end of the previous lap. Here they are now, and it's maybe come down a little bit. We'll see as they come through to end the lap. It was car 13, yes, it was Ben Bolt that spun and continued at the old hairpin. On the previous lap, I think there'd been a spin for Ben Mile, as we saw, so a couple of cars having a spin down there. But over the line have gone the leaders now. The gap has come down again to 1.1 seconds now, a 150.376 that time for Greg Catton, who is catching John Village, the race leader. There's been another off, I'm afraid, for Ben Bolt, this time at Coppice.
Yeah, it's been an eventful lap after he was saying how well he was doing on the previous time round. So there are the leaders. You've got the full-bodied car of the 1172 Formula machine of Greg Catton behind the 750 Formula car. It's got the narrower front end of John Village, a car that is for sale, I believe. And another car off, that's at the chicane.
Schneider, is it?
Looks like, yeah, he's not had a good day in his new car, has he? He's not got the pace that we've seen from him in the past. But we'll see perhaps on a drier day later in the season whether he can bring the race kits Merlin up to podium positions, which we've seen him manage previously. So 5 minutes of the race to go. John Village and Greg Catton head up to the top end of the circuit. Richard Carter still in 3rd overall in that supercharged 7, so he is absolutely flying along, having surely the strongest race we've seen from him in that car, and much stronger than race 1, where Peter Marsh was a long way ahead of him. This time Richard Carter a long way ahead of Peter Marsh, about 10 seconds or so. Yeah. There's Village at Coppice. The fastest lap to Catton is a 150.3. Jörg Schneider's out of the gravel, isn't he?
Yes.
He's completed the lap.
Yeah, he's rejoined, yeah. So John Village, I think, has got a bit of a wake-up call here, because it looks like the gap has gone back out again, doesn't it, between himself and Greg Catton. It was 1.075 at the end of the previous lap. Catton did a 150.376. Village did a 151.003. I suspect the lap times might continue to come down here as the conditions continue to improve. Over the line goes Village once again.
It's happened again.
Oh dear, Ben Bolt, that's 3 minutes down. It was a 149.897 that time for John Village, and he pulled out about 2 seconds on Catton that time.
Yes, like you say, he's picked up his pace fairly significantly, so John Village getting away. He's won a lot of races recently with John Village, to add to all the races he won back in the 1970s. Here's Peter Marsh, I think, in his Austin 7. The Pigsty Engineering car, which runs the Rod Yates alloy body, car that was rebuilt last year. He's got ahead, I think, of Joseph Zosho, the Swiss driver, who was a France, a German and a Swiss Formula 4 champion. Meanwhile, battle on for 5th position between Graham Wilson and Richard Verheiden, the battle for 2nd within Class C for the 750 Formula cars.
Yeah, and remember that Verheiden here made a very bad start, didn't he, from the 2nd row of the grid. He was actually ahead of Wilson on the grid, but lost out at the start. Wilson then in 5th now, Verheiden in 6th, and as Josh says, this is also the battle for the 2nd and 3rd places, the podium positions within Class C as well. Making their way through the old hairpin up towards McLean's. There's the Class A leader, Charlie Plain-Jones, in number 22. And he's ahead of the David Rose car as well, isn't he? Which is looking magnificent. The Lotus behind it, number 3. The Lotus 11 for the drive from Kidderminster.
Matt Tompkins is only 4 seconds behind Charlie Plain-Jones. The Class A is much closer this time. And Matt Tompkins is getting quicker and quicker every time out in the Tompkins Special, the car that he has built recently, the car that started life as a Ruby Saloon, as so many of the Austin 7s that are made into race cars are. A car that originally made, I think, just for going down the pub, and it's exploded from there, and he's raced a couple of events last year, and significantly quicker this season is Matt Tompkins, the motoring journalist in that car.
Yeah, it's just behind the Lotus that we were just watching there, so those two pretty close together now. There's the Lotus, and yep, there's the Austin 7 of Tompkins that we were just talking about, the Practical Classics magazine writer.
Yeah, I think his father, Gary, designed all the bodywork, and then Matt made it with aluminium into what you can see there on your screens now. I think after he bought the car, he went to Race Retro and met James Winstanley. He managed to convince him to come racing with the car. And it's fair to say, that first race at Cadwell Park, his speed now is probably doubled from that meeting last year.
It was a little painful watching it first time out. Yellow flags or yellow light panels flashing there, and there is a car off. Yes, can you see the driver getting out of the car down there at
Christopher Jones, 41.
Yeah, it is the 41 car. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Chris Jones. That's out of the race, I'm afraid, in the DNC.
A wave from Matt Tompkins to some of the photographers down there at the chicane. Look out for John Elsie's photos after the meeting. He shared on social media as well as on his website.
John Village, by the way, now leading by 4.4 seconds over Greg Catton, so that lead has gone out, and it's still Richard Carter in third place, though, although he was marginally being caught by Tim Sage for the final position on the podium. Talking of which, up at Coppice Corner, here they are. Number 88, Richard Carter in third. Number 2, Tim Sage in the Invitational. Malak U2 is in fourth position here. So quite different cars.
They are going to squeeze another lap out of it. John Village has just crossed the line with a few seconds to go. So yeah, Tim Sage could end up third here. He was, 7th or 8th in the early laps. And they head down the hill, just ahead of Graham Wilson and Richard Verheiden. So through the final couple of corners they go, but they've got a further lap to do. The 1970 Time 3B there, ahead of the much more recently built race kits, but to the sort of the spirit of 750 Formula racing of the early 1970s. And he goes through. Richard Verheiden goes up to 5th on the exit of the chicane ahead of Graham Wilson.
Yeah, and that's as they start their final lap of the race. Black and white flag was being shown to Ben Bolt a short while ago.
Behind them, Peter Marsh is going very quickly. He's just on a 1 minute 52 in his Austin 7, the Super Snort.
He's 7 seconds behind the car in front of him, though, Graham Wilson, isn't he? So he's going to struggle to catch that before the end of this lap and therefore the end of this race. So we're watching there Tim Sage, and he is now got himself behind another back marker, hasn't he? Between himself and Richard Carter. Here, though, is John Village. He's up at Coppice Corner for the final time. His lead was 7 seconds at the start of this 7th and what will be final lap of the race. Not far from lapping Jörg Schneider, actually, is he? Who's in 14th place after his various dramas.
Who he's battled with last year for race wins.
Yeah, well, Schneider did beat him on one occasion, after Village and Lyndon and Thurston tangled at Alton Park. But here they come then through the final chicane, the Robert chicane. John Village is going to come through, and he's going to take the checkered flag for the second victory of the day in the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Convincing win it is. There's the Dyson in second place of Greg Catton. He's going to win his class in second place. Hopefully a happier race for him this time around. And then it should be Richard Carter in third, one would think.
Looked like he was ahead. I'm just looking in the background there, down the back straight. He was still ahead of Tim Sage. Sage had caught him a lap ago, but it looks like Richard Carter. We haven't seen an Austin 7 on the overall podium for a little while, but these wet conditions allow for it, and Richard Carter's driven really well, and he's going to come home in third ahead of Tim Sage, and behind Richard Verheiden. You could see in the inset there, just kept Graham Wilson at bay, and they finish in 5th and 6th, just ahead of the charging Peter Marsh, who was several seconds faster than them on the last few laps of the race, but he's only second this time in Class B.
Silverstone last year was the last time there was an Austin 7 on the podium, which was Timothy Roebuck.
Yeah, Timothy Roebuck got quite a few, didn't he?
Yeah, in John Miles's car.
Wonder if he was here today, whether he might have challenged John Village.
I think he could have done, certainly. So the rest of the cars coming through at the end of this race that's ended in the sunshine, at least here at Donington Park, the opening meeting of the season for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula series rather than a point scoring championship. They'll continue at Alton Park at the end of the next month, end of May. That's part of the BMW live meeting. Here's Charlie Plain-Jones coming through to complete victory in Class A, his second class win. Matt Tompkins is going to be second within that class. Should be appearing into sight any moment now. There he is over the crest of the hill, just behind David Rose's car, and Matt Tompkins is going to be second in Class A on this occasion. And Jörg Schneider taking the checkered flag as well. So that brings to an end the Race Parts historic 750 Formula action for today. We'll have a look at the results then. John Village, number 29 in the Village 3-2, winning the 7-lap race by 7.09 seconds from number 31 Greg Catton in second in the Dyson Type 64. Third was number 88 Richard Carter, after 7 on the podium on the supercharged Class B cars. Fourth was number 2 Tim Sage. Fifth was number 6 Richard Verheyden. Sixth was number 7 Graham Wilson. Seventh was number 8 Peter Marsh. Eighth and 59 Joe Zosso. Ninth was number 14 Ben Marlow. Landing at the top 10 and winning Class A was number 22, which was Charlie Plain-Jones. So that's all of the historic 750 Formula racing for today. As I say, they're back in action at Alton Park at the end of May. Josh?
Yeah, it should probably attract, particularly if it's dry, suit the cars quite nicely, won't they? A bit like Cadwell Park, which the drivers enjoy driving these cars round. They aren't terribly powerful, are they? All well below 100 brake horsepower, right. So those tighter circuits suits the cars quite nicely. And there'll be some handicap races throughout the season as well, won't there?
That's
in
right.
the spirit of early car races in the United Kingdom.
Yes, no, and they're always great fun to watch and commentate on as well, aren't they? As the handicapper tries to theoretically ensure that all of the drivers cross the finishing line, well, essentially together.
Yeah, that would have been a bigger challenge in the prospect today, wouldn't it? Try to work out the speed of cars in the wet.
It would have been always an extra challenge. So watch out for handicap races that are sprinkled throughout the season as well. In the Race Parts historic 750 Formula series. Don't forget, there's the contemporary 750 Formula cars that we'll see out again very soon as well. But let's, for the moment, head down to Anna McEwen in the pit lane.
So, a double race victory for John Village in the Race Parts historic 750 Formula series, and he shakes the hand of Greg Catton, who once again was chasing from behind. This time Greg ending up second place on the road though. Much as I don't want to interrupt what I'm sure was a very important post-race debrief, John, how was that second race for you? Again, you built quite a healthy margin early on, didn't you?
Yeah, I made a better start this time, only just. Again, slippy track. Just got to keep it straight and level and keep precise.
Probably quite similar conditions to race one, except the track's going the other way now, isn't it? It's going from wet to dry. How much or little grip is there out there compared to race one?
Very, very similar. Oh, right. Very similar.
But you mastered the conditions, obviously. Happy with your day's work? 2 race wins, pretty comfortable wins as well.
Yeah, that's all you ask for, isn't it?
You back out for the next round?
Hopefully, unless I sell it. It is for sale.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What's the asking price, dare we ask?
12.
Okay. Bargain, I'd say.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. If you want to get involved, then head over, contact John and get your hands on what is a race-winning car. Congratulations, John, on the win. Greg, second place, one step further up the overall podium, but another class win. John's just tough to catch, isn't he?
He is very tough. Yeah. If you let him get away, there's no catching him up. He just doesn't make mistakes. Seasoned campaigner. Yeah.
Obviously, race one didn't start ideally for you. You bounced back quite nicely. That one, though, seemed a lot cleaner, a lot more consistent.
It was, yeah. The track's still very wet and greasy. There's just no braking. All the braking points were as slippery as anything. And you just had to rely on knocking it down a gear and praying. Pray for luck.
So we're not at the point yet where you're using the sort of traditional dry lines then, no?
No dry lines yet. The next race, when we go out again, it'll be nice. Oh, but that's the last race. Shame.
Oh, we look forward to that. Congratulations, Greg. Another class victory for you. Richards is there. There we go, Richard. Congratulations. Class winner as well. By the way, it is about 10 degrees warmer out here than it was for your race earlier on today. Does that have an effect on cars like this with things like overheating? Do you have to be mindful of things like that?
Yeah, we've got to watch all the temperatures all the time. It's at least we've got a bit of time going down these straights to look at all the dials and make sure everything's as it should be, yes.
Didn't get a chance to talk to you after race one either. How's your day been all round?
Race one was a disaster. I didn't realise it was a start from the grid. I thought it was a warm-up lap, so I just poodled off gently and thought, oh, silly person, live and learn.
Well, exactly. Won't make that mistake again, I suppose, will you? No. Tell us a bit about the car then. I can see, is it a car you've been driving for a while now?
Last year and this year, it's a Don Rawson built Austin 7, 750cc, supercharged. But we're at a bit of disadvantage. We're on older style of tyres, drum brakes. But we're here, and it's competitive against these other faster cars, which is really great. It's good to mix with them.
Nicely done. All right, congratulations on the class win. A very quick word, if we can, with Charlie Plain-Jones. Charlie, we did have the chance to catch up with you earlier on.
Yes.
Good day's work, I'd say.
Oh, yes, yeah, very pleasing. Thank you very much. But what I think was interesting was some of the slower cars are a lot faster in this race than they were in the last. And my rear-view mirror was full of some people who were nowhere near in the first race. So I think it's been good conditions and a lot of lessons have been learnt, and clearly people are going a lot faster. So that's good to see.
It is indeed. Thank you very much. Right then, we best move on because the Mighty Minis are ready to entertain us again. Race one earlier on in very wet conditions was very entertaining indeed. With a drier track, will we have a similar look to the podium? Let's find out.
Round two of the 2025 Mighty Mini Championship then is shortly to get underway here at Donington Park. Ben Butler it was that took the victory in race one. That means he's going to start 6th this time around because it is on pole position, the number 64 car of John Jenkins. So he was 6th in race one, the 6 was drawn out of the bag, and this partially reverse grid puts him on pole position. Besides him is number 93, which is Sam Slater. On the second row of the grid it's 58, which is Ollie Samways, and 24 is Tao Butler. The third row, 44 and 43, Trevor Peters and Ben Butler. On row 4 it's going to be 40 Chris Didcott and 55 Ruben Valudo. Row 5, 13 Morgan Bartley and 32 James Jenkins. Row 6, 88 Claire Jeffries and 33 Will Tyrrell. Row 7 is 7 Stephen Rideout and 15 Ian Slark. Row 8, 6 Paul Hollett, 38 James Bryan, and row 9, 61 Matthew Baker. Green flag has already waved. The cars have got off onto their warm-up lap, and again the time has started to count down because we are a little bit behind schedule after the earlier delay. So 20 minutes has already started to count down for this second Mighty Mini race of the day, Josh, which, as we said, has this partially reverse grid.
And to add to that reverse grid element, potentially the two fastest drivers in the race, Steve Rideout and Ian Slark, are starting near the back as they didn't finish in race one. So watch out for them because they could challenge, you'd think, towards the end of the race, or maybe early on in the race. John Jenkins then on pole, might be a new experience for John to start there. We had a good result earlier. He finished in 6th position. So we'll see what he can do from pole. The 61-year-old from Norfolk, the father of James, who's a bit further down the grid today. He only started racing last year, did John Jenkins, in this Rover Mini that he and his son built together. Alongside him, Sam Slater was quick at times, wasn't he, in race one? Sam, who only started racing a couple of years ago, the 29-year-old from Bristol. But he was winning races immediately last year and then took the title in 2024. So in the Mighty Mini class, obviously just the one class this year. Ian explained that to us a little bit earlier on. But really, he or Sam Samways, the Butlers, Trevor Peters, plus the earlier mentioned Steve Rideout and Ian Slark, maybe Will Tyrrell too, are all potential race winners here. You wouldn't really want to bet on anyone because they've all got the pace. It's a competitive looking championship, I think, with this merging of the two classes into one this year.
Yeah, it's made it really unpredictable, hasn't it? No one's got a clear idea of who's going to succeed, with some of the Super Mighty Mini drivers sort of effectively sort of stepping back slightly because these cars aren't quite as quick as the cars that have been used to. Whereas the Mighty Mini drivers are effectively stepping up a little bit because the sort of specification is slightly met in the middle, really, with the two classes being put together, and it's going to produce some really great racing as the season has gone on. Hopefully we get more cars out there, and we only had 10 finishes to race one, which was a bit attritional, especially given the difficult conditions, but they've improved a lot now. Still damp, of course, but the sun now shining here at Donington Park for this second and final race of the day for the Mighty Mini Championship. And what are the chances of Tao Butler here getting a victory? He said that all that mattered earlier on was beating his dad. Well, it's Ben that won race one. Can Tao win the second race of the day? We'll see about that. Final few cars just coming into position ahead of what's going to be about a 16.5 minute race by the time we get underway. There is the green flag waved to the back. 5-second board is shown. Revs starting to rise. And shortly we'll be off and running. It's John Jenkins on pole. It's Sam Slater next to him. Who's going to make the best start? Pretty even between the two of those, I think. Samways, of course, in the dark coloured car on the second row of the grid. He might have the lead as they come down into Redgate Corner for the first time. It looks like he is ahead, in fact. Yes, he is. So it's Samways from third on the grid that moves into the lead of the race. It's Jenkins in second. Ben Butler is in third. Tao is still about sixth as they make their way off Redgate Corner through Hollywood for the first time. But Samways already has quite a few car lengths here over Ben Butler, who's moved up into second place, and it looks like it is Trevor Peters that's moved up into third position.
Yes, so a very good start from Ben Butler. All those years of experience. Then running wide is Peters, but that's okay. Sam Slater is in fourth. Then Tal Butler is next in fifth. I think Will Tyrrell is up to sixth from row 6 of the grid. So a great start there from Will Tyrrell, the 25-year-old in only his third season of racing, the novice champion from 2 years ago. But it's all together now behind Ollie Samways, the 2023 Mighty Minis champion, and Ben Butler in second. And Tal Butler that got a bit sideways on the exit of McLean's Corner, just behind Trevor Peters, who was second earlier on this afternoon. Runs a bit wide again, but I think he's stayed on. We've got to look out for the progress of Steve Rideout and Ian Slock if their cars are running better this time.
Down they come towards the Robert chicane. That wipe sort of flapping about on Ben Butler's. I'm not sure it's really doing very much. There's not a lot of moisture being picked up, I don't think, at it. Ben Talbot has also got his wipers going as well. Only a few of the cars do, though. End of lap one, then it's Samways by 0.4 of a second in the lead in car 58 from 43. Ben Butler in second. They are nearly 2 seconds clear of Peters in third place.
Slark and Ridout are 7th and 8th from near the back. Very sideways to Trevor Peters into Redgate. And now he's clobbered the side of Tal Butler, I'm afraid. And Butler's had a wild ride into the gravel and presumably out of the race. So an unfortunate incident there.
Yeah, just in the wrong place, wasn't he? He was tagged by the recovering Peters. Ruben Valudo, the Portuguese driver, left-hand drive mini, that one, has had a spin as well. He was 14th at the end of the first lap. So that's going to put Sam Slater, I think, up into third position, isn't it? Peters has continued. He's just ahead there of the 40 car of Chris Didcott and James Jenkins in the number 32 car, who's looking for better fortunes in race number 2.
Climbing the hill, there's Slark and Ridout. They're about 5 seconds behind the leader at the start of the lap. James Jenkins has just got past Chris Didcott for something like 8th position, it would be, I think. So progress now starting to be made by James Jenkins. You see the damaged car there of Trevor Peters is carrying on for now, but some front end damage to that machine after that moment he had at Redgate Corner. He's just ahead of James Jenkins, the 22-year-old from Norwich.
You can see the snatch vehicle is now out on circuit to try to recover the Tal Butler car from the gravel at Hollywood, is where it's more or less ended up. So that'll be covered by yellow flags locally, I think. Leaders over the line again. Start lap number 3. It's Samways and Butler. The gap 0.3 of a second between them this time, but they'll be into a yellow flag zone now, so no overtaking there. But Butler had done the best lap of the race on the first flying lap, a 1:40.990.
That's nearly a 2 seconds quicker than earlier on, so further impressions that the track is improving. They go through this yellow flag zone. So Ian Slark is 5th. He's only really quicker than Will Tyrrell at this stage. The top 3 are faster. So Ian Slark, who's a multiple champion in this category, a 3-time champion, once in Mighties, twice in Supers, but coming back sort of with this bigger class, sort of finding it a bit more challenging, it would seem. Battle between Trevor Peters and James Jenkins carries on for 7th position. Trevor Peters, the retired engineer from Somerset, just ahead. Meanwhile, Will Tyrrell has been caught, hasn't he, by the 2 veterans of Mighty Mini Racing.
Yeah, Ian Slark in the number 15 car in 7th, Steve Rideout, the man behind Octane Racing, who prepares quite a few cars on this field. He's in the sort of Dayglow yellow car. Slark is in the powder blue number 15 car, so he's got some experience behind him now as Will Tyrrell in that number 33 machine, driven from Horsham. Historic race engineer is going to concede 1 place. Is he going to concede 2 places? He probably is. Steve Rideout might even make up a couple of places himself here as they head into the corner. Well, Tyrrell is trying to hold on. It's not quite going to work for him. They'll have to concede the ground. Loses 2 positions. He is down to 6th. Ian Slark up to 4th and Stephen Rideout up to 5th as they come across the line to complete lap 3. But it was Sam Slater in 3rd place that did the best lap of the race. That time for 1:40.395. He was 1.2 seconds faster than Ben Butler and got the gap between 2nd and 3rd down to 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, so he's closing in. There's a great battle throughout the field here. The track is very gravelly, so does that mean Tal Butler's carried on? Got the car out the gravel and he's rejoined, I suspect.
Maybe that's what's happened, and that's caused all the gravel to.
Because he's done a 5-minute lap. Well, that was lap 1, though, isn't it? We'll see. So there's a lot of gravel on the track from somewhere. There's Sam Slater, who just set that fastest lap that Ian explained, and he's going after Ollie Samways and Ben Butler. Butler's not been able to find a way past Samways, despite catching him quite quickly in the early lap. There's Slater, though, in 3rd, the 29-year-old from Bristol, in his 1990s car. He says he'd like to move into F1000, part of the 750 Motor Club programme, which would be significantly quicker than the Minis are, as you would imagine. So Sam Slater, for now, driving his Rover Mini, the 3-time British indoor karting champion, then in 3rd position. A big gap behind, so he can just concentrate going after the top 2 in the final 10 minutes. Ollie Samways is driving well here. The driver from Norfolk, who's been racing for 8 seasons, being a class winner in road sports, as well as Classic Sports Car Club and GT and Sports Car Cup races too. The 2023 Mighty Mini champion has just set the fastest lap and pulling away therefore with a 1:39.458, despite giving off the toe to Ben Butler behind.
Yeah, that's right. In the first race, best lap for Trevor Peters was a 1:42.270. So unsurprisingly, we've already gone faster than that now in these better conditions in the afternoon race. There's Trevor Peters with the sort of front bump hanging off his car, the number 44 car just going over the line, but he's going backwards. James Bryan from the back of the grid and Chris Didcott have both passed him. Peters, I think, will probably have a word with the clerk of the course after the end of this race for that incident that also involved Tal Butler. And he doesn't look to have rejoined. He's certainly not come across the timing line again.
Yeah, I wonder where all the gravel came from then. That was a different incident. Certainly pretty messy up there. I imagine that I need a sweep for the next race.
I think so.
But down Hollywood into the crane as they come again. So there's 5 cars, not separated by very much in this group. John Jenkins, who started from pole, he's there in 11th, just ahead of Morgan Bartley, the 24-year-old from Hertfordshire, who started racing last year in the 1994 Rover Mini A-Series engined car, the car that's been converted from a Mini 7 S-Class machine into the Mighty Minis for this season. And Morgan Bartley there in 12th position, the former karter and drifting competitor.
Yeah, and he's just behind the 64 car, John Jenkins, who of course started on pole position, down to 11th place now. There's a reverse grid, of course, and no surprise he's gone backwards. Here is Slark and Rideout. Now, what are they doing? They've not been lapping faster than the race leaders, and again, Ollie Samways has just put another personal best lap of the race in a 1:38.810. He's continuing to pull away from Ben Butler in 2nd. And that time through, Slark and Rideout both do personal best, but both in the 140s. So for all their experience, they're lapping sort of a second and a half slower than the race leader Ollie Samways here.
Yeah, I think it just shows the pace that was in that Mighty Mini class. It may have been a good chunk slower than the Supers back in the day, but now everybody's got the same specification of car. It really evens things out, and it's certainly going to make the racing, I think, for the Mighty Minis Championship much more exciting in 2025. A battle for what is 4th position. Ian Slark ahead, the 51-year-old classic car restorer from Bristol. The 3-time champions ahead of Steve Rideout, the 57-year-old from Somerset, as Ian said, prepares the cars at Octane Racing, and several of the cars out there are within that team. And he sits there in 5th position. And they turn their way through McLean's, but they're not able to do anything about Sam Slater ahead. This is one of the better battles out there now, and this is for 9th position.
Yeah, Trevor Peters, number 44, in 9th. He's got Morgan Bartley behind him now. It looks like he's got ahead of James Bryan, doesn't it, as well?
Or has James Bryan got ahead of
both
Trevor
of them?
Peters?
Yes, he has. So, yes, Bryan's got ahead of both of them. And so he's in 9th place now. This is 10th and 11th. Peters and Bartley, of course. Peters was second in the earlier race, wasn't he? But did explain the factors that might have been behind that. A little bit of fortune came into play. He's just struggling to get hold on to a top 10 finish here in this second race. There's still 6 minutes to go.
Ollie Samways is absolutely flying. He's driving away from the field now at 2 seconds a lap, which is remarkable in this type of racing. You don't see that very often. He's lapping the 1 minute 38 consistently now. The former sports specials driver, regular historic competitor nowadays, whereas Trevor Peters, the damage on that car is just proving a little bit too much for him, I think.
Yeah, he's pulled into the pit lane there and out of the race, so he realised that he wasn't going any further forwards. He was only going backwards, so he's retired from a position inside the top 10, and that's promoted others behind him as well. Morgan Bartley then in that number 13 car is now in 10th position. Blue car.
Sort of clear path now, isn't there, through the gravel that's been cleared away from the racing line there on the approach to Hollywood. So yeah, Morgan Bartley going well inside the top 10, and now going after James Bryan in 38 on the way down to the old hairpin. Just behind this group, Matthew Baker, who started from the back after being excluded in the earlier race, just ahead of Paul Hollett, Claire Jeffries and Ruben Veludo, who complete what will be now 15 runners in this race. There's still a quarter of it to go, but Ollie Samways, who struggled in the wetter conditions, is sort of picking off where he regularly was over the last couple of years at the front of the field, and is just driving off into the distance. We've both sort of seen a lot of mini racing over the years here. You don't usually see someone able to pull away a couple of seconds a lap, as Ollie Samways is at the moment from Ben Butler.
No, that's right. It's unusual to see a drive like this. We kind of saw it on occasion when he was in the Mighty Mini class previously, as we're watching now James Bryan under pressure from Morgan Bartley, who's later on the brakes into the chicane at Roberts, and he goes through there. So Morgan Bartley goes through, but yes, Samways is just in imperious form here. Gap of more than 6 seconds already in this race, with 4 minutes or so left to go.
Going to that point you made earlier with Trevor Peters and the setup in the earlier race, just wonder if the likes of Ben Butler went for a wetter setup, and now his pace is just going off as maybe the tyres overheat. The setup just isn't right for these drier conditions that we've got now, because it has driven remarkably quickly, hasn't it?
Oh, and that's a big off, I'm afraid, for Will Tyrrell. It looks like the car has been on its roof there. That's the 25-year-old from Horsham. A spin as well for number 61, which is Matthew Baker. Matt Baker, and we get a red flag now. Race being stopped. We'd had that big incident for Tyrrell there. For car 33, the white flags as well as the red flags, whatever, that's to warn the drivers that there's a service vehicle, a rescue vehicle, medical car or something like that out on circuit as well. There it is, the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle heading to the scene of that incident at the old hairpin.
That's the second mini that's been over that part of the track today, I'm afraid. It's always a possibility, isn't it, in
Yeah.
these conditions?
Yeah, and as we get into the gravel and the car will dig in. We've only got 3.5 minutes left of the race, so checkered flag icon now showing on the screen. The driver's out of the car, which is great to see. So good news for Will and his supporters that Will is out of the car. He's inspecting the damage. It's a buckled roof on that car. But the race will not restart, Josh.
With only a few weeks of Silverstone, you just wonder if he and Graham Shepherd, whether those cars will be ready for that round, which, if it's dry, should produce some spectacular racing around the Silverstone National Circuit.
Absolutely should, shouldn't it? 3 weeks away, well, less than 3 weeks away, because of course it's we're on the Bank Holiday Monday here. So some work to be done behind the scenes to get cars prepared for Silverstone. Let's have a look at the result then. 6 laps is when the result has been declared. Ollie Samways, the race winner in car number 58. Second to number 43, Ben Butler, 4.1 seconds behind. In third place, number 93, Sam Slater. Fourth was number 15, Ian Slark. In fifth position, number 7, Steve Rideout. In sixth was 33, Will Till, although he'll be removed from the results because he was the cause of the red flag. So up to 6th will go number 40, Chris Didcott. To 7th will go 38, James Bryan. To 8th will go number 13, Morgan Bartley. To 9th will go 64, John Jenkins. And Trevor Peters also was not running at the time of the red flag, so it may well be Matt Baker that's classified in 10th position. All of that subject to official confirmation. You can see the finishers, Paul Hollett and Claire Jeffries. Fair Ruben Veludo also did make it to the end of that race. We lost Tal Butler and James Jenkins in that race as well. We're all ready to speak to our race winner down in the pit lane, so let's head down to Andy McEwen.
So, slightly early end to that second Mighty Mini race of the weekend, but Ollie Samways won't mind one bit because he was comfortably out in front anyway. Ollie, come over and have a chat with us. That was about as comfortable a victory as I've seen for a long time in Mighty Minis. So important, isn't it, to get away early doors?
I had a similar one here a couple of years ago, race 2, and it kind of dried out towards the end, and I just had a real good feel, and that came again today. So, had a blistering start. I think starting on the outside, a little bit more grip, so managed to get away, got John on the inside, and then it was just trying to work away. The track improved so quickly there. Every lap was different and just getting better and better. So yeah, to start with, it was very switch over, crossed arms, going around there, especially down Craner, and then afterwards, it was on rails again. So absolutely brilliant. I was want to thank you, Steve Rideout, really quickly for getting the car ready over winter. And it's just, car's mega. Obviously, race 1 was a little bit different. We had a bit of an issue there, but luckily finished the race, managed to sort the car out, and a win now. So mega.
What was the issue out of interest in race 1?
Just had a little punt up the rear, but the conditions were difficult. Every lap got worse and worse in race 1. So it was all fine. Luckily, we were all right. Car's fine. We got back out. So all good.
We often think of changeable conditions the other way around, really, don't we? Going from dry to wet, and the track gets less grippy with every lap. How much of a challenge is it when it's this way around there? Because you'd think more grip each lap makes it easier, but then you can't afford to hold back, can you? Because someone else will be taking bigger risks.
Yeah, well, it pushes you into going harder. And obviously, you go into another corner, it might be a little bit wetter, which you think is dry from the previous corner. So you get a bit more confidence, and that's when things start to go wrong. So we've had both today. First race, it got wetter. This one got drier. So we've had a real mix today. But really happy with this. It's been brilliant. So
excellent job, Ollie. Congratulations on the race victory then. Ollie Samways, our winner in race 1. Ben Butler back on the podium. Ben, not the top step this time, but satisfied with second?
Oh, 100%. 102 podiums. I can't complain. First and the second. It's unbelievable. I mean, not making excuses, but my head gasket's literally blown.
Oh, really?
So I started losing power. I was just wanting to maintain that second position. That's all I wanted to do. I'm glad I'm here.
That's interesting then. So do you think if the race had gone to its full duration, you might have struggled to make the end, at least in a podium place?
Do you know what? It was getting close. My temperature was getting really, really high. I think I had another 2 laps and then I'd have been in real deep trouble. So I'm just fortunate enough to be on the second. It's not where I wanted to be, but I'm grateful for being on the podium again. Hats off to Ollie, because he's a superb driver. Me and Ollie have had many a battle. I'm just over the moon.
Been a solid day points-wise as well. Looking forward now to the next round. Are you confident you can keep that going?
Yeah, I've got a bit of work to do on my son's car. He had a bit of an off with Ollie, bless him, earlier on. But you know what? We'll just go literally back to the workshop, take them all apart again, strip, rebuild them. Away we go again.
And you do most of that work yourself, do you?
I do, yeah. So it's me and my son. I do, literally the whole lot. First year for doing everything myself. Towards the end of last year, I started, rebuilding my engines, and I was like, you know what, I can actually do this. So, I've just carried on, got super power, super setup, and it seems to be working, so I'll just keep doing what I'm doing.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations. Really solid day for Ben Butler here at Donington Park. Second place in race 2. Let's go this way, shall we, Johnny, and chat to Sam Slater, who makes his first appearance on the podium this weekend. Sam, well done. Third place finish. Nice way to end the day, that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, never been to the circuit before, so I had lower expectations than probably these two. But yeah, to be fair, I was using the footage of them racing a couple of years ago to be able to learn the circuit, so I knew they'd be at the front, and to be able to kind of run with them was, yeah, quite good. So I'm happy with that. I think my issue today was pushing it a little too much. I was on the gravel in both races.
Oh, really?
But I still managed to survive and yeah, get a good result. So third and the fifth, yeah, I'll take it. Not bad. For a track I don't know.
Well, see, that surprised me because you've been around in this championship for a few years now, on and off, I guess, rather than full season campaigns. So now you have driven it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely. I actually prefer it in the wet. You know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I found it a lot more. I mean, I was partially blind for the first few minutes of my first race, but when I got used to the wet, I definitely found a rhythm which was gunning the leaders down. But here in the dry, I was definitely losing something. In reflection, I was taking that one in fourth. I should have been taking it in third. So, yeah, after talking to Ollie, he's now given me the secrets after we finished. But, yeah, I think definitely, because we've changed regs and, you know, there's a couple of differences to the car and how they drive, getting used to that. This was my first time driving the new regs as well. So, new to the circuit, never done it in the wet. New regs on the car. A lot of adaptations for me this weekend. And to get third, yeah, happy, very happy.
I would be too. Sam, congratulations on third place then. So that is your mighty mini action for the weekend done with. We've got more racing from the Yokohama Lowcost Championship to come. Now, their first race earlier on today in the wet was an absolute barnstormer. I'm anticipating more of the same in race 2.
Well, it's Lowcosts up next then for the, what are we on? Race 9 of the day. This and 2 more races left to come for this afternoon's racing at Donington Park. Lowcosts are already on the grid. I can tell you on pole position, it's number 4, Lewis Wards. Behind him is number 50, Ian Hardy. The second row is 8, Sean Brame. And 19, Daniel Garrett. Third row, 29, Jeff Peake. 54, Jake Sturt. Fourth row, 31, Glenn Griffiths. And 3, George Bryce. Fifth row, 5, Lee M. And 82, Paul Clark. Sixth row, 57 and 55, Daniel Russell and Bradley Horsnell. Seventh row, 90, Tortulla. And 13, Jack Linus. Then it's 88, Christopher Summers. And 22, Greg Smith. 18, Rory Mallinson. And 11, Jack Artis on row 9 and row 10. 46, Barry Stewart. And 33, Glenn Boyer. 73, Rob Apsey, and 27, Matt Rear on row 11. Row 12 is 47, Tim Penstone Smith, and 28, Dave Berry. 13th row, 52, Alan Harmon, and 99, Ryan Garrett. 14th row, 66, Luke Stokes, and 41, Keith Malpas. 15th row, 72, Alex Artis, and 72, Andy Perkins. 16th row, 34, Trevor Thornton. 37, Steve Brown. 17th row, 20, Bill Warden. 56, Niall Gagan, and 43, Daniel Griston. 21, Kevin Straw at the back. We probably are going to get a green flag lap though for this, so I didn't really need to rush through all of that grid, but given that we missed the start of the earlier race, I thought I'd better do that as an insurance policy. Not quite sure how far we are with the recovery at the old hairpin either, but it is now clear and the minute to go countdown has begun. The marshals have also done a great job of sweeping the track at Hollywood, I can see, to rid that of the gravel that was on the circuit. So it should be a busy old grid and a good race ahead of us for the Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. There is the green flag, and again, as we've seen for the last couple of races, just the 15 minutes are starting to count down. So, Josh, what can we expect from this race, do you think?
I think it could turn into a bit of a slipstreaming, action-packed race, couldn't it? It's not as wet as it was earlier, that's for sure. It's still not dry. But the grid's a little bit jumbled, isn't it? Because the qualifying session was interrupted by a lengthy safety car, means getting 2 laps in this grid set by the second best laps. Not everyone did as well as before. So Daniel Garrett, the champion from last year, who won earlier, he only started 4th this time, for example. But everyone's roughly at the sharp end who you'd expect to be. Maybe some a bit further down. Chris Summers, who went so well earlier, he's only 15th. And probably the furthest down, who wouldn't expect to be there, is Ryan Garrett, Dan's brother. He's 26th on the grid, so they'll be looking to progress. There's a very small, funny enough, a mini-sized sort of dry line on the
Yeah.
inside of the Craner curve, but most cars are a bit wider than a mini, so that could be a challenge. But the earlier race was pretty close, wasn't it? So there's no reason why, with better conditions now, that this one won't be. There's Rory Mallison, this 17-year-old making his racing debut today on circuits. He's a former Autograss competitor in the Junior Nationals. He also finished in the top 5 of the 750 Motor Club Sim Series last year, and he's in the ex-Tom Parker car that his dad has prepared for him, and I suspect he's probably the youngest driver on the grid this year, the driver from Chester.
A couple of ex-Tom Parker cars on the grid, isn't there, I think?
Yeah, I think we established a couple of weeks ago that I think the other one who thought their car was Tom Parker is actually Alistair Parker's, Tom's dad's car, so there was a little bit of confusion there.
That makes sense.
That we got to the bottom of.
Mark Gagan's car, isn't it?
That's right. He's another newcomer, isn't he, on the grid? So it's interesting, 2 newcomers have got 2 cars from the family.
Yeah, indeed. So they're coming round towards the end of this green flag lap, so we've had some of the 15 minutes already, probably be about 11 and 3/4 minutes or something when the race finally does get underway left, as we're trying to catch up time that we lost earlier on.
Just wondering, being on pole might not be so good here because it's much damper on that side of the circuit, particularly on the run down towards Redgate. You see a drying line forming on the outside there. So how's that going to go for Lewis Ward? He so nearly won the earlier race, just a tenth of a second behind Daniel Garrett. For Lewis Ward, the 22 Sports Specials champion for the RAF veteran, who's been racing for a decade now, started off in the MR2 Championship, had that run in Sports Specials, and now out in Lowcost, which is super competitive this year with these huge grids. And with, I think, over 25 Mazda 7s that are coming out at Croft this weekend, the low-cost space car championships with the 750 Motor Club, it's going to be well over 60 competing within a week. So that might well be a record.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, I think we did back in the day when we had sort of more than enough for 2 heats in low cost. We may have had 60 plus in those days, but not very often. No, obviously the Mazda 7. Mazda 7s have the MX-5 running gear. We'll see them at Croft next weekend. 5-second board is shown then. About 11.5 minutes of racing we're going to have then for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Round 2 gets underway now then, and off they go. Yellow flag as someone towards the back of the field has not got away. Glenn Boyer, we think it's the number 4 car of Lewis Ward from pole position that has the lead, despite he immediately moved to the left-hand side of the circuit though, didn't he? Sean Bramer's going well. He's in 2nd place there. He started the race on the 3rd position on the grid. He's switched to the outside line as they go through Redgate and Hollywood. And who is it that's got the lead as they come down? I think it is still Lewis Ward, is it? Yes, it is in the 4 car. Sean Brame is 2nd. Daniel Garrett, I think, in 3rd place as they drop down through the Craner curves and towards the old hairpin for the first time in this race.
Yeah, then it's Ian Hardy and Jake Sturt, who's well up the order there in 6th position. In his first season of low cost, they're going really well. The former short oval race and national superstock champion too, I think, Jake Sturt. So he's going really well in 54, so watch out for him. But it's Lewis Ward leading the way from Sean Brame, who's looked really strong over the last year or so. He's always looked strong at places like Snetterton, his local circuit, but he's right up there today, challenging the strong drivers in low cost. Ian Hardy there in 4th position, but it's a great gaggle of cars, as you might expect on the opening lap at the front here, with a different leader really, and we're going to have a different leader again because Sean Brame comes up the inside into the Robert chicane and claims the lead for the first time today.
Yeah, he does. So it's Brame now leading, Ward 2nd. Garrett in the 19 car is in 3rd place. Up and over the line they come to complete lap number 1. Hardy 4th, Sturt 5th, Liam in 6th, Jeff Peake 7th is the order. But here comes Lewis Ward back up the inside of Sean Brame into Redgate. Oh, this is turning into a proper low-cost race again, isn't it? He's taken the lead away from Brame, so 4 now ahead of 8. Garrett still there in 3rd, Hardy 4th. They have made a bit of a break there from Jake Sturt in 5th position and the rest. So are we going to see 5th and so forth closing in on this leading group, or is it going to be a 4-way fight for the lead?
Ryan Garrett's overtaken 13 cars on the opening lap to go 13th, so I wonder how high he can get if he can stay on the road this time. But Lewis Ward then reclaims the lead. We've seen 2 changes within half a lap, as you come to expect with low cost here at Donington Park. in the dry, but it's possible in the damp as well. Not as easy to pass, but it's certainly more than possible. Bit of spray being kicked up by this leading 4 with Lewis Ward ahead of Sean Brame and Daniel Garrett, who's under masses of pressure from Ian Hardy, who's sort of following on that form he had at Mallory Park at the end of last year. Garrett going for second on the inside of Sean Brame, but Brame hanging it out there around the outside. That win he got at Cadwell Park in the summer last year, sort of spurring him on, I think, to be a potential championship contender this year. Because of that change for second, that's allowed Lewis Ward to get away briefly, but with 2 long straights coming up, by the time he get to Redgate, well, he might not even lead, let alone have that gap. So he turns into the chicane ahead. Sean Brame's lost another place. He led at the start of the lap, but now he's down to 4th.
Indeed, that's the nature of low-cost racing, isn't it? And also Jake Sturt's not as far behind as he was, so I don't think we're going to get 4 cars together. Sturt having pulled away from the group behind as well, 5:29, and Paul Clark in there as well in the number 82 car. Ryan Garrett's in the best lap of the race, now up to 10th position, made up another 3 places on that lap.
That was Jake Sturt, who's still a bit wide, going gravel track in. He might do that in some oval racing, not ideal in circuit. Someone must have had an off at Redgate, had they? Was there a flashing green light on the exit?
But I was also looking at Ryan Garrett, who's now in that pack as well of cars. I say he was 10th, and he is at the back of the sort of that group now. There's a car that's stopped just past our commentary box.
It's Glenn Boyer again.
It's Glenn Boyer, who's clearly got some difficulty in town, sort of trying to reverse down the pit lane exit. He's out of the race.
Side by side for the lead, right? Daniel Garrett round the outside. He claims the lead from Lewis Ward. Ian Hardy goes very bravely round the outside up the curbs, and he's going after them despite that huge slide. That's Ryan Garrett, isn't it? Having a huge tank slap where he saved it. I don't think he lost any positions in all of that. Hardy now second. So Lewis Ward, who led at McLean's, or going up to McLean's, is 4th by the time they get to Coppice. So yeah, you don't need a full dry circuit to have a good low-cost race round here. And here comes Lewis Ward. He's fighting back after losing those positions, but it's Garrett at the front. Brame is going to hang on to second as they get to the chicane, with Ward, then Hardy, then the very impressive newcomer Jake Sturt in 5th.
Yeah, he's doing really well here, is Jake Sturt, and it is a 5-car lead group. It's the 35-year-old from Surrey, kitchen and bathroom fitter.
Spinner at the back at the chicane.
Oh, and we'll pick that up in a moment, but the leaders together, there's 5 of them, and Sturt might be going for 4th place here. Round wide goes Ian Hardy. Sturt with a novice cross on the back of his car gets alongside. It's Garrett leading, Ward second, Brame third. It is still the blue car of Hardy 4th and Sturt in 5th. Ryan Garrett did not improve his lap time that time, but he's improved 1 more place. He's up to 9th now.
Interestingly, they're going no faster than the earlier race, so it was absolutely soaked, the racetrack.
That's fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, what do we do? 1:35 best lap time in the first race, and 1:35 best lap time so far in this race. And the conditions look a lot different, don't they? But obviously the grip is pretty similar. Across both of the corners. Big moment for the race leader, Dan Garrett. He's managed to hold it all together, but has he lost momentum there? Is that going to give Lewis Ward, as it now is in second place, the chance to challenge as Hardy tries to go around the outside of Brame? It's Sturt up the inside of Hardy as they make their way through Coppice Corner, and the car in 6th place, which is Liam, he's gaining on them as well now.
Side by side for the lead. Lewis Ward is on the inside. I think Daniel Garrett waving him through. He realises not to fight that one at this stage. Lewis Ward, though, breaks desperately late. He's up the curb because of that, and that could hamper his exit. And Sean Brame has the best exit of all, and he could well pass both of them by the time they get up towards Redgate Corner. They're going to be 3 cars across the circuit at the end of 4 laps. Jeff Peake with the fastest lap now in P8, and we got 10 or 9 cars for the lead of the race. So you questioned whether more cars would join in. They absolutely had. And if you sort of were watching this on a live timing screen with how close it is, you would think it's a dry race. How many cars are in the front group? In damp races, you don't tend to see so many cars in the leading group as we've got right now. But it's Garrett back in front, isn't it, with Ward. Then in 3rd position is Brame. And then Jake Sturt, who continues to impress, the only novice car racer out of in that front group.
It's Garrett's at the front and back of this group, isn't it? 9 cars separated by 2.9 seconds as we go on to lap 5 of this fascinating race. Daniel Garrett leading, and it's Hardy there that was having a look up the inside. He's made up no more places there. It's still Ward and Brame, then Hardy, Sturt, Clark, it's Peak, then Clark, and then Ryan Garrett. So he's 9 cars for the lead. There is then about a 5-second gap back to Glenn Griffiths, who's in 10th position, some way behind the leading 9 of them. Out of the Coppice corner they come, down the straight towards Roberts for the 5th time. They fan out across the straight. It's Ian Hardy trying to make a move on the inside of Sean Brame. Will he get 3rd place there? The answer is yes, he will. So Sean Brame goes to 3rd, loses 3rd I should say, gets very sideways, points towards the pit lane, gets it straightened up again. He might lose another place on the way up the straight though. It's Lee M that's now next in line because Jake Sturt has dropped to the back of the group, hasn't he?
Pretty much, yeah. Paul Clark might be there now, but yeah, Jake Sturt, who's inexperienced, of course, in this type of racing. Oh, and Ryan Garrett's massively sideways. It's not the first time he's been very sideways in this race, but he is again. He might gain a place despite that. He's side by side with Jeff Peake, but it's his brother Dan Garrett that leads the way from Lewis Ward and Ian Hardy, who's looking like he's absolutely going to be a contender this year. There's Peake. He did get ahead of, or stay ahead of Ryan Garrett in all of that. He is ahead of Jake Sturt, though. He is R. Garrett. So Jake Sturt is going to be learning all the time what Lowcost racing is like, coming over from oval racing. Well, you do get lots of side-by-side, sideways action. Ian Hardy to the front from 3rd, I think, at the old hairpin, but he's run a little wide at McLean's. So Garrett and Ward will go back ahead of him, I think, here. They do, but very impressed here with Ian Hardy, the 28-year-old from Cornwall, in his 4th season. He had a long karting career before joining Lowcost in 22, but he sort of looked like a different driver immediately this year to be able to run with the fastest drivers in recent years in Lowcost racing. And Daniel Garrett leads. Brame's gone wide there, so that allows Lee M to sneak through.
Yeah, quite a lot of curb taken by both M and Brame, and it's Garrett, isn't it? Ryan Garrett that's carried the most momentum out of the chicane, and it's his brother that's alongside Lewis Ward as they go through. But Ian Hardy up the inside of both of them. Is the Cornishman going to take the lead of the race? Yes, he is. Number 50, Ian Hardy's got the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He's just taken the lead as well in that bright blue car, but he's lost it again by the time they get to Hollywood, because back through has gone Daniel Garrett.
It's exceptional racing this. This is what we hoped for from the Yokohama Lowcost Championship this season. Oh, Silverstone next. That's not good for the heart, is it? So they turn their way through Old Hairpin and head uphill. Yes, it could be quite extraordinary. I think the racing at Silverstone, again, if it's dry, perhaps it doesn't need to be dry going off of this evidence, but it's Garrett then back ahead. In 2nd is Ward, in 3rd is Hardy. As they turn through McLean's, wide is Ward here. Not as wide as those behind. They're almost all in the gravel. Who had the big trip? That's Jake Sturt. Oh no, Jake Sturt's there. So it's
Sean Brame, it was way off into the gravel. That's Jake Sturt. Dan Garrett was involved, and I think possibly Jeff Peake as well, I want to say.
Yeah, I think they probably all were in that group, weren't they?
So the pack has scattered somewhat, and actually Dan Garrett's now got a decent sized lead in the number 19 car. Ian Hardy trying to get 2nd place back away from Lewis Ward as they come down to the chicane. I think we're going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one. Hardy has gone back through to 2nd. Quite a lot of curb taken on the 2nd apex of the chicane, and Lewis Ward's going to get back alongside him now as they head along the Waincroft straight up to Redgate to start this final lap.
Yeah, Lee M's joining him. We haven't really seen him at the front of the group, but he's there now when it matters. On to the final lap. Ian Hardy and Lewis Ward are still contesting 2nd place, and this is good news really for Dan Garrett, because it's allowing Dan just to get away. But Lewis Ward has claimed that position now on the exit of Redgate. Here comes Lee M. He's drawing up alongside Lewis Ward, alongside Ian Hardy rather now, but can't quite get there. They turn their way through the crane of cars. I don't think Garrett is away in free yet, because that long slipstreaming run uphill towards McLean's, I suspect that 3/4 of a second margin will disappear, and well, then it's anyone's guess, isn't it? Down to the Robert chicane on the final lap. So I think I'll let you, Ian, describe the rest of this race.
Okay, up towards McLean's they come then for the final time. It's Garrett ahead of Lewis Ward, and a mistake from Garrett. He's broadside across the track. He spins to the infield of McLean's. Lewis Ward takes the lead, and Garrett has thrown that away. He's trying to get a gear engaged and back into the race, but it's now Lee M that emerges in front. He was 4th at the start of the lap. Lee M, number 5, leads. Lewis Ward, number 4, is in 2nd place. He was the runner-up in race number 1. Wants to go one better this time. Pulled out of the slipstream as they come down the exhibition straight. It's M, number 4, on the inside line. Sorry, Ward, number 4, on the inside line. M, number 5, on the outside line. As they come into the chicane, it's Ward that's ahead. And M outbreaks himself. He goes straight on. He's thrown away a podium as well now. And it's going to be Lewis Ward that comes through to win round 2 of the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. It's 2nd place to Ian Hardy, and it's Ryan Garrett that is 3rd. There is still a Garrett on the podium after all of that. Jeff Peake takes 4th, Paul Clark 5th, and Liam, after that spin at the final corner, recovers to take 6th. Sean Brame, George Grice, Dan Russell, and Rob Apsey complete the top 10.
I'm glad I let you do that one, Ian. That was pretty dramatic, wasn't it? That was, for sure. But well done to Lewis Ward. Probably the biggest well done has to go to Ryan Garrett, 26th on the grid. He was off the track, was he not?
Yes.
Spinning at one point. He was massively sideways on so many occasions, and to come up onto the podium in his first race day for something like 18 months is a great effort there from Ryan Garrett. But what a mistake from Dan Garrett while leading. He knew he had to try and get away, because if he had no gap out of Coppers, he would have lost the lead, but he lost a lot more than that. And where did he come through? Out of the significant point positions in 17th, so just gets the standard points for finishing. So that is an early sort of problem really in his championship defence. But if this is what Lowcost is going to be like this season, well, we're in for a real treat. And Silverstone in 3 weeks' time, that's going to be one not to miss.
Yeah, bring on the national circuit at Silverstone in, as you say, less than 3 weeks, Josh. Let's have a look at the results then of that second low-cost race of the day. Lewis Ward it was that emerged victorious at the end of 8 laps by a relatively large margin, 0.546 seconds in the end over number 50, Ian Hardy, who took 2nd place. Ryan Garrett charging through the field in number 99 to take 3rd place. 4th was 29 Jeff Peake, 5th was 82 Paul Clark, 6th was number 5 Liam. He was in the lead a few yards from the checkered flag. 7th was number 8 Sean Brame, 8th was number 3 George Grice, Daniel Russell was 9th in 57, then it was Rob Apsey 73 completing the top 10 ahead of Jack Linus, Jake Sturt, Tortulla and Glyn Griffiths. Further back, in 15th place, was the newcomer Rory Mallinson ahead of Mark Roode, Dan Garrett, after spinning away the lead halfway around the final lap. Greg Smith, Barry Stewart and Chris Summers completed the top 20 at the end of round 2 of the Yokohama Low-Cost Championship race. And yes, as Josh has said, Silverstone in less than 3 weeks' time is the venue for rounds 3 and 4 of the championship. Very much looking forward to that one. We'll bring that to you as well on Alpha Live in 3 weeks' time. And a reminder that there's some very similar racing at Croft next weekend. The Mazda 7s, the big brothers, if you like, of the Lowcost, with the 1.8 Mazda MX-5 running gear. They are in action at Croft next Saturday and Sunday for their races. Sorry, Josh?
That looks set to be pretty exciting too. One of the larger grids we've seen for Mazda 7s, and I think it's a triple header possibly at Croft Circuit, so that's going to be a very exciting race, is not to be missed here on the 750 Motor Club TV YouTube stream, as well as on the website 750mc.co.uk. But for now, Andy McEwen has got lots of questions, I expect, to ask the top 3 drivers from Lowcost.
Well, another classic for the history books in the Yokohama Low-Cost Championship there. Proper slipstreaming action around a circuit that always lends itself to this category of car. Lewis Ward comes home a race winner. Whilst he's de-helmeting, Johnny, if you want to have a wander around here, we did spot as he came in at the end of that race, he's picked up a little bit of circuit furniture at some point during the race. I don't think Lewis even realised he was dragging that around with him. Didn't seem to slow him down there, did he? He held on to get the victory, and we can have a chat now with our race winner. I think first he maybe wants to go and congratulate Lewis Ward and Ryan Garrett. Ryan in particular was telling him he only needed one more lap and then he would have probably caught him. Well, what do you think, Lewis? Another lap, would you have still been the race winner?
Well, it's hard to tell. It was the lead was changing that many times. Ryan was coming for me. I could see him coming in the mirrors. But yeah, what a great race.
you're out of breath, which should say it all, really. I mean, those are the kind of races that you sign up to race in the Lowcost Championship for, isn't it? Slipstreaming, side by side, 3 abreast on multiple occasions into Redgate Corner.
Absolutely, yeah. This is what we come racing for. One make series, very strict regulations, as affordable as motorsport can be. Absolutely brilliant. I can't compliment the championship enough. If I can just say a couple of thank yous. Dan Garrett for the work he's done on the car over the winter. The engine he's built is absolutely fantastic. All my sponsors, Premier Wheels, Hayden Electrical, everyone you can see on the car, because without them it wouldn't be possible. And just one other thing, if I can add, I just want to dedicate this win to my nan. She passed away 2 weeks ago, and she wanted to come and watch me race. She never quite made it, bless her, so this is for her.
Oh, really sorry to hear that, mate. Massive congratulations. Really well done on the race win. An emotional win then for Lewis Ward. Ian Hardy was chasing him down there. I mean, Ian, you were right in the thick of that battle for much of the race. I was actually watching it on the pit wall alongside your fan club, who were very pleased to see you come across the line in second. So nearly the win.
Nearly the win, yeah. This has just been amazing. On Monday morning, I didn't think we were going to make the grid. Oh, wow. This has been an utterly crazy week travelling up and down the country. I've got to thank my dad. He put so much effort in while I was doing that, to get us here. And Will, who's also on the wall, who helped me with some of the prep work with the car to get it where we need it to be. I was not expecting this at the start of the day, so this has just been phenomenal for me.
I mean, it's a whirlwind of emotions anyway when you're involved in a battle like that, especially with the battle you had even before you got to the track. Do you actually have moments in that a race like that, though, to sit back and enjoy it?
My girlfriend keeps asking me this, and the honest answer is no. I've not enjoyed a moment of it until now, but that's what we do it for. It's the adrenaline rush, it's the battling, and yeah, there have been moments I honestly thought I was going to win today, both in the previous race and this one, so this is mega for us. Just a shame we can't do the full season this year, but we'll carry on, we'll do the best ones that we can and keep smiling while we do it.
Good stuff. Looking forward to having you back on the grid. Congratulations. Second place then for Ian Hardy and Ryan Garrett. Well, Ryan was charging through in that race. In the end, the charge ends in third position, but you had some fun, right?
Oh, not half, yeah. I think one more lap, and it would have been a bit of a different story, I reckon. But yeah, obviously a massive thank you to my taller younger brother for doing an amazing job setting it up for the wet. Couldn't have done it without him. But yeah, all great fun.
You say setting it up for the wet. I mean, it looks like there's a dry line starting to emerge, but of course, to overtake, you've got to go off that, and there's lots of overtaking going on.
Yeah, and there was a lot of, as you say, a lot of overtaking, a lot of going on the wet line. So I think if we'd have changed the setup to a dry setup, it would have probably been a different story. But yeah, it paid for me. So that's all I can say, really. Well happy with the result, and plenty more to come, I think.
Looking forward to seeing how the rest of the season pans out for you. Well done then to all three of our podium finishers. Right, PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship is up next. Just 2 races to go here at Donington Park.
And this is the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race, round 2 of the season, and the cars formed up on the grid before they head off on their green flag lap. Let's have a look at how they're going to line up. Pole position is number 37, Daniel Sylvester, as the green flag lap gets underway and the 15-minute countdown begins. So besides 37 Daniel Sylvester is number 93 Shay Kavanagh. On the second row of the grid it's 15 Lewis Barker and 4 Alex Foden. Row 3, 20 Gordon McMillan and 52 Lewis Ellis. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 226 Lee Rickard and 13 is Stuart Kennedy. The fifth row, 78 and 17, being Mark Warren and Will Bartup, the Class C winner from earlier on. Row 6, 1 and 151, that's Josh Hilton and Andy Stevens. The seventh row, 197 and 11, Craig Turner and Adam Blair. Row 8, 116 and 148, Matthew Morgan and Wayne Shackelford. The ninth row, 47 Charlie Cole and 10 Ray Collier. On the 10th row it's 398 and 54, 398 being Lee Forster and 54 Peter Boast. The 11th row is Edward Lynch in 63 and 16 Joshua Copeland. The 12th row 75 Mason Bickers and 198 Connor Forster. It's Maddie Griffiths in 31 on the inside of the 13th row, besides 82 Jerry Frost, then 14 Trevor Gregory, and 12 Warren Andrews, 29 Matt Hale, 300 Josh Bavin, 5 Jonathan Packer, 291 Zach Bernal, and 30 William Hornsey also set to feature, although a number of those cars were involved in offs in the earlier race. Josh Barrett.
And disqualified from the earlier race dramatically for William Hornsey, who was second in Class C. If you remember, in that close finish with William Bartup, I think the car was deemed ineligible. I presume that was underweight. Haven't got confirmation.
Yeah, underweight is what it's showing on our results here.
So he'll have to go from the back end with a heavier car than what he ran with earlier. Also, Zach Bernal, who had a great debut, but also transgressed for contact. So he. I wonder if that's why Matthew Morgan ended up in the gravel. Not sure what the incident was. So another interesting racing prospect, a drier race than earlier. Not, I don't think, dry enough for Dan Sylvester to go for that lap record that he was after. No. But it'd be interesting to see if he and Shay Kavanagh have another close race, whether some others get involved in those class battles. I suspect Gordon McMillan will be strong off the start. So how high can the BMW, the rear engine car, the rear drive car rather, go from the third row? Might be challenging the leaders, perhaps down towards Redgate, but won't have the power, of course, in Class B. And then you've got this interesting prospect in Class C. If William Bartup can beat Josh Hilton again, and then all those cars from the back. I see Matt Hale is lining up here at the end of the pit lane, so they've got that car fixed, which is good news. I'm guessing going from the pit lane is the hope to not get involved in the first corner incident this time for the 39-year-old from Essex, the ex-LMA Eurosaloon racer in the Mini Cooper, previously raced by Jamie Naylard. Let's see if anyone else decides to go from the pit lane too. We saw Trevor Gregory do that in race 1 with some gearbox issues, I think.
No first or second gear, I don't think, for Trevor Gregory.
Now he's near the back. I wonder if he won't be too worried about starting from the grid.
Yeah. I think he also lost steering as well, didn't he?
What did he have?
No gears, no steering. What is the left? Good question. Anyway,
Sylvester's on the very wet bit of the track now, isn't he?
Would he sort of move immediately across to the other side of the track, which is what Lewis Ward did at the start of the Lowcost race 20 odd minutes ago? So we've now got the green flag at the back, waiting for the lights to go on. We're going to have about 11 minutes or so of racing. Yeah, there's the green flag at the back. About 11 minutes then we'll have, once the 5-second board has been shown, which it hasn't yet. There it is. So some drama there, I think, before this penultimate race of the day gets underway. There are the red lights. Out they go. And it's Sylvester on the right-hand side of the circuit, the left-hand side of the picture. It's Lewis Barker that's trying to squeeze between the two front row Hondas. But I think it's actually going to be Shay Kavanagh around the outside line on the dry line that's going to lead into Redgate Corner for the first time. Stuart Kennedy's made a good start in the Corrado, the black Corrado I can see as well. So that's one to watch out for. And another good start as well by the BMW Compact as well of Gordon McMillan. So he's in about 6th or 7th position as they head through Craner Curves for the first time.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as I anticipated. Stuart Kennedy leads Class B. Great start in the Corrado. He's got McMillan and Foden, who won race 1 in the class just behind him. Great. And then you've got Josh Hilton, who's made an excellent start to lead Class C. Again, the rear-wheel drive car getting away well. So for third place, Lewis Ellis has put in Lewis Barker under threat there. They're the Bs, Kennedy, McMillan and Foden. Then the C leader, well up the overall order, is Josh Hilton. And he's got a couple of cars between himself and William Bartup, like he did in the early stages of race 1. The top two are herring away from the pack. Kavanagh and Sylvester from Barker and Ellis. Lewis Barker in his second event in Hot Hatch. We saw him out at Silverstone at the end of last year, moving over from the Racing Hondas category. And then you've got the ex-motocross racer Lewis Ellis, who ran in Class B last year, stepped up a class for this season. So lap 1 in the book, Shay Kavanagh 7 tenths ahead.
Certainly is, and it is Kennedy then in that Corrado that leads Class B and 5th overall from Foden and McMillan. And our Class C leader Josh Hilton is in 8th place overall, and a few cars between himself and Will Barton.
Third
in 12th.
Third in Class B is Lee Forster. which is a great first run in the Suzuki Swift, up in 15th overall.
Oh, Adam Blair's just slotted in ahead of him, though. He's perhaps still not got a transponder. No, that was an issue earlier on. A change of Class B lead here, though. Up the inside goes number 4, Steve Foden. Alex Foden to take the position away from Stuart Kennedy. So Stuart Kennedy in the Corrado drops down to second place. The much more modern Renault Clio takes the lead of that, and now Kennedy under pressure from Gordon McMillan. G-Mac in the red BMW Compact, who goes through, then gets a bit twitchy, but maintains the position, and Josh Hilton right with them as well.
Yeah, this is more Josh Hilton kind of pace, isn't it? Much quicker than others in Class C, and well, he almost looks like a Class B car at this point, doesn't he? Because he's absolutely with all the B leaders. But now Alex Foden's gone to the front. I wonder if he can get away in the car that Liam Pauling won the championship in last year in that category, the Clio 200, or are these drier conditions going to suit Gordon McMillan, who won several Class B races last year, didn't do all the rounds, didn't feature high up in the championship, but he has a strong pace for sure. And then Stuart Kennedy, who that might be the first time has led some laps in the class, but he has dropped to third now. Watch out for Matthew Morgan behind. He was involved in that incident earlier. He's coming up the order. He's in fourth in the category, just behind Josh Hilton.
Indeed, so 7 3/4 minutes of this race left to go. Still Shea Cabler leading by 9/10 of a second from Dan Sylvester and Lewis Barker and Lewis Ellis. But here's the Class B fight. Alex Foden, Gordon McMillan, Stuart Kennedy, and then our Class C leader Josh Hilton. Closing on them, I think, is Matthew Morgan in the Honda, and there's a battle involving 2 more Type Rs, Lee Rickard in the 226 car, and the 78 car being Matt Warren's version, the red car with a little wing on the back of it. That's in Class A.
Yeah, it might be his first weekend, new name to me, and a Robbins cross on the back, so maybe the first weekend for Matt Warren. They're doing okay up against one of the Type R Trophy regulars in Lee Rickard. He's 5th in Class B. I think looking to do lots of hot hatch racing too. There's Will Bartup is a long way behind Hilton this time, but still second in Class C.
Change there because Warren in that Class A car ahead of the Rickard Class B car now. So that's for the final position inside the top 10 as well in this race. Top 4 all Class A cars. And Trevor Gregory's there, by the way, and he is 14th, just looking down the timing screen. So he's not having too bad a race, really. Should be further up in a Class A car, of course.
As you suggested, Adam Blair's been withdrawn from the race by the timekeepers, hasn't he, for not running a working transponder. He'll have to have that sorted for Silverstone, where I suspect he'll be a contender in the Swift Sport Challenge races. But he's not going to be timed here, although he is still showing on some of the timing screens. Anyway, here's the battle for third place between Lewis Barker and Lewis Ellis. Ellis has got a better run here as they come up the hill. Lewis Ellis, a junior BMX champion some 15 years ago or so. He's done lots of racing on 2 wheels. He's twice an enduro champion as well, motorcycle enduro, which is one of the most toughest motorsport disciplines you can compete in. He's going after Lewis Barker. He's still got the novice cross on the back, so he's still going well in his Type R. They're a little bit behind Shea Kavanagh and Dan Sylvester up front, and Kavanagh's able to go away from Sylvester at this point, which is sort of against the form book from Alton Park last year when Dan Sylvester returned and took that double victory last season.
Here they come, third and fourth, the 2 Lewises, Barker and Ellis.
Sylvester's done the fastest lap and now is with Kavanagh, and impressively we're not far away from the lap record, only 1.5 seconds away from the lap record.
1:20.179 then is the lap time.
Got a Swift race breaking out on the circuit between
it's 3 weeks early.
Lee Forster and the much more experienced Ray Collier in behind. Lee and his son Connor are racing for the first time, I think, this weekend, where Ray Collier is a former Cochrane Cup champion and part of the Davanti Tyres test team for the Swift Sport Challenge. Also in this, you've got the Volkswagen Polo of Warren Andrews and the Mini that started from the pit lane, Matt Hale.
Yeah, so he's coming up through the field after dramas early on today, but good to see these Swifts out, giving us a little taste of what we might see at Silverstone in less than 3 weeks' time when they make their own standalone debut. They're going to go side by side as they go over the line. Forster and Collier in 22nd and 23rd positions overall.
In the background, Maddie Griffiths has had a bit of a moment like she had in the earlier race, but she's sort of on pace, isn't she, with the other Swift, so that's a good debut. Her dad, Glyn, was out in the Lowcost in the previous race, but we've got a battle for the win. with 3 laps still to go.
Yeah.
Across the line they go. Another fastest lap from Sylvester, a 1:20.0, just over a second off of Alistair Camp's lap record from a few years ago.
Yeah, that's a 1:18, isn't it? That they're looking for 1:18.76 in 2021 for Ali Camp.
It's not exactly dry still, is it? So
No.
the pace these two are running at is impressive.
It certainly is, and I'm sure Sylvester's pace is almost geeing along Shea Kavanagh as Kavanagh tries to stay in front here. Through the old hairpin they go. Probably 2 more laps to go at the end of this. About 10 seconds clear of the Lewis battle now for 3rd and 4th, Barker and Ellis.
It's just as close in Class B. Alex Foden has been caught by Gordon McMillan. The leader's about to lap Peter Boast, who's in his first car race today. He was racing motorcycles since 1980. There's yellows there. The leaders need to be careful going past the back marker, but this is going to give Sylvester a chance. They go into the green flag zone on the inside of Kavanagh, but I don't think he's quite made it, or has he? He's still on the tighter line in the lighter, older EK, the smaller car. It's got a really low front splitter on that car as well. He's on the inside, but he's at a damper braking zone for him into the Robert chicane. But the inside line is good for Sylvester, and he takes the lead of round 2 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
And now he's got a clear track ahead of him if he wants to try and go for that lap record. Well, I say clear. Oh, and the checkered flag goes out a little bit early. We have got one car off in the gravel, so an early checkered flag for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So it is a win then with the final corner move for Dan Sylvester from Shea Kavanagh in 2nd, Lewis Barker 3rd. I'm not sure the first 2 saw the checker flag. That's the reason, I think, for the early checker. That car off in the gravel at McLean's.
Class B just as close as they cross the line, but Alex Foden hangs on for a double victory and will be the early or equal early championship leader, I guess, with Dan Sylvester in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Josh Hilton's come through for an absolutely dominant Class C victory, so that's more picking off where he left off 1 year ago, which is impressive. He was only half a second off of David Drinkwater's lap record in Class C. So even closer than what the A's managed, who are continuing to race. You said you didn't think they saw the checker.
Yeah.
So they continue to race, passing some of the Swifts there up towards Coppice Corner, but this won't be a lap record even if Dan Sylvester goes quicker than that time that Alistair Camp managed.
Yeah, it's Charlie Cole that's off in the gravel trap in the number 47 BMW. That's the reason for the early checkered flag. They'll see the flag this time, I think, Dan Sylvester and Shea Kavanagh. I wonder if it's just the fact that there was a change of lead, that maybe the flag marshal didn't quite realise that it was the winners coming through on the finish line. They'll take the checker flag that time, fortunately in the same order as they did first time round. Sylvester ahead of Shea Kavanagh, and they're going to have to do an extra lap, of course, to slow down now compared to the other cars around them. So it'll be a while before they get into the clutches of Andy McEwen for a conversation, but we should be able to give you in a moment the results of that race.
Trevor Gregory got up to 10th despite all of his problems, and 5th in class.
I don't know if he found any of those gears. He must have found the steering. Result of that race then, Dan Sylvester, number 37, the winner. 6 laps completed for him, ahead of number 93, Shea Kavanagh. The gap between them, 0.366 seconds, and the result decided at the final corner. 3rd place went the way of number 15, Lewis Barker, and 4th was number 52, Lewis Ellis. All Honda Civic top 4, all Class A as well. Class B and 5th overall was number 4, Alex Foden. Then 2nd in Class B was number 20, Gordon McMillan, and Stuart Kennedy in the Corrado was 3rd in number 13, 7th overall. Then it was Josh Helton who won Class C in 8th place overall, number 1. Matthew Morgan was 9th, Trevor Gregory 10th, and Matt Warren, Lee Rickard, Andy Stevens. And then, and only then, the next Class C car, William Bartup, number 17, was in 14th position. Who was 3rd in Class C? We'll find out on the next screen that it was William Hornsey, through from the back of the grid, having had to ballast up that car, I think, after being found to be underweight after the earlier race. And the rest of the cars showing there, I think it was Ray Collier that came out best of the Suzuki Sport Swifts in the end, in the number 10 car, so congratulations to him for that race within a race, and he'll be, I'm sure, part of a great field of nearly 30 Swifts that we'll have out at Silverstone in just less than 3 weeks' time. So that is Hot Hatch for this weekend. They will also be out at Silverstone. Look forward to seeing them there, and it should be a fantastic season of racing. It looks like Josh Hilton, despite his slightly disappointing result in race 1. He's going to be tough to beat though if he can keep racking up Class C victories throughout the season. Class A and Class B, maybe they look a little bit more wide open, or maybe I'm doing a bit of an injustice to the rivals of Josh Hilton in Class C. But are we going to see that remarkable run continue where a Class C driver has won the overall championship in every single year since the hot hatch was relaunched back in 2017. It's either been Paul Jarvis, Michael Wentworth, David Drinkwater 5 times, or Josh Hilton, all from Class C, all have won the overall championship. You wonder why anyone bothers with Classes A and B, really. Anyway, we can see the drivers heading in to the sort of 1, 2, 3 floppy marker boards now. I think we've got probably all of our class winners there and ready to talk to Andy McKeon, so we'll go down to him in just a second, and then we'll look ahead to our final race of the day, which of course was going to be for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Hopefully they'll get a full race this time after the red flagged and restarted race that they had earlier on today. You can see so many of these cars going into Parc Fermé. They all need to be scrutineered post-race. Their eligibility will be checked, there'll be weights checked and all of that kind of thing. As we saw in the first race, some cars were found to be underweight. And it's important to check that all is above board. Talking of above board, let's go down to talk to Andy McKeon.
Well, shame that race got curtailed a little bit, but what we had of that PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race was a very entertaining one indeed. We've got our class winners once again assembled, and we'll start appropriately with our overall and Class A winner, Dan Sylvester. Dan, double race victory, and that race seemed to pan out much the same as race 1, really. Took it easy at the start, and then you really came charging towards what, in the end, was quite a close finish.
Yeah, it was. I felt like I was pushing a lot more in that race than the first one, yeah. I didn't think I had the pace to start with, but just it's going to be the car's last race, maybe. I'm not sure yet, maybe. But yeah, so I just thought, if it blows up kind of thing. So yeah, no, I really squeezed it and it performed. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm tired now though. That was a really good scrap.
And it's getting a bit warmer out there as well, so there's a bit of sweat on your brow this time. You say it might be the car's last race. Is that because you're thinking of moving on, or just upgrading to something different?
Well, I was supposed to retire the car last year, but because it was still complete and I like Donington and you lot were here, and I was trying to get that lap record after they put a Facebook post up about it, but not quite dry enough, unfortunately, in race 2, so we're a few seconds behind. But no, the car's done well, but it does need some TLC. You've got to maintain these things apparently, and this is overdue.
Well, it's still going quickly, that's for sure. Congratulations on a double victory here at Donington Park for Dan Sylvester. Alex Foden is behind me, gets a handshake from our race winner. Alex, very similar story, I think, for you, as well as the way that race 1 panned out, I guess.
Yeah, that was hard. Gordon kept me on my toes and he was rapid in the straight line, so I spent probably too much time looking in my mirrors to try and get out of the way of him, and it was still quite greasy, couldn't really go offline, and yeah, he tried to send it a few times down there, and it was good. It was tough, but yeah, buzzing with that. So
almost harder to battle wheel to wheel in these conditions than when it's just fully wet, because as soon as you venture off that racing line, it gets quite a lot more slippery. Did you manage to keep it clean throughout the race?
Yeah, I've got to go see the Clarks. I'm not sure what I've done, but yeah, I feel like I did. But yeah, like I say, it was when you've got cars with different speeds and different cornering, it makes quite a good race. So it was it was tough, but yeah, it was good.
Well done. Double class victory once again for Alex Foden. Joshua Hilton is over this way, so we'll head over here. Now, we didn't speak to Joshua earlier on, but the Class C victory goes to you this time, Joshua. You looked very cool, calm and collected when you got out of the car. Was that just all in a day's work?
That's a lot better than the first one, that's for sure.
What happened earlier on today?
The fog. I say the fog. The window steamed up. Right. I spun just purely from not being able to see, and Will got me, so...
Well, that will do it, I suppose. Visibility was at a premium. Much better conditions in race 2 there. Do you feel like you were really able to stretch the car's legs this afternoon?
Absolutely, yeah. It was there was a dry line all the way around, so once you stayed on that, it was fast.
How much hot hatch racing have you done before, and are we going to see you around for the rest of the season?
Definitely. It was all of last year, and we're aiming to do all of this year and keep the number 1. So...
yeah, the number 1 was a giveaway, I suppose, wasn't it, really? Josh, well done. You're well on your way to defending that title. And one more driver to go and have a chat to. We're going to go over this way. Oh, no, he's behind me, keeping me on my toes. His car was the other side. Adam Blair, double victor in the class for the Suzuki Swifts. Again, same question, really, I've asked the other guys. pretty similar result, albeit different conditions.
Yeah, I heard Danny say it was more difficult, and I felt the same way actually. It's relatively easy in terms of the car, but the competition was quite hard in terms of we were racing some Class C cars with a fair bit more power, it seemed like anyway. So you just got to be a little bit careful because there's only one dry-ish line and the rest is, pretty sketchy. So there was a few sketchy moments, but it was good fun.
He survived them all. Double class victory. Well done. We're going to have to go because our final race of the day is only moments away. We're going to take a very quick ad break and then we'll have the Armed Forces Race Challenge to round out the weekend's activity at Donington.
Green flag lap already underway for the final race of the day, race 2 for the Armed Forces Race Challenge here at Donington Park. Here's how the grid lines up. Pole position has number 65 Mark White, besides him number 47 John Cobley, row 2 935 James Flint, and 1 is Jonathan Candler. Third row 888 Chris Pauley and 78 Paul Chapman. The fourth row 13 Adam Dewis and 48 Mike Nash. On row 5, 16 and 43, Trevor Hancock and Matthew Beach. Row 6, 22, Larky Arpino and 35, Richard Brown. Peter Dilnott, 69 and 51, Ian Cooper on the 7th row. The 8th row, 25, James Hancock and 55, Joshua McClelland. Harry Townsend, 64 and Simon Skirton in 88 on the 9th row. The 10th row is 14, Peter McNichol and 92, Lee Keneally. Row 11, 72 Andy Holmes and 15 George Harvey. Row 12, 230 Paul Waterhouse and 113 Alex Martin. The 13th row, 34 Sean Graham and 305 Ben Seaton. The 14th row, 700 Mark Oliver and 77 Mel Highland. And on row 15 it's 96 Ben McLaughlin and 26 Gareth Moss. So that's how we line up for this second race. A reminder that on scratch in the earlier race, it was Mark White that took the victory in car 65 by 25 seconds from number 935 James Flint in second place and number 16 Trevor Hancock in third. It was a restarted race after a red flag, an incident at the first corner, and we lost one of the front runners in the rerun, that being John Cobley. In his Ibiza, he was a late retirement from the first race, having an even bigger victory margin to Mark White than he might otherwise have had. But of course, it's the performance index that counts for points in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and numbers will be crunched after the races to determine who has been the most consistent driver throughout each of the day's races and award the points accordingly. And we've caught up some time from earlier on today. We're going to be starting this race only about maybe 10 minutes or so behind the scheduled start time. I think at one point we're about half an hour behind, so good work by the marshals and the officials of the 750 Motor Club in getting us back on track. The 20 minutes has already started to count down in this Armed Forces Race Challenge race, so it'll be probably 16 and a half minutes of action by the time, Josh Barrett, we get underway.
Yes, that's right. So still plenty of time, really. Hopefully everyone sort of gets through that first lap smoothly. And with these drier conditions, we heard the track has a dry line, and we were very close to that record pacer in that earlier race. I wonder if that's going to sort of change the order up a bit, whether those more powerful cars will come to the fore. Likes of that Sayat, if it's all running well for John Cobley.
Well, he's there on pole position, or on the outside of the front, I should say, which is good to see. Revs are starting to rise, red lights are on, out they go. Not a good start from Jonathan Candler. He does get away eventually in the MG ZR, but not for quite a few moments. And it's their Ibiza that's scorched off the line. Is it going to be ahead of Mark White's Type R? No, it's not, into the first corner. White is leading. It's the Ibiza in second of John Donnelly, of John Cobley, I should say. And then in third place, it looks to be the Fiesta ST of Flint. And he's quite a distance behind the first two already in this race. And I think it's Adam Dewis, isn't it, in fourth place in the 1 Series BMW. And then in fifth place, it's the 888 car of Christopher Pauley.
Yeah, so good start from Dewis in the rear-wheel drive BMW to move up 3 spots, helped by Jonathan Candler not really getting away at all well. But he will progress, you'd imagine. There is 25, the Peugeot of James Hancock, the 206 GTI. Up towards McLean's they come, included the Type R of Trevor Hancock, who went so well in the earlier race, got 3rd overall. And then they climb the hill up towards Coppice. Is that the Porsche coming through? That might go well in these conditions. That's Pete Dilnot, isn't it, in the 911. So how many positions can he get, I wonder, in that 996 model, the 1999 car? Now, is Cobley not looking all that good now? The car is dropping positions, the Class A car, which you wouldn't expect.
I don't think it can be at full chat, can it? Although it's pulling away from Adam Jewis's 1 Series there reasonably well, but it's behind James Flint in the Ford Fiesta ST. And there you can see the Porsche making up places on the inside as well. You wondered how high up that might get up the order. He's gone from 6th to 3rd in along the Wheatcroft Straight there has Peter Dilnot in the number 69 Porsche. So it's now Mark White leading, James Flint 2nd and Peter Dilnot up to 3rd. Down to 4th has gone John Cobley in the Seat. 5th is Adam Dewis in the 1 Series BMW, which didn't really make much of an appearance in race 1. And then it's Christopher Pawley in 6th position.
Jonathan Candler back to 10th after that start. We've got a car in the gravel at Redgate. Might get out though, Jonathan McClelland's Honda Civic. The 27-year-old from Sunderland in his first racing meeting, that 1989 Honda Civic. There's Cobley, so is he getting back up to speed here? I think he is, because he and Peter Dilnot are going after James Flint, who's up in 2nd position, impressively, for the RAF technician from Devon. But he's surely going to come under pressure from those much more powerful machines behind.
Yeah, I wonder if it's an intermittent issue on the Seat there. We'll see possibly as time goes on whether that is the case or not. There's Pawley in the treble 8 car. He's got Trevor Hancock trying to make a move on him now, and he's up the inside. Hancock is in a Class A car, whereas Pawley is in a Class B car, and Dilnot's got across the line in 2nd place because he's scorched past James Flint on the Wheatcroft Straight and back through as well as John Cobley, as Beach is beached in the gravel trap. Number 43, the BMW 3 Series Matthew Beach 323i for the drive from Medmenham. Looks like he's out of the race, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so I wonder what's going to happen here. That's at the chicane, I think. There's some side-by-side action at the approach to the Craner curves. That's Chris Pawley hanging on ahead of the later Honda Civic of Paul Chapman as they head down towards the old hairpin. Looks like Pawley now starting to get away. The RAF pilot from Cardiff, the former Lowcost racer, and the AFRC sim racing champion over the winter months was Chris Pawley, who runs there in 7th position.
Yeah, so we're working with 12 and a quarter minutes of this race left to go. There is Dewis, there is Hancock, they're 5th and 6th, and 3rd and 4th within Class B, I should say. I think we're saying Class A a moment ago, but they're in Class B.
Battles further down the order here includes Ben Seaton in one of the BMW 116s. You've got a Mini in there, that's Mel Highland, the Army driver from Ireland.
Yeah, has switched across from 116s for this season. I think his 2nd season of racing in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. There's the Sultan Lowcost of Sean Graham, which was I think stopped just after the checkered flag in the earlier race. And good to see the yellow Honda of Joshua McClelland is back out into the race as well. He's got the novice cross in the back of his car. 36-year-old car, that one. Still rapid. It's good to see him out there getting his first experience in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. 11 and a half minutes left on the clock. Didn't see really what happened to that car. I think it must have rejoined. Yes, it has rejoined, I can tell you, the Matthew Beach car, so that's why we were able to continue racing. It wasn't beached after all. He's managed to get back
somebody
out.
else is.
Somebody else is.
Paul Chapman, who was up inside the top 10.
Yeah, he's spun backwards into the gravel trap, and Marshall's trying to get him out, and I don't think they're going to have any luck. Having a look at that, and that's not in a great place on the exit of the chicane.
That's right, on the outside as well. Got a couple of the 116s far apart. Alexander Martin Alex Martin, driver from Essex, the Royal Engineer fitter involved in that.
There's been a spinner at Hollywood as well. I can see the yellow flags, and the car's gone off onto the infield, and now we've got a red light. And that will be because of the Chapman car that's off on the inside at the hairpin, or the outside of the hairpin.
It was McClellan that went off at Redgate.
Yeah,
saw him
I thought it might have been. It looked a bit like that kind of shape, but...
so what happens here?
Well, it's a red flag because we can't use the safety car in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. It's not permitted within their championship regulations. There was 10.5 minutes left on the clock when the checkered flag, or sorry, the red flag came out. So one would suspect that they will try and give these cars a restarted race. So they've been unsuccessful, the marshals, in trying to push the car clear. They're going to need the snatch vehicle to get it out. So hopefully it won't take too long to do that. But because we'd had, well, all of them had completed 3 laps, apart from Chapman, it will be a new grid. So the timekeepers, the TSL timekeepers, will need to produce a new grid and communicate that to the marshals, and the marshals will need to then re-grid the cars in the correct order, which will not be the work of a moment. And that is because this Chapman car is off in the gravel.
Do they average out the 2 races for the performance index results?
I don't know. I'm not sure I want to start reading the regulations now either. But yeah, whether they sort of join the 2 pieces together or
I feel
just do
like
second place.
I feel like I've seen a combined result in the past.
Yeah, you may be right. I think you may be right. I think I do vaguely recall that as well.
Especially if they only get 2 or 3 laps the next time round.
Yes, so I think for the purposes of the performance index, that's what they do. So the car's being held at the moment short of the of where they'd be lining up on the grid, and that's to make it easy for the marshals to shuffle them into the right order as and when we do get to that point, which will hopefully be not too far away. We had caught up that time, of course, as I was saying, as the race got underway. But sadly, we're now sort of back in a position where we're going to need a restart, I think, for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They only managed 12 minutes in the early race. We'd had only sort of 3 complete laps in this second attempt. So we'll see how much we get second time around. Not yet had an update on that from race control. I think the priority at the moment will be getting the grid sorted and getting the car clear of the gravel trap at the chicane before we can get this race back underway. Reminder, next weekend here at Donington Park, it is the opening meeting of the season for the British Touring Car Championship. You're going to be here for that, Josh. Looking forward to it?
Yes, very much so. Looks like a strong grid as ever, with some new names coming into the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and I think quite an unknown result. We had the test day here last week where West Surrey Racing was struggling, the reigning champions, with Jake Hill, with some new regulations this year, lighter cars. I think the team's getting used to all of that, and it's certainly going to be an intriguing season opener for the BTCC in just 6 days' time, the race day, of course. And it was always 3 days, 3 races on race day, with a full support programme for this meeting on the national circuit. Of course, there's the Grand Prix circuit later in the year. The 2 Porsche categories, the Carrera Cup, the Sprint Challenge, plus British Formula 4, and the Mini Challenge as well.
And the big meetings just keep coming here at Donington Park, because in May we've got the Historic Festival that takes place on Friday the 2nd, Saturday the 3rd and Sunday the 4th of May.
Yeah, that's expanded this year with even races on Friday.
So that's certainly going to be one to watch, a big event. So again, get to the Donington Park website, donington-park.co.uk, for more information about that and tickets. The Bennett's British Superbike Championship, which we're testing here a couple of days ago, they're here on the Grand Prix circuit between the 16th and the 18th of May, and the Vintage Motorsport Festival, organised by the VSCC, is here on the 24th of May, ahead of the JGM Jam, the Japanese car festival, on the 26th of May. Club racing returns throughout June with the BMCRC, or BEMC as they're known, on the 31st of May and 1st of June. British Racing and Sports Car Club are here with Mazda MX-5s and Audi TTs on the 7th and 8th of June. And on the 21st to 22nd is the Historic Sports Car Club here with No Limits Racing Bike Championships the following weekend.
The HSCC meet, I think, features some 750 Motor Club racing as well, with the BMW Car Club part of that meeting.
Yeah, as the grid's now being shuffled back into place, by the way, I can tell you that the restart will be after a green flag lap. It'll be an 8-minute race. Now, that's going to be 8 minutes from the time the green flag lap gets underway, or the race gets underway. Well, we'll tell you when that when the countdown begins. But the marshals are now trying to get the cars back into some kind of order.
So what did Andy McEwen say at the beginning of the day?
It's something about not many delays at Donington Park, was it? Something along those lines. But
Yes,
well,
a big thanks to all the marshals, because it's been a horrible most of the day, the weather-wise, and now it's turned into a rather long day as well. So a big thank you to everybody here at Donington for giving up their day to help run this 750 Motor Club meeting.
No, it's very much appreciated. Thanks to all of the marshals, as ever, for all of the work that you do. It's a cliche, we couldn't do it without you, but we really are so grateful for everything that you do in helping to put on these race meetings. So thank you. Remind you, 750 Motor Club are at Croft next weekend. You can see that on Alpha Live as well. The categories that we have for next weekend there are F1000s, motorcycle engine single-seater cars, some of the fastest cars that race with the 750 Motor Club. The VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, the JDM Plates Master 7 Championship, a few new sponsors for this year, you'll notice. The Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship featuring Cup 200. The Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship, the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship for the first time, having been a series of races previously, and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship as well. And you've had some insight into the entry list, and the Road Sports in particular has got an unbelievably large entry, hasn't it, Josh?
Yes, and I think that's going to continue throughout the season. So if you're looking to do road sports this year, make sure you enter now, basically, I think, if you're going to stand a chance to start the race. So I think capacity grids all year long for road sports. So it's an incredible success story. And to be fair, 750 Motor Club, all the 3 meetings, there's not been many grids where we've been lacking numbers, that's for sure.
No, certainly not. It's been a very encouraging start to the season for the 750 Motor Club. Some grids perhaps a bit better than expected, some maybe not quite as high as we'd like them to be, but overall a pretty strong and solid start. And 750 Motor Club still leading the way in affordable motorsport in club racing in the UK.
Is the weather coming back?
It does look a bit like that, doesn't it? It's a bit threatening and grey overhead there. Rain is due, we are told.
So is this where we run away when Andy McEwen is interviewing drivers in the rain?
Yeah, possibly so. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. And then we'll get our racing in before the restarted races underway. As I say, 8 minutes is the scheduled duration for the restart. The marshal's busy regridding the cars, which we can't quite see from our commentary position here by leaning towards the window, because but we can now see it on our screens, and it looks like the regridding is pretty much done there, Josh, which is encouraging.
One guy that's in the pit lane is Luke Arpino, who did he not win Class D in race 1?
He did win Class D in race 1, yeah.
So he's going to be on a charge, I suspect.
Well, I think that you may be right there.
So yeah, 8 minutes is on the clock, isn't it? If that does include the green flag lap, there's going to be about 3 racing laps again, but
something like that.
Maybe we'll get 8 minutes in total. After we've waited all this time, we might as well, really.
We might as well. We're coming up towards 6:30 here. We're not quite as restricted here at Donington Park as we are at some other circuits in terms of the curfew. Other circuits would be either fast approaching that or would have already gone past it. I know that it's not always ideal for the marshals, sometimes not knowing quite when the ELA is going to finish, but it does mean that even with these delays, everyone should still get something of a race anyway, which is important because it's not cheap going motorsport. The entry fees are just one component of the cost of going racing, but a significant component, alongside any sort of accommodation, travel costs, fuel, and obviously preparing and running the car as well. Not insignificant. Right, a minute to go board has been shown, so we are clearly not too far away from getting a restart.
What can Peter Dill not do here? Now he's going from the front, isn't he, in the 911?
Yeah, he is, because he'd got up to second position before the stoppage.
So Mark White might be under pressure here.
He could be. There's the green flag, and the time has not started to count down, so it looks like it's going to be an 8-minute race from the time that the lights go out, rather than the green flag is waved, which already has been. So yeah, Luke Arpino though is at the end of the pit lane, so I think he's going to start the race or restart the race. But he's got a bit of work to do then from the back to try and reprise his Class D victory from early on. What are we going to do in terms of number of laps? Maybe 6?
Should do.
Yeah, something like 6 laps, I would think.
Well, let's hope it runs okay.
Yes.
Because it's not been the smoothest of days. Armed Forces have had their fair share of incidents, I think, amongst them.
They have, and that's unusual, to be fair to them. That it's not often the case that they have created quite as many red flags as they've had today. But that's how things go sometimes, isn't it?
I don't think many categories have not had an incident today.
No.
If any.
That's very true.
There's either been early finishes or incidents in qualifying or the races. Tricky conditions, as I think everyone's been telling Andy McEwen after the races.
The race might yet have more changing conditions, because it's threatening to rain. It's forecast to rain. The circuit now actually does look pretty much completely dry, though, doesn't it?
Then it will rain,
right now, but for how much longer? I mean, it's not so much a dry line now. It is just a dry, pretty much all the way across the circuit.
Yes, so that means overtaking should be a bit more possible. Although we've seen quite a bit of it anyway. Well, Lowcost, they didn't need any dry lines to overtake, did they?
No,
so Armed Forces have got a bit of a longer break, haven't they, before their next race, where like Lowcost and Hot Hatch have got a short break till Silverstone.
Yeah, it's end of April, end of May, I should say, at Donington Park for the BMW Live meeting. There's the cloud. It's looking rather ominous, isn't it? Over Donington Park, an atmospheric shot there.
50 different things overhead at BMW Live, I believe.
Yeah, well, we'll watch out for that. We've had some airplanes overhead today, but maybe a bit more interesting. We'll see at Alton Park. So, final few rows of cars coming into position then. It is Mark White, Choggy White on pole position in the number 65 car. Besides him is the number 69 Peter Dilnot Porsche. Then it's John Cobley in the 47 at Santa Ibiza, and the car of James Flint, the Fiesta ST, beside him on the second row of the grid. The headlamps just showing a little bit more brightly now, as well, we're not quite at sunset yet, but it's not too far away. Last few cars coming in. There'll be a green flag waved at the back somewhere, then we'll get the 5-second board. There's the green flag, there's the 5-second board. Shortly the red lights will go on and the race will get underway for 8 minutes of action here at Donington Park in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Out go the lights. Good start from Peter Dilnot. He's got the jump on Mark White there, and he's pulled out quite a few car lengths already. Again, it's a good start from John Cobley. He pulls to the outside of White as well. And can he get through? No, he can't, so he's third. White is second, and everyone else making it through. Jonathan Candler's got away this time. I think that's Gareth Moss possibly off through the gravel trap briefly at Redgate Corner, but he's back onto the circuit. But it's there's a change of lead. Mark White has got into the lead ahead of Peter Dilnot. Then it's John Cobley. Big gap back to Adam Jewett in fourth.
Yes, an impressive run through Redgate into Hollywood for Mark White. A bit more confident perhaps. The MG's a lot further up this time. There's Andy Holmes, the RAF veteran. Long time racer of over 30 years. And big moment here. This is going to go wrong, I'm afraid, for Ben McLaughlin. Car's not gone over, which I feared for a moment there. But we have another car in the gravel.
Yes, again, this one at McLean's Corner. Driver getting out of the car immediately, but that doesn't bode well. It's White leading then. It's Dilnot second. It's Cobley in third as they make their way down towards the right-hander at Roberts, the right and left-hander at Roberts. It's Adam Jewett in fourth place in that 1 Series BMW. As the marshals are on the scene, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to shift that car though. And then it's is that Hancock in fifth?
Yeah.
And then it's Christopher Pawley in sixth position as they come across the line at the end of lap 1 and 6.5 minutes to go.
So James Flint's lost out there, hasn't he? He's dropped to 7th after running highly up in the first part. And then the rest of the field, line astern really. complete the lap. The Class D leader is in 20th position. That's Lee Keneally, the engineer from Wiltshire. So through the Craners. 1.6 seconds Mark White's leading margin. Wes Flint really pushing on in the RAF engineering car. 9:35. He's behind Paulie. That's the battle for Class C honours. So the A and B cars have come to the front now, really, with these new conditions. And McLaughlin's blocking our view through Schrod's curve, but hopefully that car can be left there under local yellow flags. Flint down the inside for the class lead on 888 Chris Paulie, and he gets there. So James Flint back to where he's been all day, really, and that's at the top of Class C.
Yeah, so Chris Paulie loses the position there in number 888, the driver from Cardiff, the RAF pilot, losing out to the car that also represents the RAF.
And Mark White has just done a Class B lap record in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. Who thought we'd get to that today? A 1:19.587.
Good effort from Mark White. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Peter Dilnott. John Cobley is there in third. And still this battle going on between Flint and Paulie for 6th and 7th, and for the class lead, Jonathan Candler is about to join in with them. He's won Class C races on many occasions before, and what price him actually getting involved with this, despite that issue at the first start of this race when he just didn't get off the line.
Yeah, that's right. So he's in this, isn't he, as they come down to the old hairpin. He was a fraction quicker than these two on the previous lap. And good hatchback race in this, isn't it? Between three makes of car. You've got the Ford, the Renault and the MG as well. So that's really good to see.
A couple of the 116s going through. There's the snatch vehicle dealing with the Ben McLaughlin Renault Clio that's out of the race. Leaders already making their way down towards the chicane. Here's the James Flint and Chris Paulie battle with Jonathan Candler still only just behind them. Mark White, meanwhile, has come through to complete another lap. And now Peter Dilnott's gone faster. He's got the lap record now. He's done a 1:19.345. So he's gone faster than White's 1:19.587, and he's taken a chunk of time out of the race leader as well. But we'll keep watching this battle for Class C honours. And there's the Class A car of John Cobley. He's got Adam Dewis and Trevor Hancock behind him. And then that's where we find the Class C cars behind that. But Cobley out on his own in Class A.
Yes, and perhaps not at the pace that he would like today, but at least the car is running. It had that problem in race 1. How's Class D getting on? Luke Arpino on the previous lap was with Lee Keneally, so I suspect Arpino by the end of the lap will take the lead of that category when they come across the line in a moment. And indeed that's the case. So Luke Arpino's Mazda from the pit lane to the lead of Class D with 3 minutes on the clock for Mark White and Peter Dilnott. Here is White then in that K24 engined Honda Civic, and if anything I think it's going back away from Peter Dilnott here.
It's going to be about 2 laps to go, I think, now, isn't it, for them? Just probably starting the penultimate lap for Mark White. It's quite close, but I think that's probably going to be the case. And the gap is 2.2 seconds. It's gone back out another lap record for White now. They're swapping it between them at 1:19.129. And Mark White.
We're still a few seconds away from the overall AFRC lap record, as you might expect. The previous Class B record, a 1:20.14, so we're a second underneath the Mark Inman time from a few years ago.
Was that in his VX 220, possibly?
Yeah, he raced that on a Caterham, didn't he? So one or the other.
One or the other, yeah.
Oh, and the B leaders together out the window. Chris Paulie was challenging James Flint into Redgate, and they're absolutely side by side. So at the top of the Craner curve, you're going to have a change. There they are on your screen now. Chris Paulie reclaiming Class C lead. This is a really good effort from Chris, a former Lowcost racer, the sim racing champion in the AFRC over the winter, and now ahead of James Flint, who's been the star of the day up to this point.
There we go. So Chris Paulie just runs a little wide there over the green concrete on the exit of the corner. Still ahead, though, of Paulie and Candler. Not really able to take the fight to them just at the moment. This is the Class C battle then on its penultimate lap, we reckon. Heading up and around McLean's. You can see Trevor Hancock's car just turning into Coppice 100 yards ahead of them or something like that. And They turn through the same part of the circuit. I wonder if Flint has got one last effort in him to try and reclaim the class honours from Paulie in the treble 8 car, 6th overall as well. Down to the Robert chicane they go, and they're about to go on to their last lap. There's 1 minute 17 to go when Mark White crossed the line that time. No improvements from the top two. They're on to their final lap, and so too now, Josh, are the Class C protagonists.
Yeah, obviously battling, not good for the AFRC Championship really, because you're not likely to be as consistent as others, but class win on the road is probably a good bragging rights to leave Easter with. Possibly better than a chocolate egg even.
Yeah, maybe that's why Jonathan Candler's sort of just sitting there. He's done this before. He's had 3 titles under his belt. Just trying to stay consistent. Meanwhile, Mark White, as the clock counts down to 10 seconds to go, heads into Roberts for the final time. 1.7 seconds ahead at the start of this final lap. Ahead of Peter Dunlop. That gap may have come down a little bit now. He's going to be up and over the line this time though. Check flag is going to be ready. And there it is. Mark White wins round 2 of the Armed Forces Race Challenge. So 2 wins in the day for Mark White. 0.8 of a second the gap. Peter Dunlop to 1:18.368. A new lap record for Class B again on the final lap.
Interesting, that's also underneath the calm Porsche lap record as well, which he would have been in if it was dry then.
Absolutely. So John Cobley should be the next classified car through. Yep, there's him with the flashing lights. He's going to take 3rd place. Adam Dewis, a better outturn for him this time, is in 4th place. So Cobley wins Class A. Dewis completes the Class B podium. Trevor Hancock is going to be our Class C winner. And Chris Paulie, there he is in the blue Clio, ahead of James Flint this time. So Flint and Paulie share the wins in Class C, but it looks like Jonathan Candle was equally happy there, judging by the way he was flashing his lights. And Class D, has our winner come through yet? No, Luke Arpino, despite starting from the pit lane, looks like he's going to win in Class D as well in the MX-5. That may well be him heading down the back straight now to bring home the honours in Class D once again, Josh. And an entertaining day's racing it's been here at Donington Park.
Yes, I think the Lowcost are probably the highlight, weren't they? But we did have some good racing in pretty dreadful conditions at times, and that was pretty spectacular, really, watching the car slide around in those middle afternoon races. It's been challenging at times, but we've got through it all, and not horribly later than what was anticipated.
No.
So a good way to end Easter here at Donington Park.
No, it's been good, and we'll look forward to seeing you again with the 750 Motor Club. And I don't think I'm going to see you again with the 750 Motor Club until we're back here in October. But I know you'll be at other events in the meantime, and so will I. Let's have a look at the results of the second race of the day for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. 65, Mark White was the winner. 6 laps completed for him in his Honda Civic Type R, ahead of number 69, Peter Dilnott, in the Porsche 911 in second place, 0.8 of a second behind. Third was number 47, John Cobley, winning Class A in the Seat Booth Cupra. Fourth was 13, Adam Dewis. Fifth was number 16, Trevor Hancock. 6th was the treble 8 car of Chris Paulie. 7th was number 935, James Flint. 8th, number 1, Jonathan Candler. So Paulie, Flint and Candler, the top 3 in Class C. Then it was Paul Waterhouse, good drive from him actually, back to 9th place after his dramas earlier on in the day. Harry Townsend completing the top 10, ahead of Andrew Holmes, James Hancock, Ian Cooper and Gareth Moss, who was 14th. Then it was Luke Arpino, confirmed as our Class D winner, so he's done the double today. Matt Beach, despite being in the gravel earlier on. Joshua McClellan, despite having a couple of spins in his nice 1989 Honda. Richard Brown, Mark Oliver and George Harvey completing the top 20 in the second race of the season for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. So they're back in action at the end of May. We'll bring that to you on Alpha Live as well when they're at Alton Park as part of BMW Live. Shortly then we'll head down to Andy McEwen to speak to our top 3. Thanks to Josh Barrett, who's been alongside me in the commentary box this weekend. It's been good to have you alongside me as ever. Thanks to all of the officials of the 750 Motor Club who've worked so hard behind the scenes to keep this meeting on track. So many thanks to them and all of the 750 Motor Club staff as well. And once again, big thanks to all of the marshals for their sterling work here today, and to the competitors for putting on some very good racing in tricky conditions. We've very much enjoyed it. We're back here at Donington Park in October for some championship finals. Don't forget, next weekend here at Donington Park, it is the opening rounds of the British Touring Car Championship. 3 races for them, plus a full programme of support races as well. If you don't fancy that, then Croft is the next venue on the 750 Motor Club Tour, and you can join Kieran Mogg and myself on commentary next weekend in North Yorkshire. And again, that's brought to you on Alpha Live on 750 Motor Club TV, so do tune in for that. Andy McEwen, I can see, is busy shepherding the class winners towards him for a final set of interviews for the day. He's down there at the end of the pit lane, and we'll hear from him very shortly indeed. And it did stay dry, didn't it, for that final race? In the end, there's blue sky overhead as I look out of our commentary box window now. So fortunately, the Armed Forces Race Challenge was not adversely affected. That's it then from Josh and myself in the commentary box. Have a very good evening, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Andy McEwen. Good night.
Well, it took us a while, but we got there in the end. Our final race of the day has concluded, and the Armed Force Race Challenge putting on a great show to round out this Bank Holiday Monday from the 750 Motor Club. It is once again Mark White who we come to first as our overall race winner. That one, though, was a little bit nervy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, it was nice and dry. I was unsure if it was going to be, you know, can we go 100%? Probably wasn't far off, to be honest, especially once the Porsche came up behind me. And John Sayat was pretty close for the first half of the lap. He had a little spin. But yeah, I thought I was going to have to try and do something special and get caught out. But no, it was really good. But I'd just like to say hello to my daughter Amelia and my long-suffering fiancée Jen at home in Wantage. They'll be watching, so hello to you guys, and thanks for letting me get away for the weekend. But a really good race, nice and clean, and yeah, had a good some action in the mirrors there when people were catching me up. So
yeah.
Good.
Peter was quick, wasn't he? And were you at all concerned that the red flag might sort of let him into it? He did get you briefly on the restart, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And he's new to that car. Right. So all of a sudden to look across and see a 911 next to me, I was like, this is a ropey old Civic that I built in a shed. That's a proper 911. So I think, yeah, once he qualifies better, I think, and he's up there from the start, I think we'll have some really good battles. But he was catching me really quickly on the straights. It's a well-driven car.
And that's kind of part of the fun of this style of multi-class racing, such a wide variety of cars out there. I know it's not necessarily just about the race result, but when you do have cars that generate their lap time in such different ways, it's a bit of a head-scratcher for a driver, but it's good fun.
Yeah, absolutely love it. I don't really have an interest in a one-make series. Yeah. I like the fact that it's, you know, 4 different classes, 5 I think with the graduates, and just a real mix of cars. I like that. It just keeps it interesting.
Well, we enjoy watching it as well. Mark, congratulations. Double race victory for Mark here at Donington Park. Now, Class A, John Cobley is here. Well done. Class victory this time around. This car's been competitive all day, I think it's fair to say, but getting the class result this time around.
Yeah, cheers. So I'm massively down on par. I've got a cracked, here come the excuses, obviously.
Yeah.
So I've got a cracked exhaust manifold, so I'm down by about 120 brake horsepower, luckily for Mr. Chalky White. But last time I was here at Donington in 2022, it set fire. So this is my first outing since the car's been rebuilt. So yeah, I'm buzzing to get my first podium of my career, even though it was third. But yeah, we fix it and go again next time.
How much of that, what I'd imagine was an extensive rebuild, was done by yourself?
Quite a bit, to be fair. So stuff like electronics I'm not really familiar with. So it's got a carbon fibre flat floor and splitter from start to finish, which was totally melted. I rebuilt that again, homemade. Yeah, pretty much all the wiring, the brake lines. So the easier stuff, the more technical stuff that I don't really want to get wrong and put my trust in, like electrics, I kind of got somebody else to do.
Wow, but how satisfying that must be now for all of that hard work to come to fruition. Are you back around now for a few more rounds this season?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looking to do the full season. Hopefully I can get a new turnaround on the manifold. I've actually got a spare one back in. It's a lot stronger. I just didn't have time to fit it. But yeah, I'm looking to do the full championship and hopefully be on the right side of Chalky next time.
He's a tough man to beat, but I think when you get this thing working properly, you should have half a chance. Well done, mate.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
So there we go. That is John Cobley. Christopher Pawley was our winner in Class C. 6th place overall as well. Bit of a giant killing performance that for the little Clio.
Yeah. He's done really well today. I think second in the first race, and then had a great race with James Flint. So yeah, delighted to get the win in the second.
Now, yours is one of those cars that isn't necessarily making its lap time in the straights. You've got to do it all through the corners, and Donington's such a momentum circuit. Do you enjoy having to really wring the neck of that car and get the lap time out of it?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, the setup I've got on this car now feels fantastic in the dry. I was struggling in the wet this morning. Flinty was about 2 seconds a lap quicker, but clearly then in the dry it's got the pace. I was struggling towards the end there with after the first race I had a gearbox selector issue. We managed to get it repaired, but then towards the end of the race I was losing third gear, which obviously to keep that momentum was quite tricky, but just managed to keep Flinty at bay.
Nicely done. Congratulations on the Class C victory then. And last but certainly not least, Luke Arpino back again on top in Class D. Talk us through your race.
That was interesting, different. So started off on pole in class. Went really well, really happy with the pace, just building up the tyre temperature and really happy. And then the red flag come out and then I got waved in by a marshal. You know, mistakes happen, I guess. I weren't supposed to come in, so I come in, I had to start from the pit lane. So a bit frustrated and driving angry, but yeah, I crawled back through and got the win amazingly. But yeah, no, chuffed.
You were just doing it for the drama, mate, be honest.
Exactly. Yeah, I looked like a hero on the camera, but no, I don't know, I seem to drive more aggressively, like just pushing the limits. So it's all worked in my favour, weirdly.
It's interesting that though, isn't it? Because some drivers would sort of crumble under a situation like that. Easy to start flapping and let it get to your head, but we saw you sat down here very calmly just waiting to get going again. Well, you certainly gave the impression that you were anyway. Yeah. How confident were you though that once the race got going you'd have the pace to get back up there?
No, not at all. I thought a squeeze a podium at best, but yeah, no, I was like, oh really, I come all this way. And then no, it's what I come here for, so it's result, happy.
Certainly made it exciting to watch. Luke, congratulations on the double class victory in Class D here at Donington Park. And that, I'm afraid to say, rounds out our weekend, or a day, I should say, of racing here at Donington Park. But don't worry, fans of the 750 Motor Club have plenty more live streamed action that you can tune into throughout the rest of the season. Be sure to head over to the 750 Motor Club website for more information on that. The next live coverage actually comes in just 1 week's time from the Croft circuit. So next Saturday and Sunday, 2 days of 750 Motor Club action, and you can catch it all live in the usual places. For now, though, from the team here at Donington Park, myself, Andy McHugh, and Ian Soman and Josh Barrett in the commentary box, and everyone at the Alpha Live team, thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed your day, and we'll see you again next week.